to use your statement here instead of your testimony at a preliminary hearing. Understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in order to do that, I need to place you under oath and also give you an admonition about false statements, okay? First, you do solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I also need to notify you that you are notified that statements you are about to make may be presented to a magistrate or a judge in lieu of your sworn testimony at a preliminary examination. Any false statement you make and that you do not believe to be true may subject you to criminal punishment as a Class A misdemeanor. You understand that?
Yes.
It potentially could be used as for punishment as a higher offense as obstruction of justice. In addition, I just want to make sure that our recording here is clear that you've also been given a federal agreement and a state agreement granting you immunity from prosecution for materials that you discuss now. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First, we're going to cover some of the things that you've already talked about, but to make it as part of this record. First, what's your name?
Full name with middle name or just first and last?
First and last is fine.
Okay, my name is Lance Twiggs.
And do you know Tyler Robinson?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
And this is the same Tyler Robinson that's been charged with the shooting of Charlie Kirk?
Yes.
And would you say...
What's up, guys? Yeah, no shower for you, Florida girl. I'm sorry. I'm sure you all just saw this on another channel. All right, we're going to go ahead and just start it from the beginning, and we're all going to be caught up on the same thing because I didn't see it. I just saw that they were doing the interview right now or showing the interview. This is Lance Twiggs being interviewed about the assassination and what he knows about it. Let's get into it, man.
When you first met Tyler?
I think it was 2023. I've known him longer than that, though. That was, I think, the first time I met him in person.
Okay.
And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate, so I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first, when he first moved in.
Okay. Before we go on, I realized my mic was muted at the outset. Was yours on, your microphone? Okay.
A lot of echo.
Those admonitions just to make sure we got it recorded. Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. They're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you're not on mute my mic.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right. Is that mic on?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Sorry.
All right, okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
No, separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company, then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher like ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
This guy was in trades, and then he went to go home to be a furry.
Day like.
I think he'd leave around 7 generally and get back around 3 to 4, depending on like where the job was and how long it was for the day. And then on certain days of the week during school, like semesters, he would then later in the day, I think around 5 or 6, go to school. So, yeah.
Thank you, Casey girl.
September 10th. Did he spend the night in the apartment the night of September 9th into September 10th?
Into September 10th. Yeah, he did. Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what when that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when like an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do that.
you mind to hit it right in front of your laptop.
Oh, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so what time did you get up on September 10th?
Probably like 12 to 1 p.m.
You didn't have to work that day.
No.
And did you hear from Tyler? Did he call or text you before then?
No, he sent that message in the group chat I mentioned, but he didn't message me directly at all that day.
Okay. When did you first hear from him on September 10th?
It was at 11 o'clock with that like automated message.
Okay, 11 p.m.
Yeah.
Now remember, they have to take a lot of this out, a lot of this testimony out to protect Tyler, I guess.
What about?
So now they're skipping to the next time slot.
Engraving bullets. Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me for if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where our Dremel was and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
When was this?
Before, September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months. But I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been I'd say at most a month before this was when he was asking.
Okay.
Whoa. So he was planning this for a while.
Okay.
Sounds like he was planning it for quite some time.
You talked about the note that he left. I want to bring this up, and I should say that these text messages that we've been looking at here are Bates number 54. Okay, the notes have been titled 16.3 with a note, and this is Bates number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it,
Yeah.
and then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay. And again, the time you read it was probably around 11 o'clock or so on the 10th,
Yes.
the night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was a desk in his bedroom?
Yes.
And that's a separate bedroom than your bedroom?
Yeah.
I now want to go to what's been titled 16.2. And do you recognize this series of messages here?
Yeah, that was the server of like his friend that I was mentioning.
Okay, and this is your phone again?
Yeah.
And I'm assuming you recognize it because the big crack up at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a server. Is this Discord?
Yeah, this is Discord.
And who are members of this server? I don't want names, just generally. Who are these people? Who are members of
This is his friend group. They played D&D together every week.
Okay. And I just want to scroll through this to make sure that you get a chance to take a look at it. Or go to the next page.
Mm-hmm. Or yes.
So Tyler Icom, who's that?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And these other people are just others that are members of the server.
Yes.
Jug, Barnaby, Marina, DM.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, like DM means Dungeon Master. So this is these are like most of them are names they're using in the game they're playing currently.
Got it. Yeah, it looks like the last text from Tyler looks like it's 8 p.m. And do you know what day this would have been? 8 p.m. on the 10th or the 11th?
I would think that would be the 11th. Because at least I think so, because I don't think on the 10th that he messaged anyone before me at like 11. So.
And he turned himself in on the 11th, right?
I thought so, yeah.
So again, we're just going to go through this so that we have a record of the messages.
It sounded like he was talking about a friend group that they have, or that they're both in, and they were talking about that. I think they're going to talk about the actual text messages between them here in just a moment.
Is that an accurate recording of that thread?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that was sent, looks like between September 10th and September 12th. Looks like the last day on this is September 12th. Screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so again, those messages covered from September 10th to the evening of September 11th. Now, September 11th, what time did you see Tyler on September 11th?
Yes.
When did you first see him on September 11th? So this is the day after the shooting?
Yeah, I saw him when I woke up. Like I said, he was up and around doing a lot of stuff around the house. And then I think I saw him after that message where I said I'll come home and say I'm doing laundry, because I didn't want him going to my parents' house right then when he said there was probably cops outside. So I went back home, and it was just him there, and I said bye to him, and then he drove off. So I just went back to my parents' house.
Who's the guy that looks like he never wore a necktie in his life before today? That'd be Lance Twiggs.
So he acted erratically. Was he pacing?
Usually wears a furry costume.
No, he was walking around a lot.
And that's within the home.
Mm-hmm.
And did he talk about what he had done?
Didn't go into detail. I just asked him in person if what he said was true the night before, and he said it was. He started crying a little bit and said he wishes he hadn't done it. And then
Whoops.
kept going around and just doing stuff, I think, to keep himself busy or distracted or something.
Okay. Did he talk about what he was going to do next?
And then eventually said that he would talk to his parents or turn himself over.
Okay. And when you left, was that how you left, understanding that he was going to turn himself in or go to his parents' house?
Yeah, and I didn't really want to be at our apartment while any of that was happening, regardless of what went down.
Okay.
What the hell was he
Before you
thinking?
came home, had you seen the press releases, any of the media on this?
I'd seen one Instagram link a friend of mine had sent in our group chat,
Okay.
but I hadn't really looked into it at all.
And had you seen the images that were released of the suspect?
I did the next day. I don't think I saw any on the 10th.
I'm going to show you a couple of those images.
I don't think he specifically wanted to target Charlie Kirk specifically.
On the FBI's website, you can see the URL there at the top. This is some.
I think he was ready to take out anybody.
And here on the screen, you see these. Looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him.
This is Lance Twiggs, y'all.
Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends' end.
Okay. All right, I want to back up a little bit now. We've talked about September 10th, but let me get a little bit of context here. So, did you game with Tyler?
Yeah.
What kind of games?
We played some just kind of party games together, like anything that would be multiplayer with a group of friends. There was one game he really liked called Sea of Thieves, where you play as like a pirate, and you can fight against people, but most of it's just like fishing, fighting sharks, skeletons, kind of stuff.
But pirate?
Some co-op games where it's like you both have to work together to win in whatever way. Way back when I was just out of high school, when I first knew him online, we played some shooting games together, but I didn't know him very well, so that was just when we had a full friend group on to play, and he was someone that my friends invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car most of the time. But I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really. Usually if he did talk about politics stuff, it was relating to Trump or current like policies being like issued or voted on, I think. But yeah.
He was suffering from a TDS meltdown. When I said I don't think he real quick, when I said I don't think he targeted Charlie Kirk specifically, if he was planning and engraving stuff on the bullets months before the actual assassination happened, I think he was just he's just another one of these lefties that go to these protests, and he wanted to do something. He keeps on hearing all this propaganda filling his head, telling him there's a Nazi regime taking over, that we got to stop these fascists. And he really does in his head believe that he is going to be the hero and he's going to stand up to this Nazi fascist regime. And I bet he didn't know nothing about Charlie Kirk. Somebody probably told him that fucking Nazis coming to our campus. And he's like, oh yeah, maybe this is my opportunity. And then he went all in on it, man. If anybody, any prominent right-wing figure would have been in his atmosphere, would have been close to him, any one of them would have been taken out. Is that the whole thing? Nope. Still got a little more.
Okay, so before that you have been.
For a short time, yes.
Okay.
I think he targeted Charlie Kirk when he finally knew that Charlie Kirk would be close to him. Then he said, there it is. That's my target. That's what I mean. Like, it wasn't specifically about targeting Charlie Kirk. It was just about targeting somebody that is on the right, somebody that's a prominent figure on the right, somebody that supports Trump and is a big name in MAGA politics. And Charlie Kirk was the nearest one. And he said, there he is. There's my target.
I understand you're going by Luna at some point.
To some people, yeah, but not as an overall thing.
But it seems like he was just willing to take anybody out for months. They said he was planning a hunting trip for months, wanted to get access to a Dremel and engrave the bullets months in advance. Yeah, he just wanted to be the TDS hero. And now we have these same kind of people outside of ICE facilities every day.
Okay.
Out in the streets of our neighborhoods.
I think that's all the questions I have for this portion. Let me check and see if I've missed anything.
Okay, is there more about his messages? The text messages? Okay.
The Dremel that you talked about, you said he had asked for that, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And had he told you it was to inscribe bullets?
Yeah.
And so did you have a Dremel then?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was in our our apartment. We had a section where we kept all our like random tools for household stuff. In our lower basement level pantry. So yeah.
Okay. And did you give that to him or tell him where it was?
I just told him where it was. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and end the recording for the 11:02 purposes.
When did they get to the text messages?
Exhibit 16. Ms. Hunt.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Davis, I asked you yesterday, but I want to remind the court and those present. Were you physically present at the interview we just watched in State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, I was there.
And aside from the court-ordered redactions, did it appear to you to be fair and accurate about what you remember that interview that day?
Yes, yes, I do.
During that interview, did Mr. Twiggs, was he shown or referenced certain items of evidence?
Yes, he was.
What types of items of evidence was he shown?
It was the text messages between himself and Tyler Robinson, a Discord chat messages, and a handwritten note.
And then we also saw in the video, he was also shown the FBI press release photos of the potential suspect.
That's correct, yes.
Have you reviewed all of those items as part of the investigation?
Yes, I have.
You're familiar with them?
Yes.
All right, I want to put just on the witness's screen what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 16.1. And for the record, this includes the edit that the one edit that the court has previously ordered.
Thank you.
Let me know when you see that.
Real quick, let me address these super chats. Jay Dillon, thank you for the $17 right out of the gate. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Chambeard, thank you for the eagle. Nita, thank you for the $2. Spanky, thank you for the $2. Thank you for the stream and all you do daily. Hey, thank you, Spanky. Let's get back to it.
On your screen.
If any of y'all missed this, I'll be chopping it up, putting out as a video tomorrow morning.
I see it. I see it now.
Do you recognize this?
Just to be clear, I'm not saying he didn't target Charlie Kirk around that time. I'm just saying when they said he was engraving bullets and he was preparing for the camping trip in order to get access to those things and practice with the rifle, that to me says that he wanted to take out anybody. He was already thinking in his own mind months in advance that I'm going to kill somebody. I'm going to do it. And then when he saw that Charlie Kirk was near him, that later on down the line is when he decided Charlie is my target. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of screenshots of text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. This is a photograph of Lance's phone.
Very premeditated.
So sorry, you said photograph, you also said screenshot. Can you differentiate or clarify there?
Sorry. These are photographs directly from Lance's phone.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview, he's showing the FBI agents these text messages, describes them to the agents, and at that time his phone was photographed.
And you testified, I believe yesterday, that Mr. Twiggs' first interview was the morning of September 12th, 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Were you physically present at that interview?
No, I was not there.
Have you spoken with the officers or agents that were?
Yes, I've spoken to one of those agents that was there.
And you stated that first September 12th interview of Mr. Twiggs was recorded?
Yes, audio, video recorded.
Have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
So you stated that we're looking in State's Exhibit 16.1 at a picture of Mr. Twiggs' phone.
Yes.
Do you know who took these photos?
Yes, it was Agent Larson with FBI.
Did you speak with Agent Larson and confirm that?
I did.
And you kind of made reference to this already, but how did Mr. Twiggs initially show law enforcement the relevant text messages?
Yeah, during that first interview on September 12th, he physically, he shows them the phone and then allows them to photograph the phone.
And does he identify it as his phone in that interview?
Yes, he does.
Does he refer to any particular features of the phone that allows him to make that identification?
I believe the second interview he refers to the the large crack in the upper left screen. That so he identifies that from his second interview that was given on April 20th.
And according to your review of the recording of his first interview and in speaking with the agents that were there, did he have his personal phone with him at the time of the September 12th interview?
Yes, he did.
And was this same text thread that we're seeing in States Exhibit 16.1 shown to him during his second interview sorry, let me get the date right, April 20th, 2026 at the Utah County Attorney's Office that we just observed part of in States Exhibit 16?
Yes, it was shown to him.
Was he asked how Tyler Robinson is saved in his phone, like as a contact?
Yeah, just as Tyler.
Without saying it, obviously, did he identify Tyler Robinson's phone number?
Yes, he did.
Did you check the number that Mr. Twiggs gave as Tyler Robinson's phone number against law enforcement records?
Yes, I did.
And do they match?
Yes, they match.
Is States Exhibit 16.1 a fair and accurate representation of the text thread or the relevant text thread between Mr. Twiggs and Mr. Robinson?
Yes, it is.
As part of the investigation, was a Cellbrite extraction performed on Mr. Twiggs' phone?
Yes, it was.
Did you personally review that extraction?
Yes, I have.
And according to that extraction, did Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs exchange text messages on September 10th through 11th, 2025?
Yes, they did.
What time was that first text sent according to the Cellbrite extraction?
The first text was September 10th at 11 p.m.
All right, Judge, I would move to admit States Exhibit 16.1, and then pursuant to court order, I would move to publish it to the monitors.
Mr. Novak.
We have no further objections beyond those that the court, of course, is very familiar with at this point in time.
All right, I'll note the standing objections made by defense. Those objections are overruled. This 16.1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the gallery as well as electronically distributed through the camera.
All right, Agent, I'm not going to go through every single message, but I do want to have you read aloud certain portions of them. And I apologize to counsel, these are not actually given a page number. I have page numbers, but I'm happy to confer that we're on the same page as we go. So here we're looking at page 1 of States Exhibit 16.1. If you could read a little more than halfway down where it begins.
I can't even read
Wednesday,
it.
11
I mean, I can
p.m.
kind of read
You
it.
start reading underneath that.
Yes. So this would have been from Tyler. It says, drop what you're doing, look under your keyboard.
And I apologize. Let me stop you there. How do you know that that message would have been from Tyler Robinson?
That's just, so any of the messages in gray would be from Tyler, and messages in blue would be from Lance. It's just the way the iPhone distinguishes the messages. And also Lance in his interview also acknowledges that, who was saying what. And
up at the top, who do we see that this thread is?
They text each other saying, I love you, moi, moi. I love you, Moors. Moorsies, moi, moi, moi. Oh, God, it's just so.
Why are you gay?
Is between?
Tyler.
All right, sorry to interrupt you. So read that again, starting from look under the keyboard.
So after that, then Lance responds, he says, what? And then he says, you're joking, right? And then Tyler says, fuck, I tried to delete that.
Are you gay?
Scroll down to page 2. And if you can continue reading along.
Okay. And Tyler says, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. And then Lance replies, you weren't the one who did it, right? And Tyler says, I am, I'm sorry. Lance says, I thought they caught the person. And then Tyler says, no, they grabbed some crazy old dude and interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from the drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering.
Go back to the text
Scroll down to
messages.
Page 3. Continue reading.
Whoever's working this
Lance
camera is an
says,
idiot.
"Why?" And Tyler says, why did I do it? And Lance says, yeah. Tyler says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I'm able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything in the news about them finding it. We'll update you shortly, we'll update you by midnight. And then Lance says, all right, stay safe. How long have you been planning this?
Scroll down a little bit, please, Kimberly.
Now, we've seen all these text messages
Tyler
before.
replies, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it.
We can scroll down to page 4 and continue reading about halfway down. I'll stop you about halfway down.
This is while they were spot, but I don't want to chance it while they were parked there. If they had found it, I imagine there would be more commotion. Again, I'm sorry for roping you into all of this. You shouldn't have to worry about this. And Lance replies, does anyone else know? Tyler says, not to my knowledge.
All right, I'll stop you there. Let's move to page 5. So this should be page 4, so just scroll down 1, please, Kimberly. And if you could read starting sorry, Kimberly, scroll a bit more down. If you could read, I don't know, about a 1/3 of the way up that starts with guess.
Okay. Tyler says, guess I'm just sitting in my car watching reels for another hour, hoping this guy fucks off.
And continue.
And Lance says, are you okay still? And Tyler says, yes, check and spot again now. We'll
Sorry, now we're on page 6. Continue reading.
we'll update soon. He continues, the squad car was moved further away, enough that I should be able to move in. I backed off because I thought I heard footsteps, maybe a foot patrol, but the crickets here are so fucking loud. Gonna see if the road closer to campus is open so I can drive past and check shit out. Probably still closed off though. Getting worried, hard to know for sure, but I'm not finding my rifle. Could be in the wrong spot. Lance says, do you think they found it? And Tyler says, dunno, they haven't published anything if they have. And then Lance says, why did you leave it behind?
Oh, sorry, Kimberly, if you could scroll down.
Originally. Also, does it have a serial number?
We could scroll to page 7. And I'll continue reading. I'll stop you on this page in a little bit.
Okay. So Tyler continues, IDEK, if I had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me, I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits, didn't have the ability or time to bring it with.
And stop there, please. And then if we could go to the next page, page 8. And if you could start at the top.
Okay, so Lance says, was your change of clothes there or was that also gone? Or did you bring those with you originally? Anyway, you could replace the gun or would he notice? Then Tyler says, only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. I'll bet that canine sniffed it out. Little snitching bastard. Replace it unlikely. I don't fully know what the gun was because it was old as shit and Gramps did some modifying. There was a 4-digit serial on it. God only knows who it's registered to. Hopefully some dead guy who gave it to Grandpa. And he continues, remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices bulge UWU on Fox News. I might have a stroke.
And then continue. I'll stop you in a moment.
He says, all right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really fucking sucks.
And let me stop you there. And then if we could go on to the next page, page 9. And do you see the first blue message we see on page 9? Can you start there?
Yes. So Lance says, do you need it for hunting? And Tyler says, no, my dad wanted to use a high caliber for the rifle hunt. Judging from today, I say Gramps' gun does just fine. IDK. I think that was a 2K scope. Lance says, geez. And then Tyler says, OMW home 3.5 hours. Lance says, drive safe. And then Tyler says, delete this exchange.
And I'll stop you right there. And then, sorry, we're on page 9. If we can scroll to page 15.
It's hard to believe that somebody so stupid, immature, and just bad at everything was able to pull this off, right? It was able to actually take Charlie Kirk's life. It's almost like divine intervention, but it wasn't God that did it. It was the devil that did it. You know, this guy literally fell down a mountain, hit every rock on the way down, and somehow managed to survive without a scratch. And it's like, you know, kind of like Walter White on Breaking Bad. He blunders and he fails at everything, yet somehow nothing is able to stop him. Nothing is able to take him down. And he just happens to come out on top every single time. This is one of those events where he may have made so many mistakes, but the point is that he ended up accomplishing the goal. He did take Charlie Kirk's life. But now all those failures are catching up to him, and he's just he's caught up in it now. Now he has to deal with all of it. So yes, he got his ultimate goal. He sold his soul to the devil, got what he wished for, was to take out Charlie Kirk, and now he has to pay the price. It's
And then the
fascinating
grade message on page 15, if you could start there.
God bless Charlie Kirk, man.
So this is Tyler. I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors here is a deputy for the sheriff. We hope to keep things sort of quiet here.
And then I'll stop you there.
Okay.
And we can remove the exhibit from the screen. Thank you, Kimberly. We mentioned a Cellbrite extraction of Mr. Twiggs' phone. Do you know what time that last text was sent?
Yeah, I recall it was just before 8 p.m. on September 11th. It was, I think, 7:42 p.m. is my recollection.
I'm sorry, September 11th?
Yes.
Would September 12th make sense? Or you're saying September 11th?
So September 11th was when he turned himself in. It would have been September 11th. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to show just for the witness, State's Exhibit 16.2. Let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do, yep.
What is it?
This is just more photos of Lance's phone. And these are, these are sorry, how to bring, sorry, go with your question, please.
I'm just asking what it is. So you said it's a photo of Lance's phone. Do you know if that's from the same time period as the exhibit we just looked at?
Yes.
And what is it of?
These are the Discord messages of that Lance had talked about.
How do you know that?
So Lance, in the first interview with FBI, shows the phone. The photos are taken by Agent Larson, and then these images are shown to Lance during his second interview, and he confirms that these are those same messages, and this is photos of Lance's phone.
You mentioned an Agent Larson took the photos. Do you know if he's the same agent that took the photos of this exhibit 16.2?
Yes, same agent.
And you spoke with him to confirm that?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware if Mr. Twiggs is actually part of this Discord thread?
Yes, he is a part of it. He doesn't, in this section, he doesn't reply to it, but he does state in his statement that he was part of that thread.
Does he identify whether Mr. Robinson is part of that thread?
He does.
And when did that happen?
He identifies that in his first interview with the two FBI agents, and then he again confirms that in his second interview.
Did Mr. Twiggs say what username on Discord Mr. Robinson used, at least with respect to this thread?
Yes, it's the Tyler/Icum, I-K-U-M.
And is Exhibit 16.2 a fair and accurate representation of that Discord thread?
Yes, it is.
Did law enforcement send, as part of your investigation, did law enforcement send a subpoena to Discord?
Yes, they did.
Were these messages recovered via that subpoena?
They were.
Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And in State's Exhibit 16.2 that is before you, when is the first message from Tyler sent?
7:57 p.m.
And it says yesterday. Do you have any knowledge of what day that would have been?
Yes, this would have been September 11th.
So Tyler sends the first message that you're seeing on Exhibit 16.2, September 11th at 7:57 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified earlier that Mr. Robinson arrived at the Washington County Sheriff's Office approximately at 9 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And although you weren't physically present there yet because you were flying down, how do you know that he arrived approximately around 9 p.m.?
Just based on the police reports I reviewed and then go back and look at the video and such.
Judge, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 16.2 and publish it pursuant to court order.
Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've already lodged all of our objections on all three phases.
All right. Noting
Thank you. It's just Mathis.
standing objections by defense. State's Exhibit 16.2 is admitted into evidence and may be published only in the gallery, not for distribution on electronic media.
Are they talking about text messages or? Well, okay, so they're muted right now.
No, first interview. I see it.
Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is this?
This is a handwritten note or letter from Tyler to Lance.
How do you know that?
In Lance's first interview with FBI, he tells them about this letter note he found under Tyler's keyboard per a text message he received. He states from 11 p.m. on September 10th. And so at that point, Lance finds this is the letter he finds under that keyboard.
Okay, so to clarify, Mr. Twiggs gets a text from Mr. Robinson around 11 p.m. on September 10th telling him to look under his keyboard?
Yes, correct.
And this is what Mr. Twiggs represented was underneath the keyboard?
Yes, yes.
How did law enforcement get this photograph?
So following Lance's first interview at St. George PD, his phone is recovered at that point, taken into evidence. It is downloaded, I believe it was the following day or shortly after that. the FBI transported that phone to the RCFL, which is the Regional Computer Forensic Laboratory in Salt Lake City. The phone was downloaded through Celebrite, and after that, following that download was complete, SBI received a flash drive containing that download. From there, it went to a SIAC analyst to go through that data of his phone to look for any pertinent evidence or information that may be on there. And at that point, that this image of this letter was located.
All right, I'm going to break down a few things. You mentioned, I just want to make sure the record's clear. You mentioned Celebrite a few times. What is Celebrite?
It's a downloading software that's commonly used by law enforcement. It's those were on September 11th.
Does States Exhibit 16.4, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you reviewed from the FBI and that the FBI released?
Yes, it is.
The state moves to admit Exhibit 16.4 and publish according to court order.
Mr. Novak.
No further objections, thank you.
All right, noting the standing objection by defense, overruling that objection, States Exhibit 16.4 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom.
Admitted, but not shown to us right now. TMNT, thank you for the happy poop. So they're muting it and they're not going to talk about it. Okay, let's get to, what's this?
Slow. Thank you. Yes, we do. And Kimberly, I don't know if we want to use the same kind of slow scrolling. Thank you.
TMNT with another happy poop. Oh, geez. Wrong with y'all, man? Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Come on, class. Class. Settle down, class. I guess he's reading it, but we're not, or are they just slowly, I don't understand. I don't know what's happening here. I can't read it.
I apologize. I'm going to take you, Mr. Page, because I'd ask that it be displayed in that fashion again.
Okay. So they're at break. Let's go back to live. Now we're live, y'all. We're all caught up. We're all caught up. Ah, Jess Mathis. Nita. Thank you for the happy poops. I hope the happy poops are like $3 each or something. TMNT, thank you for another happy poop. And Nita with the last happy poop for the day. Jeez. Why did I ever do this to, oh my God. Why did I ever do this to myself? Should have never put fart noises on the soundboard. Arturo said we hit our happy poop goal. Never. Never. We've never hit the super chat goal, the happy poop chat goal. You mean that literally, right? Just unfiltered and raw. What's up, man? It said just dropped in. Shit is going down. Crazy. Someone is a clip Candace saying burial. Well, I still got it. What? What? Look at The Guardian, y'all. So I open up a new browser. Says The Guardian has an article today. Says his legacy is cringe. How Charlie Kirk became a meme among the young, even his supporters. Y'all are so fucking evil, demented. Oh, hell. Who did this?
Brother!
If YouTube, listen, man, if YouTube knew who I was banging, bro, it would be.
If YouTube knew who I was banging, bro. Hey, man, you can hear her in the background right now. Whipping up some bacon. Whipping up some bacon. You can hear her whipping it up right now.
Man, it would be something.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Let's talk about Tommy.
Is
this guy really trying to pretend like he has even seen what a vagina looks like in real life? Bro, he showed his phone one time and it had porn on it, right? Dumbass. He was trying to show a picture of something, and then he I guess fingered something, like his finger swiped on it, so it lowered the picture and it showed his galleries on his phone, and there's a little bit of porn up in there, and he said, whoa, shh, whoa, wait a minute. Oh, have y'all seen this? Hold on. We need to talk about this real quick. This is things are not going so well for Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's out here trying to do her publicity campaign, but she went to The View, and guess what? The View is not happy with her, and she gets the other end of the stick over here.
Let me ask you this, because yesterday on X, in a now deleted post, you accused Plattner's accuser of doing, quote, rape for politics, end quote, stating that she had consensual sex with him years ago.
No, I didn't accuse. I said women should report rape.
Right.
Because
early
you want
on.
to know why? We want to get these rapists off the street.
Early on in the tweet, and I'll tell you, I'm a former sex crimes prosecutor, as they were trying to...
Whoa, look at her put the hand on her shoulder. Now, hold on, I'm a sex crimes prosecutor, meaning, yes, you are under arrest.
But you're misquoting me. I wish you'd put if you put my deleted tweet
we have it. We have it.
Put it up, please.
Put it out. Show the receipts.
Oh. Sorry. Okay,
we'll get it. Okay.
Oh, no, we don't have no receipts?
But I just want to make sure my words aren't twisted around.
Can someone bring my phone out to me?
You don't have your phone? Since when do you not have your phone?
Yeah.
Well, what I recall, because I do...
Awkward.
But it has now been deleted. You did say that women should report early. And I will tell you, as a former sex crimes prosecutor, women, it is the most underreported crime in our country because women are not believed, and because it is very difficult. They're defamed,
and they should
and it's
be
very
believed.
difficult for them to do it.
Right.
Also, I will tell you, you also wrote that she had consensual sex with him years ago. The fact that someone dates people or has had consensual sex with them previously does not mean that they cannot be raped. Married women can be raped. Sex workers can be raped.
Of course.
And that is often, because I've handled some
you
of those
and I
cases.
are in agreement here.
Well, we're not.
No,
because I
actually,
want to know why you would post that and accuse her of rape for politics.
Well, I would like to know why you wouldn't put up my actual post.
We're going to do it.
Okay, great.
Here we go.
Because I wasn't accusing her.
Here we go.
Your exact
Uh-oh.
Your exact was, if you were raped.
Ooh, do you see the executive? Hold on, wait a minute. You see this guy?
Your exact.
She's fucked. That's what that face is. Yeah, she gone. She cooked. Listen, babe, listen. You wanted to turn on MAGA. You wanted to go for the easy clicks and views. You wanted to run that money up. Well, guess what? You forgot what aisle, what side of the aisle you're playing on now. Okay? And they're teaching you a lesson. They said, whoa, listen. You're a Democrat now. We don't do none of this holding women accountable nonsense, okay? We don't do none of this, okay? It's hashtag believe all women. Women can lie and say whatever they want, and we're supposed to believe them by default, and you are not allowed to challenge it. And you forgot whose side of the aisle you're on now. So now we got to teach you a lesson, okay? Now we got to teach her a lesson, embarrass her, drag her into the View, and put her in front of everybody and just go crazy. This is all I hear right now. Don't make Whoopi get up. She'll get that shoulder cannon on, put her mask on. She's like, I took down Arnold Schwarzenegger. Now you're going to be next.
Your exact was, if you are raped or sexually assaulted, report it immediately. Yes. Don't wait for years later until the man runs for office to go to news outlets to tell your story. And if you had consensual sex with him years ago, don't turn it into rape for politics with conflicting stories.
Those are.
Listen, I'm agreeing with her, but guess what? She wanted to be a traitor. She wanted to turn on us and flip to the other side of the aisle. And, I'm over here on this side like, oh, yeah? We could have supported you if you were over here, but now you went on over there, and yeah, it's a dog-eat-dog world, man. So reap what you sow. Is that what the saying goes? Is that what the saying is?
Is that correct?
No, those are three separate pieces of it.
I do want to.
No.
That's not.
So can you answer my question? Why did you post that?
Absolutely. I posted that because I support women who have been raped or sexually assaulted, and I want them to have justice.
But not if they've had consensual sex before.
Then secondly, don't wait until they're running for office. We need to know early on.
She was warning the public.
I was warning the public.
No,
okay?
but this woman is warning the public.
I'm saying the public needs to be warned because rapists need to be convicted.
I do want to ask you about.
It's the woman's fault.
No, Sonny, it's not the woman's fault. Not at all.
Congresswoman, I want to ask you about.
Let her have it. Oh my God. Did they kick her off? Oh, I don't know.
It's not Americans with flags in front of their house's fault, and it should not be offensive.
Oh, look at that face. Whoops. Whoops. MDG Gaming just went live too in Houston. Oh yeah. This is sad. This is sad. This is what happens when you wanted to turn. You knew the side that you were jumping over to. You know everything about the left. You know what you know what their side is like. You thought you were just gonna go over there and be all buddy now. You thought it was all good in the hood as long as you got that corrupt money offshore account filled up. Because nobody knows how much money she made for selling out, but we know damn well that she sold out for a number. All right, she definitely sold out for a number, and I'm sure that money is tucked away real nice, right? Well, this is what you get. It's karma, honestly. And look, the ladies of the View, they're just kind of they're just kind of teaching her a lesson. They're just teaching her, reminding her whose house she's in now. And she don't like it. She's like, damn, I thought it was going to be all sunshines and butterflies and rainbows and unicorns over here. And I thought we could just make up anything and we're all good to go. No. You forgot that you have to follow by the code, the Democratic code. Women over men, feminism over all, communism is the rule of the land, Trump bad, common sense bad. Okay, you can't have common sense in the left. Are you crazy? This is what they do. Now this is a humiliation ritual. That's what this is. Humiliation ritual.
Let me ask you this, because yesterday on X, in a now deleted post, you accused Plattner's accuser of doing, quote, rape for politics, end quote, stating that she had consensual sex with him years ago.
No, I didn't accuse. I said women should report rape.
She should have just said, no. Actually, what I meant to say was that all men are bad and Trump is a Nazi. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry, Sonny. It was a big typo. I was in the middle of typing Nazi, and then all of a sudden a whole paragraph came out. It was just a big typo. I'm sorry, Sonny. But you know what, Sonny? That's why I deleted the post. I made a huge mistake. I don't know what I was thinking. Actually, it was my publicist, my staff, that was writing that for me, and I think they are absolutely fascist. I've fired them ever since. That's why the post is deleted. Okay, we got rid of it. Okay, but yes, all men are bad. All men are evil, and I think we should just get rid of all men. That's what she was supposed to say, and they were like, "Oh yes, I agree. Get rid of all men. Chop their penises off. Throw it out the window and laugh about it." And we can live the world with no peace if we just got rid of men. Even though women can't know peace, even when you get two women in the same room together, it's all you hear is this. It don't matter how long they've been friends, they've been sisters for 20 years. Listen, you get two women in the same room together, and just add a sprinkle of conflict, and it's just, that's all it is. But trust me, if you get rid of all men, you'll know peace. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. I love to see it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you wanted to betray us and flip to the other side? Well, this, ma'am, is exactly what you get. Is exactly what you get. Who was that chick? Who was what chick? Marjorie Taylor Greene? Are you talking about the one that Will was banging? Oh, and the whole point of this was to come in. Oh, what? Candace appears to believe that July 4th marks the date of the Boston Tea Party.
We've been talking about a lot of bad. I think it's now time to talk about something good. You know what's good? The fact that the 4th of July is happening tomorrow. Well, it's not actually that good for me because my husband's English, so it's a very sensitive holiday in my household. But did you know anyways, because he's not watching, that 250 years ago, Americans revolted against imported goods at the Boston Tea Party? Unfortunately, over 85% of grass-fed beef sold in stores is imported from overseas today.
Sorry, let me get my compass out. I'm afraid I don't understand the date and the time here. Is this thing on? It's pointing to the north. What? Ma'am? And you know what? This sounds like a scripted little ad placement.
150 years ago, Americans revolted against imported goods at the Boston Tea Party. Unfortunately, over 85% of grass-fed beef sold in stores is imported from overseas today. We've been talking about a lot of bad. I think it's now time to talk about something good. You know what's good? The fact that the 4th of July is happening tomorrow. Well, it's not actually that good for me because my husband's English, so
Well, I mean, listen, maybe she was rounding it. Maybe she was just like, around 250 years ago.
It's a very sensitive holiday in my household. But did you know anyways, because he's not watching, that 250 years ago, Americans revolted against imported goods at the Boston Tea Party?
Around 250 years ago. Because, it was around 250 years ago. Yeah, 1773. I had to look it up. I was like, I don't remember the month and the date. December 16th, though. I'm like, that's not even July 4th or nothing. I was, yeah, rounding it. Oh boy. But this is why she can't even pronounce burial. Which, by the way, look at that.
It's fucking well.
The alien's costume is coming off. Look at the antennae. You see the antennae coming out of the nose there? The ringolitis.
Fucking world, other than your bigoted, righteous opinions that don't.
Guys, who likes my bigoted opinions? Put your hand down.
Hey.
You say that the man is the leader of the house and is responsible.
What is it?
Responsible for the children, but coming into migration and that's not right.
Okay, what is right?
Equality. And that is something that this world is fundamentally lacking and fundamentally missing.
You know what, I'm going to troll them more. In the words of Jonathan Bowden, discrimination is a moral good and a moral law. The problem is that we do not have equality of outcome in this country. That is a bad idea. The fact is that if the left and what they do with their Marxist understanding of humanity, they believe in equality of outcome. They believe that everyone deserves the same outcome if it comes to citizenship, if it comes to employment, and that's the problem with this country.
Oh, so you're a Tory?
No.
Huh, cute. Don't care.
The antennae are extended.
Get a fucking grip on life. Actually learn what the
I
real
have a
world
firm
is
grip
like.
on my mic and on my life.
No life has you by the balls and you're just falling fucking foul of everything.
Jesus. Anyways. What? I want,
Back to Turning Point USA about his burial.
You repeatedly question.
About his burial.
You repeatedly
haven't seen anything about his burial.
You repeat.
Burial. How come we haven't burial? How come we haven't seen anything about his burial? Burial. 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 How come we haven't seen burial? How come we burial? We haven't seen anything burial. How come we haven't seen anything about his burial?
You repeatedly
of
question.
all in which you live and what came before you.
Burial. 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 Burial.
Light in front of the entire world. What about his burial? How come his burial? How come we haven't seen burial? How come burial? Burial. How come burial?
Do you know if why don't we know his burial? Because bitch, if everyone knew where his burial was, they'd be pissing on it and vandalizing it, probably dig up his body. Come on, do you know how evil these people are that you are essentially defending?
What about his burial?
How come we don't have access to? It's like the fucking idiots that right now screaming on X saying, "Come on, Tommy, show us the police report, Tommy. I know your address is on there, Tommy, but show us the police report, Tommy. If you don't show me the police report, you're just lying, grifting, Tommy. Show us a police report. And fuck you. I ain't showing y'all nothing. Kiss my ass. Let's see what's going on with MDG Gaming. Hate these fucking people, man. Any day now. Oh, there ain't no protest going on right now. They're gonna come out later today.
MDG is what they call me.
DG? You live around here or not?
Nah, well, I mean, sort of. I live in
I saw
Texas.
Climatics is with them last night.
Here, but yeah.
I live down the street that way.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I didn't know Climatics is in Texas.
Everyone's telling me it's like Houston, man, you gotta watch out. I'm like, man, this isn't a bad neighborhood. I've been to Chicago 3 times. I've been to LA. It's like, been to Portland. It's like, I don't know what people are talking about.
Asmongold is in Texas? No way. I know Alex Stein is in Dallas, Texas.
And there's the vehicle,
I'm in Texas.
And they tried going that way, and he's like, there's where he was.
That's him on the floor?
Yeah, that was him. So it's like basically like right in there, yeah.
What is Real Red talking about?
So
just because your Yankee self doesn't like it, kind of loser behavior. What's he talking about?
I mean, it's making national news. BBC's covering it, ABC, CNN. It's.
So it looks like he was just.
Oh.
Yeah, he was driving.
It's silly to make fun how she says it.
Plates.
No, he doesn't understand, y'all. He doesn't understand. He just don't get it. Pronounce? How do you spell pronounce? I'm so dumb. There's an X page where she has trouble pronouncing things. Oh, I can't even spell Owens. Whew, now it's getting hot in here.
Or the alleged shooter, you think they're a patsy?
Of course, they're a patsy. I mean, come on, it's just so dumb. He wasn't even on campus that day. They can't show us one clear image, not even one. All of these cameras, Turning Point has everything in 4K.
You're fired. Who is that? You're
That's
fired.
Tyler Robinson.
Right, where does he go from there?
He gets out of the parking garage on foot into the campus.
You're fired.
And actually goes to the quad area of the campus.
You're fired.
At that time, he.
Whoops. That didn't go too well for her, huh? There's like an account. Oh, that's it.
Natural intuition. I didn't want to then extrapolate and jump to conclusions until I spoke.
Extrapolate? Extrapolate? How do you say it? No, I've done forgot. I heard, okay, extrapolate. Okay. I was like, now that she said extrapolate, it like deleted it out of my brain for a second.
Then extrapolate and jump to conclusions until I spoke with Jillian. If I'm a fraud and I say, oh, well, what we can extrapolate from this biblical text, you know what?
Extrapolate.
But Xavier Poussard, in his book, Becoming Brigitte, is unequivocal about exactly who Jean-Michel Trogneau is. He wants you to know that who Jean-Michel Trogneau is. He wants exactly who Jean-Michel Trogneau is. He wants unequivocal about exactly.
I swear these words are getting deleted out of my brain after she says it.
Know that the tweets The Frankists even charged that the Talmud made use of Christian blood obligatory. We know that the tweets they were sending in the instant were obligatory. Obligatory to send.
You're fired.
The terrible thing that happened, she was doing the obligatory rounds and having to pretend that she likes black people. And she
You're fired.
Of our
Oscillate. How's she gonna say
The
it?
Matrix hates me. I will never win any more accolades. Probably never.
Accolades. I got the accolades. Call the ambulance.
Be invited. Any more accolades. Probably never be invited. You certainly aren't going to win any accolades in Hollywood if you write a script and the protagonist is a part of the nuclear family.
Is it because she can't read the teleprompter, or is it because she just like really thinks these words are said that way?
Write a script and the protagonist in Hollywood you're not going to win any accolades in Hollywood if you write
Accolades. Caricature. Oh God.
And we allowed them to create a caricature of a Republican.
There's this caricature of Candace Owens out there.
The idea that Candace Owens is super hard now is more of a media caricature.
Because maybe you've fallen for a caricature, and you will be caricatured.
And the absurd things that the press will do and try to caricature certain people.
The media did a very good job of creating that caricature of me, trying to defame you, trying to caricature you as an unhinged,
etc.
The FBI, etc. Even the Christian community, etc. The FBI, etc. Soros, etc. Testimonials, photographs, etc. Espionage, weapons, trafficking, etc. Fresh and fit Trump, Alex, etc. Shooters, etc. So look out for, etc. Buying your book.
Isn't that how you say it? Etc. Or is it etc.? How do you say etc.? Damn it! She's like deleting words out of my brain. Etc. 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 It's not etc.
Book, etc. NPR stuff, etc. Paul Morania, East Brandenburg, etc. BLM.
Etc. Right? Okay. Etc.
January 6th, etc. Version.
Because I read it and then I hear her say it and it's just like I forget how to really say these words. Statute of limitations.
Statute of limitations was not up. Oh, lucky for Olivia Duhamel, the statute of limitations.
The statues of limitations
Already expired. So he was never brought to justice, saying that like she had discovered the statute. I want a person who's going to be out there saying limitations was not
isolationist.
It is. We're going isolationalist. Okay.
Isolationalist.
I don't care about women marching in the streets, so that all of our politicians just oblige them. And yeah, so if we're going to do it, like if we're going to do the thing and we're going to say we're not going to be isolationists, a lot of Americans feel depressed by that because we're just going, when are we allowed to just be isolationist, right? When are we allowed to focus on
be oh my God. Isolationalist. I'm so retarded.
Really thought that what you were saying seemed so far outstretched, but now I'm realizing I guess you can just toss another coin in the "I told you so" jar. That's nice that he has entered the fray. Alex Jones jumped into the fray. Since the decision very clearly had to have been made, we were left to assume that it had been made in the umpteenth hour. Constantly instilled in me, I don't, swing for the next team. These are the people who you need to stay away with. And since you've already
need a what?
You need to stay away with people who you need to stay away with.
Who you need to stay away with.
Already completely exacerbated every effort to have a PR machine come after me, who are going to be shouting all sorts of questions like you. Were there tryouts? I don't know. I kind of want to know. Were there tryouts? Was it like curtain call? Did people line up in an auditorium? Well, it sure as heck seems that everything is so fake, and that is.
Did she just ask me a question? I missed it. She sure does hex.
Did people line up in an auditorium? Well, it sure as heck seems.
She just asked me something. Did she just ask me?
Of Erica. They were ever intentional. They wanted the public to recognize that Erica was Charlie's husband. Welcome back to Bride of Erica. They were ever intentional. They wanted the public to recognize that Erica was Charlie's husband. Another interesting little tidbit, a little anecdote. One morning,
Anecdote. Anecdote.
a little anecdote.
Oh my goodness.
Before we get into comments, because I need to know that I'm not the only person who didn't know this. Okay, I didn't know this, but also Savannah didn't know this, so at least two of us didn't know this.
She thinks thunder is the actual bolt of lightning that comes from the sky.
I walked with my husband, and it was thundering, I think. And I was like, oh, no big deal. We can keep walking because there's no lightning. And he was like, what do you mean by that? And I said, you know, like, it's just thunder. Lightning is the problem. And then my husband was like, you know that it can't thunder without lightning, right? That thunder is the sound of lightning. My mind was completely blown. I promise you, in my 35 years of living, I had never heard that. And I just need to know in the live chat right now if this is just a girl thing, because me and Savannah didn't know this, or is this literally...
No, it's just a retard thing. What do we, what?
I really don't remember it. And then suddenly towards the end of Obama, we started hearing all of this rhetoric drummed up. It became...
Okay, you know what? I think I'm done with that. I think I'm done there.
So do you know if there's anything else planned? Because I heard a lot of mixed things last night. I heard stuff was, it seems like sort of, honestly, it's all going by the wind.
If you follow LULAC or Feel, you'll know. Like, okay, they'll be sure and post anything, unless it's like something smaller from a community member, like.
Because I heard the City Hall next week, there's something pretty big planned.
I can see that, yeah. In which case, they'll probably announce that.
Yeah.
Bigger, but.
Okay. And then last night, it just seemed like a lot of people were saying they're just going to keep showing up each night for like some amount of time.
Why would they show up here though? They're probably going to go to the ICE detention center or the processing center.
The only camera was that one.
Oh wow. Those, yeah, that one.
So that's the thing, the one who taught it. But
yeah, besides body cam. But yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, because that's what everyone's like. I thought that's the whole thing was last night was demanding for transparency. Because body cam that can be a lot if they release it, if they decide to. But
TMNT, thank you for the eagle, and
so that's the only camera
happy
there,
poop.
Besides all the cameras that were after.
And another. And thank you for the Sunday.
Just hope this pole doesn't block.
Tennessee Red, thank you for the eagle. Nita, thank you for the happy poop. Shambeer, thank you for the happy poop.
Yeah. Well, some of these cameras are super old.
Like monitor the premises, which is like this, right?
Who got my money?
Like out there.
Who's gonna be hitting that super chat goal today? All right, Iceman, you have a good one, man. Good old shotgun houses.
It is. It is. It's definitely humid this part of Texas.
It's humid in all parts of Texas.
Skedaddle on over. I don't know if y'all saw that. Oh, now the internet's coming back. The internet likes it more. So is the district attorney over here? I saw the district attorney was over here. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting chat. Interesting. Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Were you here last night for
I came yesterday.
Yeah. A lot of people.
And I never seen the street the eyes, guys. I never seen.
Yeah.
You never know which car, what the vehicle the guy's driving, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is very true.
To that old red brick road.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cities here in Texas that use that brick road. Well, they did. Now they covered them up.
Yep.
They forgot to recover them.
White people.
Like if you go to Tyler, Texas, you'll still see a lot of that brick road around.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Red brick road.
I've been here for 45 years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing. 45 years in Houston?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
first time I came here in 1978.
Amazing.
Me too, smart cookie.
1978.
I love me some Texas.
Yeah.
That's
I'm 62 years now.
Oh, you don't look 60. You look pretty young for your age, man. You look.
Thank you. Some people say Gonzalez. My name is Mauri Gonzalez. Say Gonzalez, you're looking good. Yeah, but I'm not feeling good. I spent 9 years in Iraq.
Yeah.
I spent 9 years in Iraq.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they love to cheap out and just put some of that asphalt down.
My son is a cop and another son is in the Marine.
Asphalt that starts to crumble and get potholes in it.
Service runs in the family, huh? Thank you, man. That's great.
It looks great when it first gets done.
Immigrants.
Then a month later, it turns all gray. And then give it some time, and eventually it just starts disappearing. All it needs is some rain, and it starts crackling. I miss when Walmart was 24/7.
I'm from around here, Oregon originally, but came to Texas a while ago, and I like it.
Oregon?
Yeah,
Portland.
Yeah, up there.
Portland.
Yeah, man, I was up there.
It's a nice weather over there, eh?
Yeah.
Houston, man, it's crazy weather. But I spent 9 years in Iraq, man.
I didn't say bricks are better. The bricks suck.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've heard. I have family who went there, and so I've heard a lot of stories on the weather there, and it's like some of them say they'd prefer the heat over there compared to the humidity here.
Just saying they cheap out on it. They do a quick job. They do it really fast, and
you get that coast breeze. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of wondering if.
Looks like they're trying to peel it. They peeled it away though. Now they're going to put more asphalt down. Looks like.
The amount of people that are showing up each night.
That side over there on the right looks fresh.
Because I heard about a protest at a city hall. At some point, either next week.
There's a highway right here by my house that they did asphalt on, and I don't know nothing about it, like how they do it or whatever, but they must have rushed it or something, because the whole way down it's just like bump after bump. It's like a roller coaster almost. Like you just when you're driving down the street, all you hear is all the way down the highway.
It's crazy that they're covering it up. I would want to restore it. It's a beautiful brick.
Like Mexican streets.
Oh yeah.
Shit, trying to drive over that brick in Tyler, Texas, though. Oh no.
With you, man.
I'm worried about popping a tire.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Yep. Holy shit, chat. Cool guy. Real cool guy.
TMNT, thank you for the high five.
Let's get some more water in me.
By the way, guys, if y'all want to help me hit that super chat goal, anything $2 or more goes towards the goal. We are at 3 out of 50 right now. And we're still going to be here for the long haul. We're going to cover the rest of Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing today. We're also going to, I don't know, we're just going to watch some other stuff too. But we're going to have a nice long stream again today. Jeez. And I bet his phone might be overheating sometimes too. I know it gets hot out here. And if you're watching, please hit that like button.
Nice. 14 years now in prison for.
Well,
14 years, yeah.
That's an incredible career.
Yeah.
Alright, chat. We may head out. Damn. We may head out, chat. Oop. Oh yeah.
He didn't wear a hat or nothing? Bro, he should have wore a hat.
Connection's absolutely ass on my phone. There's like nobody here. See, when that guy asked questions, I just said, oh yeah, the same thing happened. I didn't say necessarily if I thought it was good or bad. I just sort of, you know, pseudo word saladed my way through without not saying enough. I kind of seemed half retarded, I felt like, but you know, it's okay.
Good job, I guess.
Okay. But not a lot going on here. The district attorney showed up and left.
No photo op? Dang. The DA didn't get a photo op? Got the hell out of there.
So, you guys want to see a FIFA watch party, or you want to see the ocean? I want to see the ocean. What do you guys want to do? Kind of need to find a spot with better internet.
Said no hat, this man's not gonna make it.
Next time, knock.
It's 99 degrees over here where I'm at. 99 degrees, cooking. I got 2 fans on me, my window unit on me. We doing it, baby. We doing it, baby. We're doing it, y'all. Oh, we got fraud, please. What do we got going on right now?
So I'm not getting too much here.
Yes, good morning.
Morning. I guess obviously this is a big deal for this community. I know the community is also focusing on this ICE shooting.
Sure.
I guess
A lot of people are calling for an independent investigation from the city and HPD. What can you say about if that's something that you will be looking into?
I share their desires. The challenge is we have no jurisdiction.
Sucks to suck.
I know that.
Yep.
We have
Too bad.
no officers involved in the tragedy. Nowhere near. We do not interact with ICE. So when there is a tragedy and ICE is present, their actions actually created the situation. They immediately called.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Their actions created the situation. Detaining an illegal immigrant created the situation. Are you kidding me? Doing their job created the situation? That's insane.
So we had no ability to have HPD homicide investigators, and certainly no patrolmen were involved. So we're very limited. We have a fine police chief who has relationships from working in criminal justice for many years. He's not involved in the discussions. Obviously, we expressed to all the federal agencies, but really through our federal elected officials. This is a time for the federal government to oversee their employees. Now, I could play politics with it and say we're going to do this, but even the DA yesterday, in writing, said if he got information, he wouldn't be able to take it to a state grand jury. We are a state and local police department. The DA represents Harris County.
This is John Whitmer, right? He is the mayor of Houston, a Democrat, of course. A Democrat.
So I will meet with anyone, and certainly I have colleagues that would like to see an independent. I said it in council. Go look at the video. We expect a transparent, independent investigation. And I've talked to our local congressional delegation. Use your office. Use the Speaker of the House, presiding officer of the Senate, the cabinet. Use those on the budget committees. Get ICE held accountable. And it's taken too long already for ICE to share with us what they know that we don't have access to.
Thank God they don't have the jurisdiction to do anything, because they'd be doing what Minneapolis is doing, even though they don't have the jurisdiction either. But they would be launching bogus investigations just to simply arrest an ICE agent and drag them to the streets just to please their voter base. Has nothing to do with real justice. Has nothing to do with accountability or anything like that. No, it's just literally hunting ICE agents to make them a political prisoner and an example, make an example out of them.
So thank you for your question. We're monitoring this literally around the clock. I have such a diverse group with me today, but certainly our city council looks like Houston. I can't say enough for the district council member, Martinez. I know he's grieving with the family. I'm in regular contact with civic and community leaders, but I can't promise something that I can't deliver. That's just not who John Whitmire is.
Yeah, why don't you go worry about, your city that's crumbling around you? First of all, budget deficit, projected budget deficit for 2027, $209 million. Okay. Why don't you go worry about that first? And then you can come over here trying to pretend to play politics. Okay.
And I've been through crisis before. I'm transparent, I'm candid, and I'm honest with you. I'm not going to promise something that I can't carry out. So we have to work together. We have to work through our federal officials. We have 2 U.S. senators, very powerful individuals. We have a very diverse House of Representatives from Houston. So they need to use their offices. This is a federal matter. And we have no access to the evidence. We were not involved. And we do have high expectations for ICE, the FBI, and the federal government.
Mayor Whitmire, what's stopping HPD from attempting to conduct its own investigation and gather its own evidence?
He just told you that it's out of his jurisdiction. The federal government handles it. Ain't nothing the local or state government can do. Nothing.
You don't have access to the FBI's evidence.
You just gave the answer. If you don't have access to something, how do you investigate it?
So HPD's not going to try and
No.
investigation or gather its own
HPD cannot
evidence?
try because we have no access to the event.
Obviously, this journalist doesn't understand the Constitution and the Supremacy Clause. Oh well, yeah. Oh well, yeah. Well, it sucks, huh?
We weren't there. So you tell me, what would you have one do that would be real and productive and honest?
Yeah, tell us.
HPD wants the answers as bad as anyone. We're a community police department, evidenced by us being here today. If HPD could turn on a switch, pick up a piece of paper, we would have already done it. But
trust me, I believe you. You would love to lynch an ICE agent in order to get a point across. They would love to arrest an ICE agent and drag them through the streets. They would love to do it. But he's over here seething and coping because he ain't got no ability to do it. And he's like, why are y'all embarrassing me?
you ask that question, that we have no jurisdiction, wouldn't honestly have any information to start with.
So you wouldn't be able to collect security evidence? Like
no.
Has asked
No,
for,
I've spoken to the DA. It's in writing. It's in writing. When I spoke to him at 4 o'clock yesterday, he would like nothing better than to be able to take something to a grand jury. But we have nothing to take to a grand jury because even HPD has no access to the events that occurred.
The DA is Sean Thier. He's also a Democrat, elected in 2024.
What we can do is work through our elected officials. It's their responsibility to govern the federal government. And I asked them, and they're a good group. They were speaking out yesterday, but we've got to do more than words. Pick up the phone, ask for meetings. Go out. The regional FBI office is on 290. Ask for appointments. It has to be the jurisdiction that controls ICE and the FBI. I've got a huge daily responsibility of keeping Houston safe by enforcing state and local laws.
He's not doing a very good job of that.
A darn good job. But we can't run the federal government because our hands are tied. You know it, and I know it.
Chief Diaz, I wanted to ask you, obviously Mayor Whitmire is saying this is a federal investigation. Is there anything at all that HPD can do, and are you looking into?
Is that Telemundo? That little mic right there?
Federal investigation.
Telemundo.
Is there anything at all that HPD can do, and are you looking into any avenues?
Nope.
There's absolutely nothing that we can do with it other than communication with both DHS OIG, who is working the shooting component of the investigation, and the Bureau, who's working the crime scene.
I love it.
Their responsibility, their prerogative. There's federal rules that prohibit us, and this office will not put anybody in jeopardy for an obstruction of justice charge.
So, long story short, they can't do nothing. Oh, well. So you can go out here and protest. You can yell and scream all you want. You can go in the streets and riot. But you are not getting anything done. And that's just the way it is. You're going to listen to that response from DHS. You're going to like it. You're going to sit down. You're going to shut the hell up. And that's it. Sorry. Oh, well. It's just the way it is. All right. We've been live for 2 hours already, y'all. What's up, man? How y'all doing? Hit that like button if you haven't already. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be covering the Houston protest tonight after the Tyler Robinson preliminary trial, which has another probably 3 hours set to go. All right. Hopefully you guys had your lunch already. Thank you, Scott, for the $5 on Cash App. Said thanks, Stu, for the commentary. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you, brother. Y'all want to hit that super chat goal? Anything $2 or more goes towards the goal. Well, I'm not sure if there's going to be another protest, but they said they were going to be back out here tonight. So we'll see what happens. I know MDG Gaming is out there. He's in Houston right now, giving us a live stream of what's going on out there. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So this is as long as a trial. Exactly. It's a preliminary hearing. It's supposed to be like 30 minutes. Here's the dead body. Here's the bullet. Here's the guy. Okay. Are we ready to do his trial? Yep. Let's get it going. Okay. But the defense is raising hell. They're pretty much objecting to every piece of evidence. This mountain of evidence that the state has, they're trying to object to all of it. They're trying to get as much of it shut out or not introduced into the courtroom as much as possible. And they have failed quite a lot. If anything, they stopped it from us seeing it right now and made us have to wait until, until the actual trial starts, which it'll be months from now. Heavy Hook, my brother, thank you for the 5, man. God bless ICE. Deport every illegal MAGA baby. Deport them all. Oh, I guess I can remove the chat, the pinned chat. Now, if you guys want to help me grow my platform on Kick, you can click on this link right here. We are trying to grow the platform over there. There's no ads over there, by the way.
Please be seated.
As a matter of fact, let's do that.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and all parties. We left off with Agent Davis being excused from the stand, no cross-examination. And
you can watch this stream ad-free by clicking that link and going to Kick. Right. Signing up over there and giving me a follow.
And being brought into the courtroom.
I'll be right back.
Right, Sergeant, if you'd like to come forward, you're still under oath from your previous testimony from the previous day. So if you'd just like to come up to the witness stand, be seated to your left. Behind the monitor should be a bottle of water. After you're situated, if you wouldn't mind just pulling that microphone toward you to ensure that the audio is picked up. Mr. McBride, your witness.
Sergeant Falmuina, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We briefly covered some of your involvement in this case the other day. I want to return back to your initial assignment to this case. When were you first assigned to go to the campus of Utah Valley University?
on September 10th of 2025.
What time did you get that assignment?
I believe it was approximately 1:30 p.m.
And where were you when you received that assignment?
I was at a headquarters office in Salt Lake.
And did you go directly down to the campus?
Yes, I did.
And will you describe what you're seeing as you arrived there?
Yes, when I arrived there, I actually arrived onto or near the south end of campus, and that's where I saw multiple police cars as well as multiple officers from various agencies. Then I was asked to respond to our command post, which was in the Fugel building there.
And the Fugel building, we've had some testimony about this, but is that just to the south of the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
And were you there while officers were securing campus?
It's cooking out here today.
And do you know generally how that was done?
I don't know the specifics, but I do know that officers were canvassing the area, trying to look for a suspect, but also trying to see if anyone else was injured, and then making sure that the scene was secure and that no unauthorized people were allowed in.
And I think you testified earlier. What was your primary assignment?
My primary assignment at the campus, as well as throughout the case, was to oversee the crime scenes as well as the physical evidence.
Before you could do your work on the crime scenes, did the campus have to become secure?
Yes, it did.
And did that involve making sure there was no active shooter on campus?
Yes.
And did that involve officers searching buildings and clearing buildings throughout campus?
Yes.
You mentioned that were there multiple areas that were processed by you and other crime scene analysts in this case?
Yes, there was. Would you like me to go over them?
Let me direct you to a few of them. Well, yes, please mention the scenes.
Yes, so one scene was a courtyard area, or I guess what we could also refer to as the amphitheater where the event took place. The other scene would have been the Fulton Library, where there were two bus stops. And then another would have been the wooded area. And then the last one would have been the Lovlosi Center building, as well as the ground below.
All right, let's start with the rooftop. What was who was assigned to process the rooftop area?
The team that was assigned to process that was the Utah Bureau of Forensic Services, or also known as our state crime lab.
And generally, what does processing an area involve?
Processing includes documentation, sketching, as well as taking photographs, marking, as well as labeling evidence, and then determining how to package them properly, as well as also just trying to ID anything probative.
On the rooftop was evidence found.
Take it easy, Big Ed.
What types of evidence were found on the rooftop?
One item of evidence that was found was a screwdriver. Another one would have been what we believe was the shooter's perch. That was determined that was easy to see at night. Using oblique lighting, we could see disturbances in the gravel on the rooftop. And then on the northeast edge, our team also found some swipes on the ledge of that rooftop that was also collected.
Okay, so northeast ledge. And is this the dropping off point?
Yes, it is.
You said swipes. What does that mean, swipes?
Swipes is, I would describe it as kind of hand marks or any type of marks that is left by something that causes some type of disturbance.
Okay. And where on the ledge were those located?
Those were located right on the edge of that right on the edge of that rooftop. And then right below, we also had some other swipes as well as some other impressions. And then below that was a glass window where we also located some latent prints.
Okay. I want to return to what you've referred to as the perch, the sniper position. Were measurements taken from that sniper position to the tent where Charlie Kirk was seated?
Yes.
Do you know the distance?
Yeah, so the distance from the perch area directly to the tent where Mr. Kirk was sitting was approximately 415 feet. If you take into, and this, if you break it down, so from the perch to the tent, you're looking at is basically like this. And this is the perch, and this is the tent.
And now you're describing, I'm sorry, I have to make a record. You're describing an angle, a slope downward from the perch to the location of the tent. Is that accurate?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Yeah, so the angle, so again, the distance, the perch to the tent was approximately 415 feet. If you think about it, or without taking into account the elevation drop, it was actually 410 feet, so just horizontal straight across. And then the elevation difference between that is approximately 68 feet.
Okay, 410 feet from the perch to the tent with a 68-foot vertical drop. Is
Yes.
that right?
It's a rough angle.
A rooftop. Were shoe impressions found?
And people keep on saying.
Yes, there is.
People think that that bullet and that caliber is supposed to like erupt his neck, right?
That you've talked about.
Yes, they did.
And this is a good point to read a stipulation into the record.
All right.
The language of this has been agreed upon by the parties. The parties stipulate that investigators at the crime scene observed latent fingerprints and a palm print on a glass window near the area where the individual landed when the individual jumped from the rooftop of the Losi Center at UVU. SBI fingerprint examiner Elisa Farmer examined images of these latent fingerprints and the palm print and determined that only 3 of the latent prints, 11B, 11C, and 11D, were of comparable or of poor comparable value. She excluded Tyler Robinson as the source of any of these 3 latent prints. Ms. Farmer reviewed other prints on the window and found that they did not have adequate value for comparison. Subsequent examinations of these 3 latent or actual latent prints by the FBI were inconclusive. That area that was described in that stipulation, is that the area in the glass window that you're talking about?
Yes, that is.
That's on the northeast corner of the Losi Center?
Yes.
And that's the area where we see in a video an individual drop from the roof?
Yes.
I want to move on to another area, the courtyard. First, will you describe what that area of the crime scene looked like?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, you have different steps. I believe there were maybe like five or six, covered in grass. When I was there were personal belongings spread throughout. There was a tent towards the west end of that courtyard area, as well as some banners and some barriers as well.
Was that area processed for evidence as well?
Yes, it was.
What was done to process that area?
Photography, as well as just examining the tent area to see if there's anything there.
And who is assigned to process the courtyard area?
The FBI.
I want to take you to another area, a wooded area. Was there a wooded area that was processed as well?
Yes, there was.
Will you describe first?
He's joking.
Yes, so this area
he
is
said Israel. He was just joking.
Of the Losi Center building.
That's a joke, everybody.
Across from Campus Drive.
Your Honor, could we publish Exhibit 35, please?
Yes.
It depends on what live stream you're watching.
I'll put up the hard copy.
Because if we were at Candace Owens or Myron Gaines and we said Israel, everyone in the chat would be like, "Yeah, facts, facts, bro, 100 facts, no cap, no cap, bro." On God, bro, no cap, facts, 100.
Can we publish the oh, thank you. All right, on the screen in front of you, will you take a look at Exhibit 35?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Will you take a moment to orient yourself on that map and tell me when you've found the relevant points that help you understand what this map is of?
Yes.
Do you see the courtyard on that map? Kimberly, can you zoom in?
1-800-FACTS as fuck.
The center of the. There's a pointer on the screen. Is that the courtyard?
Yes, that is.
All right. Now, the Low C Center, will you describe, well, let's jump to the wooded area. Where is the wooded area that you're talking about, seeing that was processed?
Yep, the wooded area, if you go from the courtyard and you go northeast, you're going to come across this big parking lot. And then if you just go directly north to that.
Okay. This is, at this point, it might be easiest for you to actually indicate on the physical map. If you don't mind just standing up, I'll give you a handheld mic here.
Yes, so the wooded area is approximately right here in this area.
Okay, so just to make a record of the area, on the northern, I guess I'll say, and north is up on this map, is that right?
Yes.
Do you know where Campus Drive is?
Yes, Campus Drive is this road that winds right along here.
Okay, and so that's kind of the windy road that begins in the upper left-hand corner of the exhibit and winds down through the center of the map and kind of exits to the middle right side of the map, is that right?
Yes.
And the wooded area, where is it in relation to the Campus Drive?
It is north of Campus Drive.
Okay, kind of in that, probably the center right of the map, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Is this the
Will you
courtyard
describe-
where he was at?
First off, what is on the south side across the street from the wooded area?
Yeah, so on the south side of the south side of the wooded area, we have the computer science building, which is to, I guess, east. And then we have a parking structure, and we have a walkway along here in between that connects the computer science building and the Losi Center building. And then right onto the southwest of the parking lot area is going to be the Losi Center building.
Okay. Now, you referred to the area across the street from the wooded area as a parking structure. That's a parking lot, right?
I'm sorry.
And there is a parking structure on campus, correct?
Yes, there is.
But that's different than the parking lot you just mentioned.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where he came off the street right here. That camera is over here, looking
Back to
this
the wooded
way.
area. What was found?
He walks down here, goes in the building, goes up the stairs right here.
You can take that.
May you repeat your question?
Was anything of evidentiary value found in the wooded area?
Yes, in the wooded area, a rifle that was wrapped in a dark colored towel was found there.
And how did you learn about that?
I found that out because just a little bit before 6 p.m. That day, I received a call from Utah County Sheriff's Office, who was tasked with searching that area.
Do you know why they searched that area in the first place?
Yeah, so they searched that area because I received a video that was from the UVU security footage. This was received by our command post on scene, and it showed who we believe was the shooter on the rooftop run from the southwest corner all the way to the northeast corner, jump down, and then continue to the northeast side of that campus, and then cross the street to Campus Drive, and then the suspect was out of camera's view after that.
Okay, so he ran basically toward and into that wooded area.
Yes.
All right. What were you told from the sheriff's office?
I was told that they found a gun, and from there I asked them to hold the scene, and that myself and FBI ERT team, the lead, Special Agent Kamak, would be en route.
Okay. FBI ERT, FBI Evidence Response Team, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you go to that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the weapon?
Yes.
Will you describe what you saw?
Yep. What I saw was a rifle that was, or at the time before even having removed it, we found, or in the bushes, we found all you could really see was just a dark towel there.
What's going on, 555-999?
Then eventually,
you doing good over here?
The gun or the towel was removed, and then once we removed the towel from the bushes is when we uncovered that the towel was actually used to wrap the gun in.
Have you reviewed State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3? Do you remember reviewing these?
Yes.
And are they accurate photographs of the weapon when it was recovered and shortly thereafter?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibits 10, 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3.
Defense?
No additional objections.
All right, and as it relates to publication, if any?
Yes, I would ask that these be published at all 3 levels.
All right, any input, Mr. Burt?
Same objections.
All right, I'll note the standing objections from defense. Those are overruled. And 10.10, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3 are admitted into evidence and may be published both in the courtroom and through the use of the camera.
If we can please publish number 10. Thank you. You have in front of you on the screen Plaintiff's Exhibit 10. Will you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes, what we are looking at here is actually the bushes where the dark colored towel and the gun were found. You can kind of see the dark colored towel towards the right hand side of the screen in the middle, right middle.
Kimberly, can you zoom into that area, please? All right, is this a better view of the towel?
Yes, it is.
If we can go to Exhibit 10.1. Will you describe what we're looking at in Exhibit 10.1?
Yes, this is a mid-range shot of, again, the towel that was used, or of the towel and within the bushes.
All right. When this was found and you arrived on scene, what happened with that weapon?
We removed it from the bushes, or say FBI Special Agent Kamak removed it from the bushes. We then placed it on a cardboard box, took pictures of it, and then we removed the towel, packaged the towel separately, took additional pictures of the gun, and then rendered it safe on scene.
Okay, I'll ask you about that more in a minute, but let's go to number 10.2. Will you describe what we see here?
Yeah, so what you see here now is the dark colored towel and the rifle that is in the towel, and it is in a cardboard box.
Why is the towel still around the gun?
We wanted to document as to how it was found.
All right, let's go to 10.3. Is this the rifle?
Yes, it is.
You described making the rifle safe.
Real quick, I just want to go back real quick.
Then rendered it safe on scene.
So that, okay.
And
that's how they found it.
Will you describe?
Then they put it in the cardboard box, letting you know this is how it was covered up.
Cartridges in.
And this is it right here.
I think the thing was in the chamber, and then let's say carefully remove anything that was in the chamber and below it.
All right. What is?
We've never seen that picture where it's under the bush.
An auto ejecting gun.
Yep. A bolt action is one where the user actually has to manipulate the bolt. So they would actually have to turn, or they would actually have to pull it back and forward to, whether it be to load it, lock it, as well as extract anything that's in it. Unlike a semi-auto gun, that is one, every single time you pull the trigger, a bullet will be fired, and then from there, a casing will be extracted out, as well as a new cartridge will then be automatically fed into the chamber.
So if you shoot a bolt action rifle, does that spent shell casing automatically exit the gun?
No, it does not. It will stay in there until the person that is handling the gun actually removes the bolt, or actually pulls the bolt back, and then the casing will be extracted out.
Were you present when this weapon was made safe?
Yes, I was.
Will you describe what was found when that happened?
Yeah, so when we rendered the gun safe, we found in it, when we removed the bolt back, we found one 30-06 cartridge case, or say a fired cartridge case, and we also found 3 unfired cartridges, all with engravings on them.
Okay. I want to make sure we understand the language you're using. When you say cartridge case and you say cartridge, what do you mean?
Yep. So a cartridge is basically the round itself, right? The whole round. And the round consists of the cartridge case, and then the powder, and then the bullet on top. So the cartridge case, the term is used for something that has been fired already. A cartridge is an unfired round.
Okay. Cartridge is the unfired round that still has the bullet, the powder, and all that.
Yes.
Cartridge case is the fired, is a round that has been fired and it's just the empty brass casing, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any, so there was, I just want to make sure I understand, a fired cartridge case and 3 unfired cartridges?
Yes.
Was there anything distinctive about these items?
All 4 of them had engravings on them.
Did you observe those engravings?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe them right there on scene?
Yes, I did.
And what was done with, let's talk about each of those things. First, the towel. What was done with the towel?
The towel was packaged it was packaged and then it was eventually provided to the FBI.
What was done with the firearm?
The firearm was also packaged and then provided to the FBI as well.
Did the firearm go to the FBI or the ATF?
Oh, sorry, correction. First it went to the FBI and then to be in their custody, and then it was then sent to the ATF lab.
Okay. And the rounds, the cartridge and cartridge cases,
Yep.
cartridges and cartridge case.
Yes. All those were packaged, originally provided to the FBI, then was sent to the ATF lab.
Right? And were each of those items tested?
Yes, they were.
And in the testing, were they photographed?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the photo, and were they photographed by the ATF when they were tested?
Yes, they were.
Have you reviewed their photographs?
Yes.
And were you previously shown States Exhibits 19, 20, 21, and 22?
Yes.
And are those photographs that the ATF, or that you received back from the ATF, of those cartridges and the cartridge case?
Yes.
Did they have the same appearance and etchings that you saw when you observed them removed from the gun?
Yes.
And did those photographs accurately capture those etchings?
Yes.
I move to admit States Exhibits 19 through 22.
Mr. Burt.
Additional objections.
All right, I'll note the standing objections. Those objections overruled, and 19, 20, 21, and 22 are admitted. And as to publication, Mr. McBride.
I would move to publish these exhibits at all 3 levels.
All right, any further objection from?
No further objections.
Thank you. Again, I note the standing objections as are overruled. They may be published both in the courtroom and captured by the media camera.
Let us start with Exhibit 19, please.
And these court cases put me to sleep, I'll tell you that.
What are we looking at here in Exhibit 19?
This is the cartridge case that was recovered from the gun.
And what position was this in the gun?
This was this is what was in the chamber.
Okay. And the chamber meaning that's where a cartridge is before or when it is fired, correct?
Yes.
Do you notice an inscription or an etching on this cartridge case?
Yes, I do.
Will you read what that says?
Yes. Notices bulge.
And if we can go down to page 2 of the exhibit, will you read what this says?
OWO, what's?
And to page 3?
This.
And question mark, correct?
Yes, question mark.
All right, if we go to State's Exhibit
Cruz,
20.
are you joking with us? Or are you really saying that? You're not really saying that, right? There was no blood when he was shot?
Is this a photograph?
He must be. I think he's just joking.
Of the gun?
Yes, it is.
And what are we looking at here in this view of page 1?
He's got to be joking.
20?
This is the head stamp of it, and it says it is according to the head stamp, it is a Remington 30-06 Springfield.
Is that a different caliber than a .223 round?
Yes, it is.
Will you look at page 2 of Exhibit 20? Will you read the market?
And Cruz is cool. Just chill out, guys. But I don't know. I don't know if he's just pulling our fucking leg, but.
Catch.
And page 4.
Cruz, you're wrong, bro. You're so wrong. You are so wrong. It's insane how wrong you are. Look at these engravings.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 21.
We've never seen these engravings. Hold on, I gotta go back. I'm sorry, y'all. We're over here talking over them and shit. Hey, fascist.
Hey, fascist.
And page 3 and page 4.
Up arrow, right arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow.
Up, right, down, down, down.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 21. Found in the gun.
Yes.
Will you read the inscription here?
Oh, Bella Chow.
Page 2.
Chow, chow.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 22.
This dude was so lame. He was such a lame.
Another round that was found from the gun, correct?
Yes.
Will you please read the letters here?
Is he gonna laugh when he hears the...
Page 2.
This, comma, your, or correction, this, comma, you are
Page 3.
gay.
And page 4.
You laughing, Tyler Robinson? This is what you fucking wanted, isn't it? I wish he laughed right now and the judge said, get his ass out of my courtroom. Get the duct tape, spit mask, duct tape his ass to the floor. Shut him up.
All right, after processing...
I wish he did do some shit like that.
University in Orem.
That was your moment to shine, son.
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in St. George?
My role was overseeing the execution of the search warrants at both Mr. Robinson's residence as well as his parents' residence.
And we've had testimony that Mr. Robinson was arrested there. Was he fingerprinted and his DNA taken?
They were actually taken at the Utah County Sheriff's Office jail.
After he was transported to
Yes.
Utah County? Okay, you said that there was... were items of evidence collected from him after he was arrested?
Yes, there was.
From his person. What were those things?
They were his clothing that he was wearing at the time of his arrest, to include shirts, pants, underwear, as well as shoes and anything that were in his pockets.
Do you remember what tops he had on?
I believe it was a maroon top.
And was there any other top layer that was collected that you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go to, you said there were a couple of homes that were searched there, is that right?
Yes.
Whose homes was that?
One of them was where Mr. Robinson and Mr. Twiggs resided, and the other was Robinson's parents' residence.
I want to ask you about the defendant's home. What items will you describe some of the items that were collected from that home?
Yep. Some items collected in that home were a Dremel tool and its bits container, as well as two Remington boxes of 30-06 ammunition, as well as some 30-06 cartridge cases, and a handful of long guns or rifles, a revolver, as well as a burned paper.
All right, I want to ask you about clothing as well. Was any clothing collected from the townhome?
Yes, there was.
How about shoes?
Yes.
What kind of shoes?
Two shoes were collected from the home. One was a Converse shoes, gray in color with white laces, I believe a size 10.5. And then another Converse shoes that were also gray, but had gray laces instead, but were of a different size that I can't remember.
I think you said that you collected boxes of ammunition. Do you remember what caliber that ammunition was?
Yes, there are a handful, but the one that I recall was 30-06.
And you also said you found some cartridge cases. Do you remember what caliber those cartridge cases were?
Yes, those were also 30-06.
If we can display just to the witness Exhibit 23. Do you recognize Plaintiff's Exhibit 23?
Yes, I do.
And is that an accurate photograph of the cartridge casings and some of the bullets you found?
Yes.
I would move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 23.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right, I'll note the standing objections by defense. Overrule those objections and admit into evidence State's Exhibit 23 as to publication, Mr. McBride.
I would move to publish at all 3 levels.
All right, it is published to the courtroom as well as maybe broadcast via the camera.
As that's coming up, where did you find these?
I found these in what we would consider the spare bedroom, right next to Tyler's bedroom, on top of a safe.
How do you know which bedroom was Tyler's bedroom?
We determined that based off of some documents we found in what we believe was Tyler's bedroom, such as mail that was addressed to him, as well as some school documents as well.
And again, in relation to, will you describe the layout of the house in that area?
Yep, so this was on the second floor. As you're coming up the stairs, if you turn the left up the stairs, you're going to run into 2 bedrooms, and that is on the south end of that residence. The southeast bedroom would be Tyler's, and then the southwest would be the
test shot
bedroom. Again, if you go back to the stairs and you make a right-hand turn, that is where you're now on the north end of that residence, and that is now Twig's bedroom.
And where were these items here in 23 found?
These were found on the southwest, or in the southwest bedroom, the one right next to Tyler's bedroom.
And you said on top of a safe?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Will you describe what we're looking at in Exhibit 23?
Exhibit 23 are the 5 cartridge casings we found on top of the safe. All were .30-06 Springfield caliber, and one of them had an engraving that said "test shot" on it.
You've talked about Springfield, Remington. Are these 30-06s? Are they the same type of round as was found in the gun?
Yes.
All right. Did you find any .30-06 weapons in that house?
No, we did not.
All right. Did you search the closet on the first floor?
Yes, I did.
What did you find in the closet? In
the closet, we found on the ground some shooting targets with perforations in it, as well as on the shelf, we found a Dremel tool with bits container.
All right, a Dremel tool with bits. What is a Dremel tool?
It's basically like a handheld device where you can make etchings or engravings on things.
What are bits?
Bits would be I guess like a sharp edge or something that would actually cause the etchings that you would put into the tool.
Is this kind of like a drill bit?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the Dremel and the bits?
We photographed them in place, took additional pictures, packaged them, then sent them for testing to the ATF.
All right. You also mentioned targets. Were those targets photographed?
Yes, they were.
I want to show you on your end. Have you reviewed Plaintiff's Exhibit 25 before?
Yes.
And is that an accurate photograph of those targets that you found?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 25.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
All right, I note the standing objection, and those objections are overruled.
Excuse me, sorry.
Oh, well, did you want to, in regards to publication?
Yes,
overruled.
So admission before publishing. I would move to publish those at all 3 levels.
All right. Any further comment, Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
Again, all right, noting the standing objections, those are overruled. State's Exhibit 25 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom as well as captured by the media camera.
Will you describe what we're looking at here?
Yes, so these were shooting targets we found in the closet, and each of them have have perforations in them.
You say perforations, what do you mean?
Holes in them.
Those holes consistent with?
Objection. Foundation on this opinion.
Mr. McBride, do you want to weigh in upon that objection?
No, I'll submit it. I'll lay foundation if the objection is sustained.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. Holes. Have you ever shot a gun before?
Yes, I have.
When you hit a target, what happens to the target when it's hit with a bullet?
Hit with a bullet, there's holes in it, what we call perforations, because there's an entrance as well as an exit.
Looking at State's Exhibit 25, I'm going to ask the question that was objected to. You said there's perforations in those. Are those consistent with bullet holes?
Yes.
And I would ask you to describe where those perforations are there's 3 targets here, right?
Yes.
Let's look at the far right target first. Where are the perforations in relation to the bullseye?
They're all probably within the 7, 6, and 8 ring.
Is there a perforation up at the upper left-hand corner of that rightmost target?
Yes, there is.
Do any of those hit the bullseye?
No.
Okay, looking at the center target, will you describe where the perforations are in relation to the bullseye there?
It is closer, but still not it. Most of them are to the left of the bullseye in rings, let's say 9 and 8.
All right, and then the leftmost target, will you describe where the perforations are there?
Yeah. The perforations are actually closer to the bullseye as well, actually one being in it.
All right, you described also collecting a burnt note. We can take down 25. Thank you. Will you describe where that note was found and what it looked like to you?
Yeah, the burnt note was found in the trash can located in the kitchen. The way it looked like to me, it looked like, say you're at like a campfire and someone burns paper.
What was done with that?
That was also collected and that was sent to the FBI for analysis.
Was it photographed?
Yes, it was.
And have you reviewed State's Exhibit 24?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of the note?
Yes.
I move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 24.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
All right. And to publication?
I move to publish at all 3 levels.
All right. I'm going to note the standing objection by defense, overrule those objections. And State's Exhibit 24 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom and may be captured by the media camera.
Do you see here on the screen Plaintiff's Exhibit 24?
Yes, I do.
It looks like as to the evidence tag, it's actually upside down. Is that right?
Yes.
Does it look like there's any writings on that note, on that burnt paper?
Yes.
Will you point that out for the judge where the writing is?
Yep.
And describe what you're pointing at, kind of the general location on the image?
Yeah. So the part that I'm pointing out is the paper that you can still see the lines in them, and as well as some handwriting as well to the edge, to the left edge of that piece of paper.
All right. Have you also observed the image of a note that was recovered from Lance Twiggs' phone?
Yes.
And I'd like to show you side by side Exhibit 24. And there on the left you see Exhibit, well, that's good. There on the left we see Exhibit 24. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And on the right you see, on the right is 24, on the left it's 16.
Let me stop you, Mr. McBride. I'm not sure. Is this being broadcast?
Let's take that down.
All right.
Exhibit 24, thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 16.3. I would move to publish Exhibit 16.3 and 24 side by side. I think they're currently on the council monitors.
So 16.3 has already been admitted. transmitted.
And I don't remember the court's order if this was to be captured by electronic media or not.
No, it was not.
Okay.
Is that does that comport with defense's memory as well?
It does.
All right. So 16.3 was published to the courtroom, but not to be captured by the media. So
Very well.
as it's, and what is your request?
To comply with the court's order.
All right. So 16.3 and Exhibit 24 may be published side by side only to the courtroom itself and not on to be captured by the camera.
Oh my God. Is this real? Y'all want to see the governess?
And Wisner.
The lady that's stalking me on X right now?
Little bitches, go get your
This is her.
Annette Suzanne Wisner.
little bitches, go get your fucking lesbian
That's her.
flag. Go get your fucking gay flag. Go get your fucking Palestine flag. You lost the election. Your party has no values. Your party sticks up for illegal immigration. Your party does all this bullshit, and that's why your party lost. Put that online.
My party? I'm not a Democrat. I'm a communist, bitch.
That was Annette Suzanne Wisner, 46 years old. On July 17th, she confronted peaceful protesters on the overpass between Springfield and Eugene, Oregon. But it didn't stop there. She followed one of the protesters to their car and continued to harass them. Take a look.
This bitch is fucking following me to my car. Look. Check that out.
Yeah, get your license plate.
Yeah, get it. What are you pissed about? What are you pissed about? What's the matter? What are you triggered about? About what?
You guys are going down.
Oh, I hope so.
I'm going to the police right now.
Oh, you should. In fact, the police were just here, actually.
That the magistrate can
Yeah.
weigh the evidence and is weighing in
Oh,
on
she's
this
so
evidence,
mad.
so
She's so
we
stressed.
admitting
I feel
this.
so bad for her.
Now you might be wondering, why did Annette stop and harass?
As it relates to the testimony,
We don't need people like that on our side.
court is going to overrule the objection and allow the testimony to be given. Again, whether the court accepts or doesn't accept that.
That woman is literally stalking me on X right now, harassing me,
Thank you. Do you see any?
hitting me with hate speech nonstop. I'm Hispanic. I'm a protected class. And she's hitting me with all the hate speeches. Send her a cease and desist? Nah, I'd rather just keep poking the bear. It's a declawed bear with no teeth. So I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Did you also collect the defendant's car?
Yes.
Where did you collect that from?
That was collected at the Robinsons' parents' home.
And will you describe that vehicle?
Yep, that vehicle is a gray-colored Dodge Challenger.
All right. You've mentioned that you sent several items to the ATF and the FBI for testing. And did you receive reports back from both of those entities with results of their testing?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show you on the witness's screen only right now, or counsel's screens, Exhibit 30.
All right, while you're doing that, Mr. McBride, and also, could we go ahead and take down State's Exhibit 35? I know it's just in the background, but just to
Your protected class, Tanis.
be consistent on displaying of exhibits. All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Did Luigi engrave bullets? I don't really remember the Luigi case that much.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 30.
I think, you know what? I think he engraved his bullets.
Yes, this is
Maybe
the
it's
ATF
because he was
report that I
influenced by
received
Luigi.
regarding the DNA testing on the gun and cartridge casings. Or sorry, correction, cartridge case and cartridges.
Thank you. And is this in the same condition as it was when you received it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 30.
I guess that's a new MO of the left right now.
All right, I note.
Yeah, Luigi did, right? He said delay, denied, depose. Okay.
Location, Mr.
That's the new MO. I think the
Deals with DNA testing.
the assassin from Dallas, Texas, the one that was
Have it published at all.
trying to sue
So noting the standing objection.
the one with the sniper on the ICE facility.
Objection pursuant to.
I think he engraved bullets too.
2, State's exhibits, and this is 30?
30.
State's Exhibit 30 is admitted into evidence and may be published on screen in the courtroom and for the media camera.
I want to ask you a little bit about the format because it may be helpful to understand here. But on page 1 under the exhibits, we have here a list of items that were sent in for testing.
Yeah, he put anti-ice on his bullets.
And throughout the report,
Too bad all he did was shoot 3 illegal immigrants.
by the lab number, is that right?
Yes.
So if we can scroll down just to the bottom of this first.
And himself. Sorry, I forgot that. I forgot that one. He did take out himself too.
Again, we see that the report or the author refers to the items by their exhibits numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we can go to page 2. And same question.
Sorry, if they keep doing that, at least we know it's premeditation. We can give them a death penalty.
You have to refer back to page 1 for the description, right?
Yes.
Okay. And let's keep going to page 3. If we can just scroll through page 3, 4, and land on page 5. Actually, pause right there, if you will. This is page 4. There's a description section here as well. And that description talks about where the swabbing that's used to compare what was swabbed for the comparison. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to page 5.
The trans shooter in Minneapolis, the one that shot up the church, he wrote a bunch of stuff on all his weapons.
Let's see if you have this.
I don't know if he did it specifically on the bullets, but I know the weapons had writing all over them.
Do you know what that is referring to?
Yeah, they're referring to 1.1 is swabs of the stock and grips of the rifle, and then 1.4 is swabs of the bolt of the rifle with possible ridge detail and or smudging.
Okay. Will you read paragraph D?
Yes. The DNA profiles are at
It's
least
insane how
1
much
trillion
violence
times
comes
more
from the
likely
left,
that
man.
They originated from Tyler Robinson, Exhibit 7.1, as a contributor to the major components and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
And again, that's swabs of the grips and the bolt. Stock and grips and bolt, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, calculation number 2. Where is this swab taken from?
Exhibit 1.2 would be swabs of the butt plate of the rifle.
And will you read
the butt plate
D here?
The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 4 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 5 unrelated unknown individuals.
Looking at calculation number 3, exhibit 1.3, what areas were swabbed for this comparison?
1.3 is swabs of the trigger and trigger guard of the rifle with possible ridge detail and/or smudging.
We read paragraph D.
The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
If we can go to page 6. Calculation number 4, exhibits 1.5 and 5.1. What are those?
1.5 are swabs of the forend of the rifle, and 5.1 is swabs of one 30-06 cartridge.
And again, that cartridge came from where?
From the firearm.
Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major components and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
All right, let's look at calculation number 5, 1.6 and 3.1. What are those?
1.6 is swabs of the barrel of the rifle with possible ridge detail and/or smudging, and 3.1 is swabs of one 30-06 cartridge.
And that 30-06 cartridge came from where?
From the firearm.
We read paragraph D.
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major components and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if they originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay, statistical analysis calculation number 6, exhibit 1.9. Where is that from?
1.9 is the swabs of possible ridge detail and/or smudging on the optical accessory of the rifle.
Is that a scope?
Yes.
Okay. Will you read paragraph D?
The DNA profile is 6.28 billion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major component and 3 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay. On number 7, I'm not going to read that. I think we've gone through this enough. That's the last one in this report. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. We can go to exhibit 32. 31 was previously received.
He needs some milk.
And just display this on the screen of the witness, please.
Gene, what are you smoking over there? You've been saying some really dumb stuff. I'm just wondering. You smoking that candy kush? That Candace Kush?
I think it might be display. It might display on the gallery video. Okay. All right. Thank you. Can you see exhibit 32 on your screen, Agent Feldman?
Yes.
Shit, man.
What is this?
This is an ATF report that I received in relation to the gun.
I knew I should have got my stream set up to do it inside my house.
And is this report in the same condition as it was when you received it?
Yes.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 32.
So question for you, was this the report that was previously disclosed in early?
I do believe that this is what that is.
Yes.
All right. All right. To Mr. Burtz.
No further objections, Your Honor.
All right. And for publication level?
All 3 levels.
All right. As it relates to State's Exhibit 32, is accepted into evidence, may be published in the gallery as well as electronic. The media camera can capture it. And I note that this has been previously disclosed publicly from an earlier filing, I believe from either late last year or early this year.
Fuck it. You know what?
So for those reasons, it's accepted into evidence and may be published at all levels.
Your Honor, it's 2:30. I probably have 10 more minutes. Would you like to take a recess now or after I finish?
Let's just do the 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, Exhibit 32 is in front of you. And what was being analyzed in this test?
What was being analyzed would have been the cartridge case as well as the bullet fragment and the lead fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at autopsy.
All right. Same question on structure of the exhibit. The lab numbers and agency numbers are listed here on the first page, right?
Yes.
And if you want to know what the report is talking about, you have to refer back to there, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to have you read, if you can scroll down to the bottom of page 1. Thank you. I would ask you to read the second line under results of examination.
Yes. The Exhibit 1 rifle was test fired and found to be in operable condition. The test fires were designated as Exhibit 1.11.
And again, Exhibit 1 rifle is what?
Is the one that we found on campus.
Okay. Exhibit 2, if you'll look at the next, skip the next line and then go to the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, will you read that sentence?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay, now I want to jump back up to the top where it lists the exhibits. 2 through 5, will you explain what those are and where they came from?
Yes. That would be the items we found in the gun on scene, and this was the gun that was found in the wooded area.
And so the cartridge case is the round that had been, is the case that had been fired?
Yes.
Okay, so that's number 2. All right. I can't remember. Did we already read that line? Exhibit 2 cartridge case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Will you also look at or read the last paragraph on this page?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges were examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Tool marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 cartridges, in parentheses, scribe marks, that are consistent with being produced by engravings and or rotary cutting tips commonly found.
Let's scroll down, please, Kimberly.
Installed in handheld rotary tools, such as a Dremel tool. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison if a suspect tool is located.
Okay. I'd ask to scroll back up to show the exhibit list. Number 6. What is Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6 is the bullet fragment, the bullet jacket fragment, as well as some other fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. Going back to page 2, will you read?
I got to run in my house. I'm going to go get it set up on my laptop, and then we'll be able to live stream in the house. That'll be better. So I'm going to leave y'all for a minute. I'll be back, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Will you read the next paragraph as well?
The Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment could not be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1 rifle based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics. The results of the comparison was inconclusive.
And if you'll look at the line starting with the Exhibit 6B through 6E, will you read that sentence as well?
The Exhibit 6B through 6E lead fragments are not suitable for microscopic comparison.
Thank you. We can take Exhibit 32 down. Exhibit 33, if we can show that just to the witness, please. You recognize Exhibit 33?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an ATF biology report on the Dremel tool as well as the cartridge cases that were found on top of the safe in Tyler's home.
Did you receive this from the ATF in response to your request for testing?
Yes, I did.
I move the admission of State's Exhibit 33.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Burtz. Noting the standing objections by defense and level of publication, Mr. McBride.
All three levels.
Court overrules the standing objections and State's Exhibit 33 is admitted into evidence and may be published in the courtroom as well as captured by the media camera.
What was being tested here?
The Dremel tool, the bits container, as well as the cartridges and cartridge casings we found in Tyler's home.
And up in the top right, it says forensic biology. Is this DNA testing?
Yes, it is.
Okay, format of this is the same as the other report that we already looked at, right?
Yes.
Let's jump to page 4. Calculation number 1. It mentions here Exhibit 15.1. Do you know where that swab is from?
Yep, it is swabs of the buttons of the Dremel tool.
And will you read paragraph D?
Yes. The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a contributor to the major component and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
We also read paragraph E.
The probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to this sample yielding this level of support is less than 1 in 1 trillion.
Thank you. I'm not going to ask you to read those paragraphs for the rest of the statistical calculations, but I will ask you to go through and identify where the swabbing came from. Exhibit 15.3, which is calculation number 2, where's that swab from?
As swabs of the cord of the Dremel tool.
Exhibit 15.5.
That would be swabs of the longest metal bit of the tool.
Going on to page 5. Calculation number 4, exhibit 15.6.
15.6 is swabs of the shortest metal bit.
And calculation number 5, 18.1.
This is swabs of 1 etched 30-06 cartridge case.
What is that? Where did that come from?
That come from on top of the safe.
Okay. Is that the one that had the etching test shot?
Yes.
Will you read the paragraph D as it relates to the test shot swab?
Yes. The DNA profile is at least 1 trillion times more likely if it originated from Tyler Robinson as a major component and 2 unrelated unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Thank you. We can take exhibit 33 down. The final report is 34, if we can publish that just to the witness. What is State's Exhibit 34?
This is an ATF report I received that was comparing tool marks.
And is this, I move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 34 and publication at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt.
No further objections.
All right. And, all right, so State's Exhibit 34 is admitted. The objections, the standing objections by defense are overruled. They may be published in the courtroom and captured by the media camera.
Okay, looking at the exhibits, might have to go back and forth here, but let's go to page 2. And will you read the paragraph that starts with Exhibit 18 consists?
Yes. Exhibit 18 consists of 5 30-06 Springfield caliber fired cartridge cases, designated Exhibits 18A through 18E, and 15 45 auto caliber unfired cartridges, designated Exhibits 18F through 18T.
Okay. 18A, do you know what 18A is?
Yes, this would have been the 30-06 cartridge case with the engravings test shot on it.
Okay. Will you read the paragraph beginning with the Exhibit 18A?
The Exhibit 18A cartridge case was examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Numerous sets of tool marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 18A cartridge case that are consistent with being produced by engravings and or rotary cutting tips commonly found installed in handheld rotary tools, such as a Dremel tool. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison.
Okay. The next paragraph I asked you to read is the one that starts with Exhibit 16. But first I want to ask you, do you know what Exhibit 16 is?
I do not, off the top of my head.
Okay. 18, it also says Exhibit 18A through 18E. Do you know what those are?
18A through 18E would be the cartridge cases that were found on top of the safe.
Okay. If you'll read that paragraph.
Which one again? Sorry.
The one starting at Exhibit 16 and.
Yes. The Exhibit 16 and Exhibit 18A through 18E cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay. Let's now jump to the paragraph beginning the test tool marks. Kimberly, if you could scroll down. Will you please, well, first off, 15A and 15B, do you know what those are?
Yes, those would be the longest metal bit and then the shortest metal bit.
Okay. If you would read, okay, and then also Exhibits 2, the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, what is that?
This would have been the cartridge case that was found in the gun.
And Exhibits 3, 4, and 5 cartridges?
They were the ones also found in the gun.
And Exhibit 18A?
Is the one that was found on the safe.
Okay. If you'll read the first bullet point there, the Exhibit 15A.
Yes. The Exhibit 15A engraving cutter was identified as having made tool marks located on the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges, and Exhibit 18A cartridge case.
And will you... Okay. We can go ahead and take that down. Your Honor, I want to, before I ask to enter my final line of questioning, I would like to show the witness Exhibit 12.1, and this is the video, the UVU surveillance video. Let's see, I think it's 12.4 was the surveillance video actually that was approved for publication.
That's correct. That's the unmarked, non-zoomed version, correct?
Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, that's the one that, yes.
And just for now, let's do this on the witness's screen. .4, and I'll ask you to jump to the 804 mark. Okay. I'd move to publish. We intend to play about 10 seconds of this video. I'd move to publish that at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt?
not sure what the relevance is at this point, so it's hard to object or not. I would ask for a proffer as to what it's showing, because it's not apparent from the exhibit.
Understood. Proffer is, there's been testimony about about prints being found on the glass window of this building. This exhibit demonstrates the suspect's behavior in that area.
All right. Anything further?
With that, I don't have any further objections.
All right. So it may be published. This is already admitted, and it may be published at all levels.
Okay, before you hit play here, Sergeant Falmuina, do you see what's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you see the suspect in this image?
Yes.
Will you describe where that suspect is?
He's on the rooftop, let's say on the gravel part, and this would have been close to the northeast side of that building.
Timestamp is 12:23:47 p.m., is that right?
Yes.
And that portion of the image that we see there, the video, is the top portion of the image slightly to the left of center, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we're at 8:01. Kimberly, will you please hit play there? Let's go ahead and pause it. Pausing it at 8:20. Were you able to determine if the suspect touched the glass when he dropped from the roof?
Not at the time when we first saw the video, no.
Okay. Were you later able to make any determination on that?
Yes, because the video we had was pretty grainy at the time at the command post, and it wasn't until we're actually able to get the footage directly from UVU.
And when you actually got that footage, could you zoom in and get a better picture?
Yes.
And were you able to determine at that time whether the suspect touched the window?
Yes.
What was your determination?
We determined that he was not, or he did not touch it.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right. Let's go to a break. To defense, I realize that you began talking about your concerns. You have a witness that needs to leave today. 10, 15 minutes, what's your request? I want to maximize your ability to have time with your witnesses as well as cross if you choose to.
Thank you. Just 10 minutes would be fine.
All right, let's break for 10 minutes and then come back and cross-examination. Court is in recess.
All right, y'all. So, okay, this is all gonna glitch out for a minute, and it'll just be reloading for a second. I'm just gonna turn everything off in here, run back in the house, and start everything off over there. The stream should stay up, but if not, we'll be starting back in like 5 minutes. Okay, so I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Oh, did that work? You guys hear me? Everything sound good? Everything look good? Did that work? You got no hat? Oh, man. I guess we're back, huh? Okay. Get rid of all this. We pull the courtroom back up. I know they just went to break. Perfect timing, huh? Man, it feels so much better in here. I got the fan cranked up, AC set to 66. And by the way, I got my office all set up for videos. Let me make sure, is Rumble good?
I got my office all set up for videos.
Oh no, I gotta stop Rumble. I gotta turn Rumble off and come back. My voice is super deep on Rumble. What's going on with Kick though? All right, got the chat working. All right, Lone Wolf, I see you guys on Rumble. Everything is all different. Y'all bear with me for a second. Let me get this all set up again. Guess that works. Got to get the lighting right. Can't be doing all that sunlight. Yeah. Does this work too? Oh, yeah. I gotta get my lights on. Where is my stuff? There we go. New camera, new setup, and everything up in here. This all going on. There we go. Kick is not running though. Hold on, let me figure out Kick. Can't be doing all that. How am I not live on Kick? Oh, there it goes. Oh, there it goes. Oh, I gotta get the sound gate good for my What the hell just happened? No idea why Kick just shut down again. Everything's fine on YouTube though, right? I think Kick is just gonna have to. Is Rumble back? Are you guys back on Rumble? Okay, but the chat's not.
Please be seated. Court is back in session. Noting the presence of all parties, we just ended.
Chill out with that gavel, man.
Direct examination of the sergeant. Turning to defense, Mr. Burt,
Thank
the
you.
witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your role in the case was kind of as the traffic manager of the whole operation, right?
That's a good way to put it, yeah.
And we're talking about multiple agencies besides the SBI, correct?
Yes.
Your agency, if I'm correct, wrote a massive report, 229 pages long.
Yes.
You've read that, you're familiar with it?
With most of them, yes.
Okay, and it's a compilation, right? You authored some reports, but a lot of other people wrote reports about aspects of the investigation.
Yes.
And as those reports were getting done, you would kind of read them and decide what needed to get done further?
Yes.
Was that one of the roles that you performed in this case?
Yeah, yes, as well as consulting with the case agents.
Okay. Now, if my count is correct, 9 of those reports in that larger body of reports was written by you, correct?
Yes.
Did I miss any? Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you about a couple of those reports. The first report was a report that you wrote on September 22nd that documented the overview of the crime scenes, correct?
Yes.
And there were various crime scenes that you've described on direct examination, correct?
Yes.
One of them was the Fulton Library.
Yes.
Tell us why that was a potential crime scene.
Yeah, of course. When officers were canvassing the scene, they were also trying to see the route of the shooter as well as just trying to find the shooter. And they determined that the Fulton Library stood out because there were unattended items there at the bus stops that were away from the courtyard area, and so to them they thought it was suspicious.
And were certain items seized from, and what were they?
Yes, you had a backpack, a jacket, as well as some gloves, and there may have been some other things. I just don't recall them right now.
And do you recall what the item numbers were of those seizures? Was it 9? Do you recall what the item numbers were of those seizures? I don't remember. Was it 9? Whatever was seized was sent to the FBI lab for processing?
Yes.
Fixed it. Kick is back.
Along with some information that the suspect may have shed some of these items as he fled, correct?
Yes.
Was a decision at some time made, and you were requesting that both DNA and other type of analysis get done?
Yes.
At some point, did you decide to pull a plug on that?
At the time when it was already sent, we didn't have more information as far as whether or not the evidence that were collected there were probative.
But eventually you communicated to the lab that those items were not in fact connected with the case and there was no need to do further testing.
I don't remember communicating that.
Okay. If that's in the notes of the FBI or the ATF, would that be inconsistent with what you know?
No.
Okay. I mention it because some of the reports, the lab reports, have those items listed.
Okay.
I just want to be clear that those items eventually you determined were not related to this case. Would that be fair?
I got trauma from that.
Okay. The second report, at least as far as I can see, that you wrote was on...
Can you guys hear me fine?
September
Audio from my
24th.
microphone's good.
It had to do with looks like a request for a search of firearms. Do you recall that?
Could you elaborate for me on the firearms?
This document documents the NIBIN request for firearms.
Yes, so that was the request.
I worry about the
what that stands
quiet
for,
part when I speak
NIBIN,
quietly.
is the National Integrated Ballistics Information.
So when I like whisper,
Network.
do y'all hear me? Y'all hear me just
run
fine?
by the ATF.
Y'all hear me
and
just
that is
fine?
where we test.
Do you
or
hear
we
me just
input
fine?
Test fires or cartridge casings, the head stamps, and whatnot into a machine.
I got to get the sound effects set up.
Through the ATF to see if there's any other cartridge casings that match.
And nothing of value came from that part of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Now, going back for a minute to the crime scenes, you talked about the wooded area, and you used the phrase, "we seized the towel." Who is we? Who are you referring to when you say "we seized the towel"?
We would be SBI as well as FBI. So that would be myself as well as FBI Evidence Response Team Lead Michelle Kamak, or Special Agent Michelle Kamak.
So you both reached into the bushes and you both grabbed...
Good, because I want y'all to hear everything
She did, but I
I
was there
say.
with her and we were communicating that entire time.
Okay, so when you say "we seized the towel," what you really mean is she seized the towel and you observed her seize it.
Yes.
And when she seized a towel, can you describe a little bit more detail of how that process took place?
As far as when it was found or when she removed it?
Yeah, the photographs you showed us, were those the best photos you've got of that process?
That was taken by the FBI, so that's all we got.
That's all you got. And nobody was videoing the discovery and recovery of that evidence?
I believe one of the officers on scene actually had...
What kind of sound effects do we want today?
And have you seen that?
I have not.
Do you know if there's any documentation of the exact process by which that towel got removed from the rifle and then, I guess, put back on the rifle, right?
No, it was not.
It was not put back on?
No.
Didn't one of the photos show the rifle in the box with a towel over it?
Yes. It
So-
wasn't over it. It was still wrapped around the gun.
Okay, but as I understood your testimony, the towel was seized by the FBI agent, and then somebody must have reached in and got the gun out, right?
No, I'll clarify for you. So
Sure.
the entire time when we retrieved it, the gun was wrapped in the towel. So when Special Agent Kamak reached in, she grabbed not only the towel but also the gun, and it remained. And the towel and the gun remained basically intact.
The riot kind of came and went. It'll come back later tonight.
Placed onto the cardboard box, which is one of the photos that was shown earlier. Once we documented that, and then the towel was removed from the gun.
You also mentioned as to the other crime scenes that we processed it, but was your role in terms of your actual participation limited to the wooded
Dibbity dibbity, thank you for the flow state.
were you involved in actually seizing evidence at the other locations, like the roof?
Yep, I was involved in coordinating all that and then determining from there where the evidence would go.
Involved in, is that the same thing as actually being on the roof and seizing the items, or are we talking about something else?
Talking about something else.
And what is that something
So
else?
after the teams would have packaged all the items, sealed them properly, created an evidence log, they will then bring it back to the command post, and from there we would compile everything, and then there was a discussion that was had as to who would take custody.
Fair to say that you did not observe.
Man, we are
yourself
struggling on the super chats
seizure
today.
of the screwdriver from the roof.
Struggling.
Correct.
And who were the people who were actually conducting that part of the crime scene processing?
Because this
been our
this
state
trial's
crime
putting everyone to sleep, huh?
Who, those two people are part of our state crime lab's
Got
crime.
4 super chats today.
When did you review the video of the suspect
Lots of happy
running
poops.
toward the area from which he jumped off?
That would have been, I don't know the exact time, but it would have been that day on September 10th.
You saw that on September 10th.
Yes.
And when were the windows processed for the latent fingerprints?
The windows were processed on September 11th, the next day.
And was the reason that those latent lifts were taken was because you wanted to rule out whether the suspect had touched that window?
Yes.
That's what the notes say, right?
Yes.
You were not present when that scene was processed either, correct?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay. Now, the other reports that I have that you did, and correct me if I'm wrong, is one report dated September 20th.
Dibbity dibbity, thank you for the 5.
Documenting the
I don't have any sound effects on right now.
September 24th.
Except that one.
Summarizing what you were hearing back from the ATF and the FBI.
Yes.
Okay. And then the 5th report was again about the crime scene progress of the forensic testing, right?
Yes.
All right. And then you have a report here which documents a firearm trace and a firearm seized at River Street.
Yes.
Nothing of value came of that, correct?
Correct.
You have a report that has to do with the latent print report from your people, SBI.
Yes, it's not SBI, it's actually the state crime lab, but yes, same department.
Same department. Just detailing the results of that examination, which the stipulation addressed,
Yes.
right? You have a report documenting the transfer of evidence from the FBI to your department.
Yes.
And then the last one that I have that you personally wrote has to do with again, summarizing forensic reports.
Yes.
Okay. The larger 229-page report indicates that there was some investigation done by your agency that involved interviewing associates of Mr. Robinson to see if you could develop some profile of him having animosity toward Mr. Kirk, correct?
I'm not familiar with that.
So you weren't involved in that at all?
No.
Some of the documents in that large report indicates that your agency has also, up to the present time, been monitoring Mr. Robinson's mail and communications at the jail. Correct?
Correct.
And have you kept abreast of that investigation?
No.
Do you know whether anything of value has been developed as a result of that?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Redirect? All right, may this witness be excused. All right, Sergeant, thank you.
Thank you.
Turning to the state.
Your Honor, I just want to confirm with the clerk.
Yeah, let's make sure. Thank you, Mr. Gernander. Appreciate creating a good record.
Judge, if I could just confirm with the court that all of the exhibits we have offered have been admitted into evidence.
All right, so here's what I have, and my court clerk will certainly correct me if I'm wrong. I have State's Exhibit 1, 2, 3, 3.1, 3.2, 4, 5, 5.16, 6.17, 7.18, 8.19, 10, 10.1, 10.2, 10.3, 11, 12.1, 12.2, 12.3, and I believe 12.4, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, 16.4, 17 and 18 are blank, so no.
That is
19
correct.
All right.
We're not offering 17 and 18.
All right. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. The following are blank: 26, 27, 28, 29.
That's accurate. We're not offering on those numbers.
I have 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35, which have been admitted to evidence.
That is all. Can I have it?
Does that comport?
Yes. Can we also go over the ones that were
I mean, we certainly can. Yes, would you like to put on the record what were published and what were not published?
No, that's okay, Judge.
Okay, we're good. And then, all right.
Can I have just a moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state rests its case in chief.
Thank you. Turning to defense. Approach the bench, please.
Stream title is a bit off, bud. A little bit. I'm getting stuff all set up over here, getting my sounds all set up.
Another one. Get situated. All right, counsel.
Oh, I missed a super chat. My bad,
Your
man.
Honor, as the court knows, the family has asked that all exhibits admitted into evidence be shown here in open court. We are grateful to the court for allowing the family to view many or most of the exhibits today that were admitted. They were viewed here openly in court. And obviously that was done after the court struck what we think is the appropriate balance after a very thoughtful and thorough analysis. I'm going to ask the court to reconsider one of its prior rulings. I understand reconsideration is always a big ask, but I do think, Your Honor, that if the court were to display publicly, or just in the courtroom, Exhibit 12.1, which is the enhanced video, version 12.4, which was played in court, was very hard for the family to view. We think that we asked the court that since the court's considering it, that the family should be able to view it as well. When conducting the appropriate balancing, the court, as the court knows, can alleviate any concerns about proper jury selection with certain tools at its disposal. However, if the court were to deny the family the right to view that video, there's no cure. It's either they get to view it or they don't. There's no cure. So we would ask the court to reconsider its prior ruling and to display just in the courtroom Exhibit 12.1, which is the enhanced video. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Turning to the parties, starting with the state, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. The state does not oppose publishing 12.4 in the courtroom. I think we've tried to make it very clear throughout this case that we...
Fishing, hunting, thank you for the $20, man. That making dinner for the family? Anyone want to match me? Who wants to match that $20?
12.1.
Match that super chat. I don't have my cash register yet.
Judge, at this point in the proceeding, we're asking the court...
B. Norton, thank you for the $5. It's at 7th.
Hearing. And as the justices said in the Estes case, the purpose of a trial, and I know this isn't a trial, but the same logic applies, is to determine the defendant's guilt. It's not to educate the public or the victim's family or the world on what evidence
this is to get probable cause,
or the state has. As the court knows, we have witness availability problems. We spent the bulk of today and yesterday arguing about nothing to do with the evidence in the case, but with rights of third parties. And it's appropriate for the court to consider that, but at some point, I think the court has to return to the purpose of these hearings, which is to expeditiously hear the evidence and then determine probable cause. And I want to point out to the court, Ms. Kirk has been very adept at holding press conferences at which she has revealed evidence. She has represented that the state is her attorney. She has access to all the evidence that the state has publicized and that the media and her own lawyer argues is already in the public domain. So they're perfectly free to go outside this courtroom under the court's protective order. They're free to go out and hold press conferences and announce to the world outside the courtroom what they think the evidence is. They have the availability of that evidence. But the court's role, I think, at some point is to exercise some control, move the case forward, and especially when we have witness availability problems. And I'd ask the court, whatever the court does, if you're going to allow revisiting or replaying of evidence for the sole purpose of informing the world or Ms. Kirk or anybody else, that the court do it at the end of the process and not at this point where we will be deprived of our ability to call this witness, because she has to be done today.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you.
Briefly, and I say that because time is of the essence, not because I don't want to hear what you have to say.
I understand, but there was a lot that was just said that's just not true.
Well, so let me put this in a spot where we need to be. And I understand that there's opinions, but I have to keep this to the probable cause. I don't want this to go to a back and forth about issues that lie outside of probable cause. And I realize statements are made, and as the victim's representative attorney, you want to address it. So I will hear you, but we need to be brief. So if you can be succinct, I definitely want to hear what you have to say.
Your Honor, I am almost always brief, I promise you. The family's not seen this video. It hasn't. It doesn't have access to the evidence the state has. The state is the state, and Ms. Kirk and the family have their representatives. There's a completely distortion of reality that was just put forth. And this isn't about educating anybody about anything. This is about allowing the family to see the evidence that's been gathered after a 10-month investigation in which a husband was assassinated. That's what this is about. So we ask you to please allow the family to view the video like the court has viewed in order to allow the family to process this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further before the court issues its ruling?
He needs some milk.
Not from the state.
All right. Defense? All right. All right. So I recognize that the Utah Constitution under Article 1, Section 28 recognizes victims' rights, and the court respects those rights, and as has been previously stated, balances those rights with the constitutional rights of all parties. I will reserve my ruling on that and maybe revisit it tomorrow. But because we have an issue of expiring time and one witness that needs to leave today, I need to turn to that. I'm not ruling that that cannot happen, but for today, we need to focus on this to getting this defense witness on the stand and off the stand. And so please, if I do not remember, the parties can remind me and we can revisit this tomorrow. So again, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, I'm simply saying we need to get to this witness, and I'm happy to readdress this tomorrow. Okay? All right. Mr. Burt. All right. Samantha Carner is being requested. If you can go ahead and retrieve her, bring her into the courtroom.
Someone's doing that.
Hastily.
Is somebody grabbing her?
Make haste.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burt. I just couldn't tell and wanted to make sure.
Oh, goats, man. Yeah. There it is.
All right, Ms. Carner, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, right by our bailiff to be sworn in.
Bacon?
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You can sit
All right, thank you, ma'am. If you wouldn't mind coming forward, having a seat at the witness stand. To your left is a water bottle if you choose. It looks like you brought your own as well. And after you're situated, if you wouldn't mind pulling that microphone toward you, just to ensure that your testimony is picked up on the record. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Samantha Carner.
And Ms. Carner, what do you do for a living?
I am a firearm and toolmark examiner.
And where are you stationed?
I currently work at the Forensic Science Laboratory in Washington for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing.
At that location?
A little over 6 years.
What generally do you do there? What area of expertise do you have?
I am assigned to the Firearm and Toolmark Unit, so I receive items of evidence related to firearms, tools, tool marks, and fired ammunition components.
At the request of the state of Utah, did you conduct certain examinations relevant to this case?
I did, yes.
Could you bring up State 32 in evidence?
Do you want it, Mr. Burt?
Yes.
Look at my
on
African.
all screens.
All screens, it's admitted and
Okay.
I think approved.
All right,
for
let's go ahead and
publication.
put it on all screens because this was edited and published previously. All right.
Do you recognize plaintiff's exhibit number 32?
I do, yes.
Are you the author of this report?
I am, yes.
Okay. What were you asked to do in relation to the examination that's documented in this report?
For the Submission 1 report, I received a firearm, cartridge case, 3 cartridges, 1 bullet jacket fragment, and 4 lead fragments. I was asked to test fire the firearm and compare the test fires to the cartridge case and the bullet jacket fragment. I also was asked to do a tool mark characterization on the cartridge case and the cartridges, and then I also ran a general rifling characteristic search on the bullet jacket fragment.
Okay. And are your conclusions accurately documented in your report?
Yes.
Could you turn to page 2 of the report? Second, bottom of the page. Those 2 paragraphs, please. Did you write in your report, these conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language for testimony?
Yes, that is always added to our reports.
And do you have a standard operating procedure that requires that in each examination you do, this language has to be in there?
We do, yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you to review the document that is referenced in that language, which would be, and this is just for her only, Exhibit 11. Let me know when you can see that.
You're fired.
Are you able to view that?
Yes.
Is this the ATS, is this a language referred to in your report?
It is, yes.
The written policy of the Department of Justice concerning uniform language for testimony and reports for the forensic firearm tool mark discipline pattern examination?
It is, yes.
I move that into evidence.
This is, what is the title of this exhibit?
Your Honor, this would be Carner 11.
All right, and what level of publication are you requesting, Mr. Birds?
Both public and admittance into evidence.
To this date?
No objection.
All right, Carner 11 is admitted into evidence and may be published on screens and captured by the camera.
Thank you. And you can publish that? Ms. Carner, can you tell us what the purpose and scope of this document is?
Yes, this is the DOJ Department of Justice's uniform language for testimony and report, and it standardizes the appropriate language an examiner will use during reporting and their testimony. And DOJ published this to standardize the wording that examiners would use across their forensic laboratories.
And was this published in part because of some criticism that the prior testimony, not by you, but by other people, may have gone beyond the bounds of science?
I don't know why DOJ published it. It was before my time.
Do you know how long this has been the policy of the Department of Justice?
I do not off the top of my head, no.
Are the reports that you issued in relation to this case in conformity with this policy?
They are, yes.
Okay. Now, could you go to page 3 of that report? Where it says qualifications and limitation of firearm tool mark discipline examination. You're familiar with that part of the policy, correct?
I am, yes.
And the portion of the policy that says a conclusion provided during testimony or in a report is ultimately an examiner's decision and is not based on a statistically derived or verified measurement or comparison to all other firearms or tool marks. Therefore, an examiner shall not, and then it lists several propositions. You're familiar with that language?
I am, yes.
And it says that an examiner shall not assert that a source identification or a source exclusion conclusion is based on uniqueness of an item of evidence. Your report is not meant to imply something contrary to what's stated here, is it?
No, it's not meant to contract.
You're not asserting that a source identification is based on the uniqueness of an item of evidence.
No, I am not.
And the reason you're not doing that is because you haven't examined all possible items of evidence that could be relevant to your comparisons, correct?
I have not looked at every firearm that's been manufactured in the world, nor have I looked at every tool that's been manufactured in the world. That's correct.
Okay. The second portion of that says an examiner shall not use the term individualize or individualization when describing a source conclusion. Did you abide by that policy in this case?
I did, yes.
And you're not expressing an opinion here that the comparisons that you made are individualized to a particular weapon or a particular cartridge case, correct?
My conclusion for one of the exhibits identifies the cartridge case as being fired in the firearm.
Mhm.
But that's all it says, yes.
Right, but you're not asserting that that's an individualized identification in the sense that's being used in this policy, are you?
No, I am not.
Bruce, thank you for the $2.
That says that an examiner shall not assert that two tool marks originated from the same source to the exclusion of all other sources. You're not expressing that opinion either, are you?
I am not, no.
It says, an examiner shall not assert that examinations conducted in the forensic firearms tool mark discipline are infallible. You're not asserting that?
I am not, no.
You're not asserting that, it says the examiner shall not assert that there is a zero error rate. You're not
Correct.
making that assertion.
No.
Okay. Says an examiner shall not provide a conclusion that includes a statistic or numerical degree of probability except when based on relevant and appropriate data. You didn't conduct such an analysis here, correct?
I did not, no.
Okay. And it says, an examiner shall not cite the number of examinations conducted in the forensic firearm tool mark discipline performed in his or her career as a direct measure for the accuracy of a conclusion provided. You didn't do that, and you're not doing that here, correct?
Correct.
And then it says, an examiner shall not assert that two tool marks originated from the same source with absolute or 100% certainty, or use the expressions reasonable degree of scientific certainty, reasonable scientific certainty, or similar assertions of reasonable certainty in either reports or testimony, unless required to do so by a judge. You're not making any such assertions in this case, are you?
I am not.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can take that down. Now, when you conducted your analysis in this case, and in all cases, do you typically generate a case file that includes proper documentation of your examination?
I do, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
Could you display to her alone, please, Exhibit 6, Carner 6? Case file. Yes. Do you see what's displayed there?
I do, yes.
It's a 47-page. Is this your case file?
It is, yes.
Did you rely on the documents and photographs that are documented here in writing the report that the state introduced into evidence here?
How so?
Before you wrote your report, did you photograph items that you were looking at, take other notes, and then use that work product to form the opinions you reached that are documented in the report?
The notes are mostly used for initial documentation and evaluation, and then, yes, supplement to the conclusions that I make. It's all a representative image of what my conclusions are going to be. So part of it is going into the conclusion statement and then just showing proof of those conclusions.
Right, and your standard operating procedure requires that you document in your case file the basis for your opinions, correct?
Yes.
I'd move Carner 6 into evidence.
To the state.
Is this the 47-page document?
Yes.
I object. I don't see the relevance of the court's probable cause determination to review a 46-page report that includes notes.
Would you like to respond, Mr. Burt?
Yes, Your Honor. This is the basis and documentation of the conclusions reached in the expert's brief report, which expresses her ultimate conclusion, but does not contain any of the reasoning for that conclusion. So it's important for the court, I think, to understand why and how she reached the conclusions that she did.
All right. Anything further?
No?
Yes, just that without testimony about what the meaning of the notes is and so forth, it is more confusing than it is probative. So under a 403 analysis, I don't think it's admissible nor helpful to the state, to the court.
All right. Mr. Burt?
I intend to focus on particular photographs which document what she received in evidence and the comparisons that she did, which are also documented in this file in the way of comparison photographs.
As it relates to the objection is overruled. I find that this is relevant as it relates to State's Exhibit 30, which was admitted, as well as State's Exhibit 32, which is admitted, and the state is able to do cross-examination on.
Y'all just, one of y'all sent me this. You could say if you send it in the chat. This is a letter that wasn't supposed to be published, but you know, here it is. They let us see it on accident. It says, Luna, if you are reading this per my text, then I am so sorry. I left the house this morning on a mission and set. Oh, this is one of those letters he left for the people in case he died or something. I left the house this morning on a mission and set in auto text. I'm likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it. I don't know if I'll have succeeded, but I have to make it home to you. Very interesting.
Okay. You're clear, though, that when you got the evidence, it was in a sealed condition, correct?
It was, yes.
And when you opened, what was it, an envelope?
A small individual manila envelope, yes.
And did you take the contents of the envelope containing the bullet and take photographs of it?
I did, yes.
Okay. Could you display page 41 of 47, that exhibit? I'm sorry, page 14. And tell us what's depicted here.
Yes, this is a picture of the as-received condition of Exhibit 6 in its entirety. That's the top picture. So you'll see Exhibit 6A all the way through 6E in descending order. And then the bottom two photos on the left is the Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment, and that is the view of the exterior. And then the photograph on the right is the Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment, and that's the view of the interior of it.
Okay. Now, after you documented what the bullet and the fragments look like, did you do certain procedures on the bullet, the larger bullet fragment?
I did, yes.
And what did you do?
I cleaned the bullet jacket fragment, and I also peeled the petals back. If you think of a banana and peeling the skin away from the interior, it's almost like doing that. As you can see from the photo, the petals have been crumpled in on themselves. So in order for me to see the land and groove impressions, which holds those individual characteristics needed for a comparison, I have to do some maneuvering of those petals.
And how do you do that? Do you use an instrument to peel back the portions that you want to look at?
I use pliers.
Okay. And after you did that procedure, did you then photograph the larger bullet fragment itself?
I did, yes.
Were the smaller fragments essentially not of any value to you in terms of doing comparisons?
They were deemed unsuitable, which means there are no microscopic marks of value for comparison.
Okay, but the larger fragment, after you did the process you just explained, you then photographed it again, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Could you display the next page of this exhibit, please? Tell us what we see here.
This is two pictures of that 6A bullet jacket fragment after the examination preparation. So the top photo is going to be the interior of 6A, and then the bottom photo is the exterior of 6A.
Now, after you took these photographs, did you proceed to do something to determine whether you had either class, individual, or subclass characteristics?
Yes.
Tell the court what that means.
To start, when I do my initial examination of a bullet jacket fragment like this, I'm going to look at its class characteristics. Class characteristics are the least restrictive set of characteristics I use in my comparison process. And these are design features that are given to a large group of items that characterize them together. So for a bullet, you could think of the diameter of the bullet, the number of landing grooves, the direction of twist, and
Sometimes those kids leave the special ed room and they come wandering around in here.
characteristics of this.
We just got to send them back. We just got to send them packing back.
Right, conventional rifling. Then I'd move on to look at any subclass characteristics. And subclass characteristics are more restricted than class, but less than individual. And
Dibbity dibbity, thank you for the flow state.
can be put on an object during the manufacturing process, which is consistent among items that are made by a tool that's in a specific state of wear. So what I mean by that is it's going to be a subset of a larger group, which is why it's not used for for identification or comparison purposes for the basis of a conclusion. But when you think of something that's made through a mold process, when that mold comes together, it creates a seam line, and that seam line is going to be represented on all the items that it makes. So that's why you can't use it for the identification process, because it's going to be on a lot of items, which is why it's a subset of the group. Then I move on at looking at the individual characteristics. And these are imperfections and irregularities that arise from the manufacturing process. And then there's also individual characteristics can arise from wear, use, and abuse of a tool. And these individual characteristics is what is going to be distinct to that tool, and that's why they're used for the identification process. So again, I did an examination of its class characteristics, looked for any subclass characteristics, and then looked to see if there was individual characteristics in the land and groove impressions sufficient enough of marks and values to do a comparison process.
Now, once you have the class characteristics of a bullet, can you narrow the range of firearms that could have fired it just based on class characteristics?
You can, yes.
And is caliber a class characteristic or an individual or a subclass characteristic?
It's going to be a class characteristic because a lot of firearms will have the same class, or excuse me, the same caliber.
Did you measure the diameter of the bullet?
I did, yes.
And did you end up with a range where it could have been a certain range of length or diameter?
I did, yes.
And what was your reading?
Can I refer to my notes,
Yes,
please?
please.
The range of the diameter for the 6A bullet jacket fragment was .286 to .301 inches.
Okay, what page are you looking at?
It's page 13.
Okay. Now, so this is your documentation of the diameter measurement. And then on the right there, LIMP, that's measurement of the land width, correct?
The land impression width, yes.
And these are all general characteristics, or class characteristics, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, once you had that this, and also that it was, you said, what's called the rifling was to the right, correct?
The direction of twist, yes.
Yeah, the lingo is 6 to the right, meaning.
6 right, yes.
Yeah. And that's a class characteristic.
Correct.
So once you had the diameter of the base of the bullet, and did you have some difficulty because of the damage to the bullet in exactly measuring it?
The reason I provided a range was because of the damage and deformity to the base. So at times it wasn't a perfect circle, so it was important to me to give a range of what those diameter measurements were.
Once you have the diameter and the rifling characteristics and the land and groove measurements, can you then plug those measurements into a database and to narrow down the class of weapons from which this bullet could have been fired?
The general rifling characteristics search will use those class characteristics and will generate a list of possible firearms that could have fired the bullet. But that list is not all-inclusive. It is just used as an investigative tool.
Sure. Could you go to page 47, please? Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is the results of that general rifling characteristic, or the GRC search.
All right, and what did you determine in terms of, just based on the class characteristics, what weapons could have fired the 6A bullet?
There were several different .30 caliber class firearms that could have fired the bullet.
And they're listed here, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell us what the initials PI and RI and PR mean in the far right-hand column?
They refer to different types of firearms, so rifles, revolvers, machine guns.
Sassy, that's rough.
Firearm.
And what are the pistol ones? How is that designated? PI or?
Correct.
And what is RB?
Bolt action.
Bolt action. So based on the class characteristics, any of these weapons could have fired that bullet?
They could have possibly fired the bullet jacket fragment, yes.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the examination of the other two measures, subclass characteristics and individual characteristics. Is one of the reasons you look at subclass characteristics because they can be confused with individual characteristics?
That is a concern, yes.
In fact, your manual says that, right? It's important to rule in or out subclass characteristics to avoid the danger of confusing them with individual characteristics.
I'm not sure if our manual says it verbatim. It says that we do need to assess every piece of evidence for possible subclass characteristics.
And what is the reason for that?
Subclass characteristics can be similar to individual characteristics. However, trained examiners are able to notice the difference between subclass and individual. Subclass characteristics are not always present on an item. It's possible, but not always present. And they tend to look a certain way. They're going to be uniform in their appearance. They're going to be spaced in a way that's more uniform. If you think of circles, those circles could be a distance between each other in the same distance every time, and they will look almost the exact same every time.
Now, does your laboratory have certain protocols for conducting these comparisons?
We have procedures for comparison, yes, like taking photographs, yes.
Well, but also procedures for instance, you have a document called Examination and Comparison of Unfired and Fired Ammunition and Components that deals specifically with the procedures to be followed for the kind of examination you did here, correct?
Yes, I believe that refers to the minimal documentation necessary for a piece of evidence.
And one of those standard operating procedure requirements is document observations and evaluate for the potential of subclass characteristics on the relevant tool working surface, right?
Correct, yes.
And you did that in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what conclusions did you reach?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, please.
My subclass assessment that's on page 13 of my report states, stria observed in the land and groove impressions contain starts and stops, are not coarse, and vary in their height, width, depth, and spatial arrangement. No apparent subclass influence.
Okay. And what page was that again?
Page 13.
Page 13. Let me ask you about that. The stria observed are not coarse, I think I understand that, and vary in their height, width, depth, and spatial arrangement. Did you measure the height, width, depth of the land and groove impressions?
The land and groove impression widths, yes, I did.
And how about the striae? That's different than the land and groove impression, right?
Correct, yes.
You didn't measure the height, width, and depth of those marks, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And your protocol says, does it not, due to their similarity to and potential confusion with individual characteristics, it is essential that the evidence be evaluated for the potential of subclass characteristics.
It does, yes.
That's the whole purpose of why you're doing that part of the exam, right?
Correct, yes.
And anywhere in your protocols, does it specify what you're looking for, or is it just up to you to decide what is and what is not a subclass characteristic?
Subclass characteristics are a very large part of the training process to become a firearm and tool mark examiner. There are modules that are taught where you're trained to recognize what subclass characteristics look like, what manufacturing techniques might lend to more subclass characteristics. So I am trained to know what it looks like.
Okay, and my question though was, does your standard operating procedure set out, here are the things you should be looking for? For instance, does it say if what the marks you're looking at are not coarse and vary in their height, weight, depth, and spatial arrangement, or if they're perpendicular on the barrel, that indicates that it's not a subclass characteristic? Is there anything like that in the manual?
No, there's not.
Okay. Did you inspect the interior of this barrel?
I did, yes.
And did you notice whether it had any debris or dust in it?
I believe my notes state that debris and dust was observed in the inside of the barrel, yes.
Okay, and could you further characterize what that was? Debris?
I think it says dust, so I would say
Dust. What can cause dust to get inside of a barrel?
A plethora of things. I'm not sure why something is ever in a barrel.
Okay. So you determined here, you ruled
Put me to
out
sleep, man.
subclass characteristics, correct?
I have to wake y'all up.
And the next part of the examination was determining whether you have any individual characteristics on the board, correct?
Yes.
And what did you
my
conclude
air
in that
raid?
regard?
Oh,
There were microscopic marks of
Okay.
value worthy of comparison, or yes, individual characteristics in the landing groove impressions.
And does your standard...
hold on. I got to do this to load up all the sounds.
He needs some milk.
Oh, look at my African American. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
Now they're all loaded. Okay, there you go. Wake up, y'all.
Procedure have any guidance in terms of how you go about determining that?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay. And then once you determine that you have items of value on the question bullet, do you then do something to produce test bullets?
Yes, part of the comparison process when there is a firearm that we receive is to test fire it to make pristine samples to see if reproducible individual marks of value is on the bullet or the cartridge cases.
How
I'm gonna
many
go sleep.
test fires did you produce in this case?
I made 3 sets, so 6 total.
Is that your standard number of test fires?
Our standard operating procedures state that you need at least 2. There is not a maximum number that we are allowed to do. It's the discretion of the examiner.
Were you informed by other investigators working on the case that this particular weapon was manufactured in Germany in 1938?
I was not, no.
You did not review a report from an ATF agent who investigated that issue?
No, I don't believe so, no.
In doing your examinations, is it important to know something about the manufacturing process of the weapon?
It is helpful to know how a barrel or any part of the firearm is manufactured, yes.
And why is that?
Certain manufacturing techniques will lend to
I'm making me hungry in the
individual
chat.
characteristics. So grinding is a method that is known to leave individual characteristics on a tool. So if a item that I receive, I can tell is finished or manufactured by grinding, it already gives me an indication that individual characteristics would be left from that tool to the tool mark.
Now, once you have your 6 test fires, then you did some comparison between the test fires, right?
That is correct, yes.
He's trying to say there's no way you can match that
establishes
bullet
whether or
up
not
to
there are individual reproducible
Tyler
marks of
Robinson.
value on the test fires. It's important
Yes.
to know that because if there's not reproducibility amongst the test fires, then there's a chance to say, oh, it's not going to reproduce on the evidence and I wouldn't have anything to compare it to.
I think that's what he's trying to get at.
Where you fired the 6 test fires and you don't get reproducible marks?
Not that I can recall.
And when you do your comparison,
She said it.
looking at the test
I do not
fires,
recall.
you get situations where there's some dissimilarities between those 2 fired bullets from your test fires?
Yes, there are at times there will be disagreement amongst the individual characteristics, even in test fires. You have to think of it as when a bullet travels down a barrel or a cartridge case interacts with a firearm, the marks aren't going to be left onto that item the same way 100% of the time. It's almost like a stamp. If you know you're using a stamp and you put it in ink and then you put it on two separate areas of an item, it might look a little different just from the way the stamp was placed. It's the same thing with a bullet traveling down a barrel or a cartridge case coming into contact with a firearm.
So even when you know a bullet is fired from the same weapon, you can have 6 bullets fired, and when you start comparing them, you will see differences between each bullet.
There's a possibility to see some areas of disagreement. However, if I'm rendering an identification and saying there is reproducible individual marks of value on these test fires, there will be an overwhelming amount of sufficient agreement of that individual characteristic.
Now, when you're doing these comparisons, you use something called the AFTE theory of identification, don't you?
Yes, the AFTE theory of identification.
All right, and take a look. And that's the standard that you used in this case to draw the conclusions that you made in the report that I showed you earlier, correct?
That is the theory stating how an examiner is able to come to a conclusion when examining 2 or more sets of tool marks. And yes, that is how I go through my examination and how I come up with my conclusion, yes.
Okay. And what is AFTE?
AFTE is the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. It's the governing body of the firearm and toolmark community, whose primary goal is to further research and continue to show information about manufacturing and the evolution of firearm and toolmark examination. They hold annual seminars, publish a glossary of terminologies used by the firearm community, and they also have a peer-reviewed published journal.
Peer-reviewed published journal. Can I join AFTE?
You can, most of the firearms community, members are firearm and toolmark examiners. There are also technical advisors and associate members. Those members are not usually firearm and toolmark examiners, but they still have a livelihood in firearm and toolmark examination, meaning they conduct research or they are involved in products or manufacturing. And anybody is allowed to come to the annual seminar or get the journal. You just have to pay the fee.
You just have to pay the fee. Okay. Could you display to the witness Exhibit 27, please? Do you recognize what's displayed here?
It appears to be the AFTE theory of identification, yes.
All right, I move that into evidence, Your Honor.
What is it?
This is the standard that she used to make the comparisons in this case, correct?
Would this be Carner 27
This would be Carner 27, Your Honor.
to the state?
Your Honor, if I may voir dire the witness on this exhibit, I've never seen it before, I don't think.
All right.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and do so, Mr. McBride.
When was the last time you reviewed this document?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Can you testify as to its accuracy by looking at it now?
Not verbatim, no.
Your Honor, no more questions. My objection is lack of foundation.
Mr. Byrd.
Does this document accurately
lack
state
of foundation.
May I take a moment to read through
Yeah,
it?
sure.
What did she miss? I don't know. A lot of information about the bullets. It was a soft point bullet.
I believe something, I think the first statement is different than what I can recall, but overall, it is what the AFTE theory states.
Okay. And your ATF protocol refers specifically to the AFTE theory of identification, does it not?
It does, yes.
Okay. So is there any difference between what's in 27 and what's in your manual?
Again, I don't remember without looking at them side by side.
Okay. Let me get that in front of you.
Objection, Your Honor. She has a dreidel in her pocket.
Exhibit 12. And go to theory of identification and range of conclusions. Page 1 of 3. I don't have a Bates on it. Toward the end. It's document FT 10. No, that's not it.
You may.
And it refers to the AFT theory of identification, right?
It does, yes.
Same theory that's displayed in 27?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd renew my offer on 27.
Your Honor, the objection stands. Language matters. Without knowing if this language is identical to what she's trained on, that can make a big difference. Whether the word sufficient or adequate is used, these are scientific principles, and we need to be precise in the language that's used. The witness cannot authenticate the exhibit that's been offered, so it should not be received into evidence.
Mr. Burke.
Goes to weight, not admissibility. You'd be free to question her about any differences, but I think she's laid a foundation that the theory is the same. So,
all right. Well, I remind the parties that this is a probable cause finding, and so as it relates to what's been presented, the witness has said that it looks familiar. Again, I don't want to quote you. I don't remember the exact phrase, but she recognized portions of it and then was given the opportunity to compare it to her standard operating procedure. I think she said SOP. For those reasons, Corner 27?
Yes.
Is admitted and may be
Thank you.
published.
They're trying to submit a bunch of evidence
looking
about
at
the
language,
bullets.
The second part of it, according to AFT, says, currently the interpretation of individualization, identification is subjective in nature. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Why is it subjective in nature?
The conclusions that I author are of my opinion.
Of your opinion?
Correct.
Does your, you can take that down, thank you. And no, wait a minute, go back if you would. But while he's doing that, does your manual state what you're looking for under this theory is correspondence of individual characteristics?
Yes.
That the theory is that if you see a certain level of correspondence, you can make a source identification, but not to the exclusion of all other firearms in the world, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the standard, at least as it's articulated here, is the theory as it pertains to the comparison enables opinions of common origin to be made when the unique surface contours of two tool marks are, quote, in sufficient agreement. And is a subjective part of that, the quoted part, sufficient agreement?
The subjective part of the conclusion is saying, yes, it is my opinion that there is or is not sufficient agreement or sufficient disagreement amongst two or more tool marks.
And what may constitute sufficient for you may be completely different from the next examiner. Fair?
Yes and no. I would expect any trained, competent examiner to come to the same conclusion. So the threshold of sufficient agreement might be different from one examiner, but the conclusion I would expect to be the same.
Does your manual state, your ATF manual, section 431, state that correspondence or lack thereof of individual characteristics is not easily communicated? An observation such as significant agreement can mean different things to each examiner. This does not serve as interpretable descriptions of what was observed because the individual performing the review will likely have his or her own concept of the phrase based upon their training, experience, and knowledge.
Objection, Your Honor. This question goes to weight. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want to maybe heard.
If you're objecting, I will hear the objection.
It's a speaking objection. That's why I stopped myself. This goes to weight. This goes to credibility. And the witness's report has already been admitted as is appropriate under the Utah Constitution, Rule 7B and Rule 1102 of the Rules of Evidence. This is beyond the scope of preliminary hearing for those reasons.
Mr. Burt.
Number one, that's a general objection, which I think has been waived. The state was privy to the interview with this pre-hearing interview with this witness where these same questions were asked. We had a scheduled hearing where the court was going to rule on objections. The state indicated in advance of that hearing that it had no objections to the testimony, reserving the right to make particular objections. But the objection being made is a global one. And it's relevant because the state offered, the evidence I'm offering here is relevant because the state offered through a hearsay declarant the meaning of this report that this examiner authored. And I'm trying to inform the court on what the limitations are of the opinions expressed in the report that the state offered. And it's certainly relevant to the reliability issue to know that the opinion is based on a subjective standard that the witness herself admits is subjective. So I think it helps the court understand what weight, if any, to give to this report that the state offers.
All right. Mr. McBride, final thought.
That's all fine, but it's inviting the court to weigh the evidence. That's the whole point. And at this point, the inferences are drawn in the state's favor, and the court is not to weigh even contrary evidence.
Okay. Well, in regards to whether objections have been waived or not, the court as the magistrate bears the ultimate responsibility to ensuring that this hearing is a probable cause standard. And so that's a responsibility that as a magistrate I take seriously. I understand the arguments from the parties. I'm going to overrule the objection, but Mr. Burt, this is, we don't need to go 100 miles down a path where 1 mile is where probable cause may be. And so I invite you to refocus, to bring it to the probable cause. I'm not trying to limit what your theories or such, but I need to hold to probable cause.
Absolutely, and I don't even need a quarter of a mile. This is my last question, and I'm going to move to another topic.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Is that what your manual states?
I don't remember it verbatim, but it does sound accurate.
Well, could you pull up Exhibit 12, page... Just to... Can I approach again?
You may.
I'll give you the 2 pages. Bottom of the page, highlight.
I see where you were reading from, yes.
You see?
Yes.
Did I accurately read it?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Can I approach you?
You may.
Now let's return to the report, the People's or State 32. And if you would go to the second page, please. you concluded here, did you not, that the Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment could not be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1A based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics? The result of the comparison was inconclusive.
Yes.
That was your ultimate conclusion, right?
Yes.
And on the next page, if you go to 2 pages in, you have an appendix, do you not, where you explain what inconclusive means? Next page. One more. There we go.
Tessie, thank you for the 250. Down in couch cushions, just like good art. Oh, thank you, Messy Tessie.
Include the presence of microscopic similarity that is insufficient to form the conclusion of source identification, a lack of any observed microscopic similarity, or a microscopic similarity that is insufficient to form the conclusion of source exclusion. Could you specify which of those possibilities exists in this case? Was this a case where you had
Nita, thank you for the $2.
microscopic dissimilarity, but in your opinion, it was insufficient to form a conclusion of source exclusion?
No, my conclusion is inconclusive, just as it says in the appendix. There is a lack of sufficient agreement and sufficient disagreement, so I'm unable to say one way or another.
Okay, but I guess my question is, were there points of dissimilarity between the question and the known bullets?
Again, there was sufficient agreement and there was not sufficient agreement or sufficient disagreement. So yes, there was times that I saw agreement in the striations and the landing group impressions, also seeing disagreement, but there was also a lot of lack of microscopic marks of value to see it all. So because of this lack of quality and quantity of marks to be able to see, it never reached the threshold of sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement. So an identification or exclusion could not be rendered.
Okay. I think you and I met before today, correct?
Yes.
Where we talked about what that term inconclusive meant.
Yes, we slept together one time.
Yes.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but did I read to you from a do you recall me asking you whether you agreed with this statement that an inconclusive conclusion indicates that the microscopic marks in question may or may not have originated from the same or known source?
I do remember you asking, yes.
And you agreed that that was a correct definition of what you concluded in this case, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I want to, if I could, return to 10, Exhibit 10. And in Exhibit 10, not 10, I'm sorry, your case file again.
I don't know what he's trying to get at. Mickey, thank you for the $2. Said, hi, Arturo. Man, they are reaching, bro. Yeah.
The 47-page.
I don't know what the point of this exactly is. This questioning about the bullet.
What's the tab?
It's all admitted, but why are we trying to?
In your case file, you have produced for us some
I don't know.
comparison photos of your.
Is this is the defense?
Yes.
Are they trying to say that the bullet shouldn't be allowed, or
And if you would go to
that you can't match the bullet to Tyler Robinson because it's destroyed?
page 37.
I went and made some coffee. I need something to.
Is the
wake my
top
ass
photo
up.
depicting one
It's already
test
been
fire
allowed, right? So what's the point of any of this?
on the left and another test fire from the same gun on the right?
Yes, it is.
So do you see areas of agreement and areas of disagreement in these two bullets fired from the same rifle?
I see sufficient agreement amongst the striations that are in this land impression.
Okay, and tell us where they are. When you draw that conclusion, using this subjective theory of identification, what
Subjective theory.
what you're looking at?
Big dog. It's literally like the same thing.
Probably.
No, it's not.
No.
I'm sorry.
but we can, if you direct us, we can get there with a pointer.
Sure. So you can see towards maybe the last third of the bullet or the land impression that, yes, right where your cursor is below there, that's an area of agreement with that striation. It looks like it's going from the left to the right. So that mark is appearing on the test fire on the left and the test fire on the right. Then if you look towards the top of that land impression, there's going to be some more lighter colored striations or lines that are moving from left to right.
Yeah,
Those
here,
areas
here.
are in agreement as well.
Here, 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 here,
Not
here,
as far-
here, here,
far
here.
up as where he is, correct? It's
Here, here.
Yes.
Here,
And
here.
I believe the PowerPoint
Here,
that I
here.
provided does have some areas and circles of
there's a
some of these
difference
marks,
right
if
there.
that would help as well. But if you move your cursor
Right
up,
here.
continually up, keep going.
All these lines right
There you
here.
You have a line that was right there, and you have several others underneath of it that looks like it's going just straight across. from
Bunkers,
left
thank you
to
for the
right,
5.
and
Thank you,
that
sir,
is
for
an
working hard
observed
for your
area.
viewers. I need a happy
So
poop.
that one he's got circled on the right, I see a line there. Are you saying you see a line on the left that it's identical to the one on the right?
I'm saying I see agreement amongst those striations, yes.
Okay, anything other than those two areas?
You can really go down the entirety almost of that line looking at those striations. So under the top red circle, there's another area there. Yep, if you start right there and you draw your circle over, at the top of the circle, there's a highlighted line on the left that goes all the way to the right. If you go a little bit farther down, maybe still in the top third of that circle, you can see another line going from one side to the other, another area of agreement as well. And then under the final third circle, in a little darker area down there, there's still some lines, again, in sufficient agreement.
Okay, and again, these are comparisons between test fires. So you know the rifle that you're test firing fired these two bullets, right?
Yes, and the
Okay.
purpose of those test fires is to ensure that though it was fired from the same firearm, you want to make sure that those individual characteristics are reproducing.
All right, so go to the photo.
As a
on the bottom
defense,
of
why
that.
would you be asking this? All right, what's this next one? What's this
This
bottom
is
one?
the first of several comparisons between the test fire on the left and 6A on the right, correct?
Yes.
And what does the writing on the top mean, blue index GIMP?
So that will be, the first number there is the case number, the laboratory case number. Then next,
that one's a little
1.11B is going to refer to the specific test fire that's on the picture. And then V versus 6A, so that's the evidence that's also pictured. GIMP stands for a groove impression, so I'm looking at a groove impression in this photo. Blue index means that I'm specifically looking at the groove impression that I have put a blue indexing mark on so that I know where I am during the comparison process.
Okay.
30X refers to the magnification that the photo was taken at, and then INC refers to inconclusive, the final conclusion.
So I'm interested in the areas of disagreement. Are there areas of
Michelle, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
the unknown here?
The thanks Arturo for another day of streaming.
So
Thank
for
you.
this photo, to me, I see areas of agreement in the top. And then on the way down from the 6A, right after you see those two highlighted lines near the top, there's a lot of damage that is observed, and almost no microscopic marks of value can be observed at all. So again, that lends to the lack of quality and quantity of marks even to do a comparison. It's almost like missing data points.
Okay, missing is not the same thing as dissimilar though, right?
It just means there's nothing there to call agreement or disagreement.
So do you see areas of disagreement here or no?
On the striations that are available.
Crazy 49, the trial ain't going to be here
the areas of
until
agreement,
months.
specifically talking about those
It'll take
two
months to get to
highlighted
the
lines
trial.
at the top on the right.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. Top photo on the next page. It's B38. You see areas of disagreement in this photo.
So this is the same photograph that we looked at before, just at a different magnification. It's zoomed in a little bit more from 30 to 40x. So again, I'm looking at those two highlighted lines near the top. And then if you look down, you can almost see that damage a little bit better. And there's none of those striated lines that you see on the test fire, which you would expect to see in a land or groove impression on the right at all. So again, no microscopic marks of value to compare whatsoever.
All right, how about the bottom photo? And again, the question, areas of disagreement.
Disagreement?
The possibility
Well, I mean,
of an
this
area
side
of
over here doesn't
disagreement,
disagree with this one.
maybe in the middle there on the 6A is a line that does not look like it carries over, but just from this snapshot, I cannot say if I had moved the photo a little bit different or the specimens together that area would be agreement. In this photo, it does not look like it does, though.
Okay. And could you go to the next photo, please? Same question here. Areas of disagreement.
Disagreement.
The way
Why is
this
he
photo
asking
was
that?
taken is highlighting more of the lack of microscopic marks of value. If I had pulled the specimen that's on the left, the test fire over, there might be some agreement that could be observed, but the way the photograph is now, you don't see the line on the right going all the way over. But again, this is just a snapshot of one particular area.
Doesn't show areas of agreement or disagreement.
There is an area of agreement at the very bottom of the photo.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Next photo, please.
It's two little lines. The rifle had dirt in it. It did say that earlier, yeah.
This is another zoomed in of
A lot
the
of
previous
agreement
photo,
there.
focusing in on that bottom area of agreement. So we went from 30x to 40x and just highlighting one specific area, and this is showing you agreement.
Next photo.
So again, this area that is highlighted, the bottom portion that's in focus, is showing an area of agreement. As you go up, the lines are a little bit blurred on the 6A bullet jacket fragment, so it's hard to say if that area was an agreement or disagreement. That's not what my photo was focusing on.
All right. Next one.
So again, this is going to show you part of the groove impression at the white index. On the top, you can see some striated lines, or excuse me, more of the middle of the photo. The top of the groove impression from the 6A, you see some lines that do not appear to be on the right side either, but this photo is also trying to show the lack of microscopic marks at all towards the bottom of that groove impression.
Okay. But there are in these photos areas of disagreement as well as areas of agreement, correct?
Isn't it all
photo that we
disagreement
just looked
except
at,
for
it
the
could be
areas of
possible
agreement?
Areas of disagreement. Again, it's just one area that I'm looking at. It's hard to tell when you can't look at the entirety of the land in this moment.
Now this, you can take that down, please. Do you keep up with
No, I didn't see nothing from Marcato.
the literature relevant, scientific literature relevant to your field?
I do, yes.
I could care
And
less
are
about
you aware
Marcato
of
and his
certain
audience.
criticisms that have been leveled against this AFTE theory of identification?
I have heard, yes, I've heard recommendations on how to improve the AFTE theory of identification, yes.
Well, the criticism have gone beyond that, right?
Specifically, what are you referring to?
Well, you're aware that the National Resource, the National Resource Council?
The National Academy of Science?
National Academy of Science?
Yes.
Is that a pretty preeminent scientific organization in this country?
Yes.
You
Did
don't even
they
know what he's talking about.
conclude in 2009 that, quote, a fundamental problem with tool mark and firearm analysis is the lack of a precisely defined process. As noted above, AFTE has adopted a theory of identification, but it does not provide a specific protocol. It says that an examiner may offer an opinion that a specific tool or firearm was the source of a specific set of tool
I only see
marks
half-
for a bullet
half
striation
my head.
pattern when, quote, sufficient agreement exists in the pattern of two sets of marks. It defines agreement as significant when it exceeds the best agreement demonstrated between tool marks known to
Turn the brightness up on your TV.
by different tools and is consistent with the agreement demonstrated by tool marks known to have been produced by the same tool. The meaning of exceeds the best agreement and consistent.
Morris, thank you for the $10 on Cash App.
The examiner is
Said my
expected
super chat was refunded.
on his or her own
I think YouTube had a G.
This AFTI document, which is the best guidance
Thank you for the
available
10.
for the field of tool mark identification, does not even consider, let alone address, questions regarding variability, reliability,
Basically, he
repeatability,
wants her to say that
number
you
of
can't match this
correlations
gun,
needed
or
to
you can't match this bullet to the
given
gun.
degree of confidence.
I do remember
Objection.
there's.
Objection.
Objection. This is bullshit,
We're
Your Honor.
firmly into 702 territory. I object on grounds of relevance to the probable cause hearing and beyond the scope of the PC hearing, as I previously objected.
I think it goes directly to reliability. That a scientific group studied this exact process that she used in this case and reached that conclusion.
If you would, so again, I'm trying to keep us on the probable cause standard. This is going a bit deep in regards to it. This is citing to 2009, and so we're in 2026. And again, I don't want to have to dive deep into areas trying to determine, because I feel that we are exiting the orbit of probable cause. If I'm having to make that analysis and trying to see, like, how is this relevant? How does this apply? How does this go to probable cause? So if you wish to ask this question and then move on, we certainly could do that. But
Sure. The only thing I wanted to do was establish that this was the foundation criticism in 2009. And I know when we had raised this issue with respect to one of the other experts, the comeback was, oh, well, this was in 2009 and the PCAST report was in 2016. In this particular field, these criticisms have started in 2009, but they have continued up to the present day and have gotten more strident. So I think that's the take home here, is that this is not some past criticism that has been set aside. This is a criticism that this expert is aware of and that has continued in the literature up to the present time.
But I don't have that second portion of what you just said in front of me. So I can't agree with you, because what I have is what's before me. I can't go searching myself as a magistrate for probable cause. I have to take what you say as it is. And if I have to start searching, I've left the universe of probable cause.
I agree, and I was offering that to the court as a proffer in terms of where this line of questioning is going, so the court can understand the context.
Okay.
It isn't just an isolated criticism, and I'll establish with a couple of questions that it's continued.
Dixie Cup, what the hell are you talking about?
But I will limit you to this question. We're going to more and more. I see your point. You're looking at whether this science is challenged or not. The point's been received, but anything further goes outside of probable cause. So we have to get back on the path.
There was blood all over the car. What are you talking
You're
about?
aware of that criticism, right?
Yes, I am.
And you're also aware of the criticism leveled in 2016.
There was blood all over their hands, all over the people helping them.
Solely on, I've accepted what you've said, but I said that it's limited to this question.
It had already gushed out
because anything
everywhere
is going outside of probable cause.
I misunderstood. I apologize to the court.
And I apologize if I wasn't clear on that. So maybe it was my error not communicating. I've accepted that coming in. I've overruled the objection, but I said we're gonna leave that where it is and then move forward.
And that's where I'm unclear. When the court says move forward, no more questions about any further criticisms beyond that one?
God, you're making me relive it in my head.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Burt.
And I think I've made the proffer in terms of the relevancy of it.
And I accept that. So thank you, Mr. Burt.
Right. Then the last area is in the years that you've been doing this testing, is it true that you've only taken one proficiency test that involves bullet comparisons?
Yes, I've only had the opportunity to take one bullet proficiency test so far.
And is it true that that was in 2023?
I don't remember the exact year, but that sounds correct, yes.
Right. And is it true that that proficiency test involved a test where you had question bullets and then you had two sets of bullets, one that was fired from one gun, not the suspect gun, and then a second gun that was fired from another gun?
I don't remember the exact final ground truth answers that were there. No, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I think when you and I talked about this, you said you were aware of a controversy about that particular test, correct?
I was aware, yes, of the results of the proficiency test, yes.
That there was a very high error rate in that particular proficiency test, right?
There was a higher error rate, yes. However, my answers were satisfactory along with the 5 other examiners at my specific laboratory that took it as well.
Your conclusion in that case was, as in this case, that it was inconclusive, correct?
Correct.
Even though the correct answer was that the bullets did not come from the question, the two did not match, the known in the question should have been an elimination.
The ground truth answer was yes, they were excluded. However, an inconclusive result in this comparison was extremely appropriate. The lack of quality and quantity of those individual characteristics never reached sufficient agreement, nor did it ever reach sufficient disagreement. So saying anything but inconclusive was not appropriate.
I see. And can you have bullets fired from different weapons that can have individual characteristics that look pretty similar?
There is occasions, yes, that tool marks that are made by 2 separate tools are similar, yes.
Could you go, and this is my last area, question Exhibit 19, page 26.
Your Honor, I'm requesting
Page
20
26.
minutes for cross-examination. We're coming up on 4:37. That would be my request, Your Honor.
This is my last question. So.
All right, Mr. Burke. Thank you, Mr.
Bullshit.
Burke. I appreciate
It's always his last question.
In your opinion, does this, the one on the left and the right, show matching individual characteristics?
Counsel, has this been admitted? Because I see it displayed. I just want to make sure. Is this also?
It has not been admitted, and
Okay.
I'm asking this question and as a foundation for admitting it.
Okay, that's fine. So I just want, it was on another screen. I wanted clarification, so it's not on any screens because it hasn't been admitted, but clearly it can be on her screen.
Thank you.
Max Soriano, thank you for the 5, man. How many guns are there anyway? Sorry for the small amount. Oh, no worries. I appreciate every dollar, you guys.
Page 20.
Don't ever worry about that. How many guns are there? Just the one, I believe.
Does this comparison show individual characteristics?
One gun, one bullet shot. But he engraved in a couple of bullets.
There are individual characteristics present, but without examining it in person, I don't feel comfortable making a conclusion.
Okay, how about the next page? Oh, 27. How about that one?
Again, I see individual characteristics. On a very first glance, I can see maybe one striation that is an agreement, but without seeing it physically in person and having an accurate representation of the entirety, I can't conclude in any answer.
And the last one, the third photo, page 28.
What you're saying is you're not qualified to tell me if that's if those match or not.
28, page 28.
Yeah, I was like, this is my last question. Yeah, you said that. Man, he's said that like 5 times already. Every day he's got one last question.
Same question.
Oh, it's the same
Do
question.
see
Okay.
individual characteristics. I do see some areas of agreement without looking at it further. I wouldn't make a conclusion. It's a holistic approach when you're examining items.
Would it surprise you if I told you that
Your Honor, I'm going to be late to Hanukkah.
different weapons?
Again, I don't know any context to these photos other than what you showed, so I don't feel comfortable saying one way or another.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. McBride.
Jesus. Cross exam. Now he's going to have barely any time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Those last 3 photos that you were shown, had you seen those before?
I had looked at them probably back in 2024 when it was published.
Okay, that's a study. Is that what that is? Some
Yes.
sort.
It was a look from the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. It was a volunteer of photographs of people that did have an incorrect answer in that proficiency test.
Okay. And when you do an examination or a comparison, are you limited to one photograph?
No.
You actually have the item in front of you, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you can manipulate it, you can turn it, you can look at every angle and every side of that item as you do the comparison. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you're doing that process, you're looking for as many characteristics that match or agree or disagree as you can possibly find, correct?
Yes, it's a holistic approach. If I have a bullet like this case, I'm looking at every single land, every single groove impression, and doing an evaluation of each one of those, looking for areas of agreement and disagreement before rendering a conclusion.
Would it be responsible for you to reach a conclusion based on a single photograph of a very limited area of 2 bullets?
I would not feel comfortable doing that now.
Did I leave the studio and come back in here 2 hours ago?
How long have you, first
It does not feel like that.
I work at the Forensic Science Laboratory in Washington for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco.
Feels like I just came from the studio and came inside
A little over 6.5 years.
like 30 minutes ago. But no, it's been
work
an hour and 45 minutes of
Prior
them
to working for ATF,
yammering
I was a
on.
latent fingerprint technician, recovering latent fingerprints from improvised explosive devices. And I also worked as a crime scene investigator in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Anne Arundel County, Maryland.
How long did you have that position?
I think cumulatively it was about 5 to 6 years.
And before that?
Those are the only ones. I think
switched
it was about 6 months as a latent fingerprint technician.
Oh, is that what it was?
2 years as a crime scene in Winston-Salem and 3 in Anne Arundel County.
Do you have education and training before
I
that?
came into the house 2 hours ago,
I
y'all.
have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic and Investigative Science from West Virginia University and have attended and graduated the National Firearms Examiner Academy, as well as done specific training at my laboratory.
Robert Guile, thank you for the happy poop.
Have you had on-the-job training at the laboratories where you've worked?
Bunkers, thank you for the $5.
Describe what that
Bullets are not made consistently throughout manufacturing, therefore test firing is
Part of becoming a
inconclusive.
firearm and toolmark examiner for ATF was attending the NFEA, the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is a year-long intensive comprehensive training program. I learned about historical cases, figures, and the evolution of firearms, fired ammunition components, and manufacturing. In phase 2, I worked 16 weeks of hands-on experience assembling and disassembling firearms using a comparison microscope comparing fired ammunition components and tool marks, going on manufacturing tours, and participating in moot court. I worked on an independent research project and 4 practical exercises, and then presented that independent research project to a panel of experts and participated in 2 moot court sessions on 2 of those 4 practical exercises. Then specifically for ATF, I still work on my training, going through practical exercises and competency tests, working under trained firearms examiners at my laboratory, and also continue learning about any manufacturing evolutions or going on manufacturing tours. And I also participate in moot court for every single competency test that I work. Once all of that is complete, then I work on supervised case before moving on to unsupervised casework.
And supervised casework means what?
It means that the author of the final report will be a different examiner, but I am working on all of the work side by side and going through all the steps that are needed for that examination.
And in that process, you're having discussions about your work with a more experienced examiner.
Yes, it's an opportunity to work a case that has come into the laboratory, but still have someone there making sure I feel comfortable with everything and following every step necessary.
How long ago was that you had that you graduated from that supervised work?
I believe that was in 2022 or 2023. I'm not sure.
Do you supervise now others?
I do not have a supervisor capacity, but I have had the opportunity to now teach at the NFEA. I've been fortunate enough to participate as an instructor in the test firing module, the mini moot court module, and the comparison of bullets and cartridge cases.
If you guys want to follow me on Kick,
are you required
to ad free over there?
Education in your position.
I can watch ad
There's
free
not
on
a
Kick.
specific continuing education program. However, when the opportunity to go on AFTI's annual conferences and allows it, I will go to those, as well as continually go to manufacturing tours.
Is this an area of science and forensics that is continuing to develop new techniques and advance in research?
Yes, it is.
And how do you stay up on those advances?
Part of the way to do that is to continue my membership with AFTI. Again, they do an annual training seminar recently, just in May of 2026 here in Baltimore, where there's case searches and studies that are presented, different manufacturing techniques, just new and upcoming research that is throughout the community, not just firearms practitioners, but also standard and technology researchers like those from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST.
And I think Defense Counsel has asked you a little bit about some of the publications that have given criticism is how he's phrased it, but given recommendations on how to improve the science in your field. Are you aware of that?
I am, yes.
And is there an effort to adopt those suggested improvements where they have merit?
Yes, AFTI especially takes those recommendations very seriously.
Real quick, we're going to talk about this after this trial, but the ICE agents were not wearing a body cam. Were not wearing body cams for that shooting that happened in Houston. Ooh, the left is going to be pissed about that. Also, they said that driver wasn't even their intended target. They were going after, I guess, somebody else. So we're going to talk about that whenever this is over, right? Uh-oh, what happened? I broke it. Y'all still there?
Is your laboratory accredited?
It is, yes.
What does that mean to be
within those accreditation limits every single year?
There is a mention of proficiency testing. Are you required to do proficiency testing?
Yes, I am.
And are those specific as to what type of proficiency testing that you do?
Yes.
What are some examples?
We are required to take proficiency tests in all discipline that our scope enables, so serial number restoration and the comparison of tool marks.
The left is going to be seething. What do you mean there's no
similarities
evidence?
and principles that apply to all aspects of tool mark analysis and comparison?
Can you elaborate on the question, please?
Well, let's say you're comparing what we've been talking about here, rifling on a bullet. Are there principles that apply to that area versus that also apply in tool marks analysis, say of impressions of a handheld tool?
Yes, all of those comparisons are a product of a tool mark comparison. A firearm is nothing but a tool. So when you are talking about a cartridge case comparison, it's still looking at a tool and a tool mark. The tool in this case is the firearm. The tool mark is being left on a cartridge case or a bullet.
I want to draw your attention to Plaintiff's Exhibit 32. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to this story about the ICE shooting.
While that's pulling up, and this has been published, this has been approved for publication at all 3 levels already, so we can put that on the screens. While that's pulling up, thank you. I want to ask you first about an entry here. The second sentence under results of examination. Exhibit 1's rifle was test fired and found to be in operable condition.
Yep.
Did you perform that test fire?
Oh, I can't wait to talk about this.
How did you receive this firearm?
I received it from another physical scientist in our laboratory.
Okay. And did it have a scope on it?
Nita, thank you for coming in clutch. You said, here's another super chat. Anybody want to match?
It was in operable condition.
In order to determine if
Come on,
the
y'all. We've been
firearm
live
is
streaming
operable
for like
condition,
4
I
or
will
5
find
hours
the
already.
ammunition that it is calibrated for. In this place, it was 30-06 Springfield. Load that
hours?
into the firearm, and then I fired any test fires into
5
a
hours.
water recovery tank.
Okay. And why did you choose a water recovery tank?
The water recovery tank is what is used to obtain bullet specimens. The water is going to slow down the bullet from its movement so that we can actually obtain the bullet, and it is supposed to cause minimal damage.
Why does it matter if there's minimal damage or more damage?
You would like minimal damage because that means that there's going to be less damage on the areas that you need to compare.
Ed Eagle coming in. Thank you for the $2, Ed.
Evidence rounds that you...
Ricky, thank you for the
bullets
chili.
You often receive in your cases. Are there cases where there's a lot of damage to those bullets?
Michael, thank you for following over on
Cases
Kick.
with lots of damaged bullets, yes.
In this circumstance, the Exhibit 1 rifle, this Mauser 98 30-06, was it an auto-loading rifle or a bolt action?
This was a bolt action rifle.
Exhibit 2 cartridge case. Let's see here. If you'll turn to page 2, and we've already read this line. I think defense counsel read this line to you. The Exhibit 6A paragraph there. The result of the comparison was inconclusive. Could further testing be done to try and see if there is any, if you come to a conclusion on this round?
There was no further testing that I could do, no.
Is there further testing that could be done in the field?
There is the possibility of using a 3D system to visualize the individual characteristics on the bullet.
Do you have the capability of doing that at your lab?
My laboratory currently does not have that capability.
Do you know if the FBI lab has that capability?
I believe they do.
Sorry for the jump scare, y'all.
Defense counsel put up a list of potential firearms that could have fired this round, or this bullet. Is that list comprehensive?
It's not an all-inclusive list.
And does it mean that this round...
Some immigration advocates...
I'll leave it at that, actually. There's been some discussion about a bullet, the 6A bullet.
We begin with a
pursuit. Will you describe what a bullet jacket is?
Yes, I do have a demonstrative. May I use that?
Do you have that with you? Yes. Yes, please, go ahead.
So this is a demonstrative of a bullet. So a bullet jacket, it would refer to the outside of the bullet.
The neighbors here
Inside
told us
the bullet would be the lead core. So when I'm referring to the jacket, it means that I've only received that outer portion. I did not receive any of the lead core intact with it.
In this circumstance,
there's so much news about ICE right now, y'all.
Jacket fragment.
I love it.
What does that mean that it's a fragment?
Fragment means I don't have the entirety of that jacket.
And
illegal
can you testify as to
immigrant
why
is a
you don't
law
have that entirety?
No, I cannot.
And it also, your report also says that there are 4 lead fragments. What Why would you have lead fragments?
So the lead fragments, the lead would be from the inside of the bullet, that core. Occasionally when the bullet reaches its final destination, it can split, and some of that core might be pulled off of the jacket and be found where it landed.
We mentioned.
And would you be able to gather information from
Got a
those
rap sheet
lead
just now as well as former
fragments
acting ICE director
that could
and joins us now as
identify
well.
them as coming from this particular firearm? Would you expect to be able to make that comparison?
Jonathan
I would
Fahey
not
is the
expect
former
to see
acting ICE
any
director.
characteristics that would help me reach a conclusion, no.
Why not?
Because the lead core is on the inside of the bullet, the landing grooves are going to be imparted onto the jacket or the exterior. So when it's moving down the barrel, the inside is not coming into contact with rifling whatsoever.
As
the investigation into the
do you have
death-
a verification step where your work is reviewed by another analyst?
We do, yes.
And were your conclusions in this case verified by another analyst?
Yes, they were.
Also tonight, a surge of arrests and deportations across the country and here in our area. Several media outlets report ICE detained 10,000 people during a 5-day period in late June.
And ICE
Is there a potential that the testing you do can destroy the evidence that you're reviewing?
What do you mean?
Well, prevent it from being tested in the future.
No, I would not expect anything that I've done to prohibit more examination in the future, no.
But in general, you say you peeled back the petals, I think you said, of the bullet jacket because it was so crumpled.
Yes. I think, if anything, that lends to a better comparison process. It is a very well-known practice amongst firearm and tool mark examiners. Without doing a examination like that in preparation, no one's able to see the marks that are needed for the comparison process.
Okay. In reaching the conclusions that you did in this case, did you follow protocols and practices that are required by your position?
I did, yes.
Nothing else.
Mr. Bird.
You said a couple of things of interest to me. One was that your work is peer reviewed, right? There's a peer reviewer, a second reviewer?
It is a verification process.
Verification process. And you know, in this case, we requested to produce the case file from your reviewers so we could see whether it was accurate or not. You're aware of that, right?
I am not, and the verification process does not require that the verifier has case notes. Their case notes would be within mine, and it's just an authored verification chart.
Well, you wrote a memo to Mr. McBride dated May 19th, did you not, in which you said in answer to our request for the reviewer's work product that ATF laboratories do not release materials concerning technical reviewers or verifiers. And you went on to state, did you not, that we don't even release the CVs of who the reviewers are.
So that is not authored by me. That is our ATF procedures and protocols. If that was an email that came from me, I am just verbatim what our quality assurance manager has said.
Do you think science works best when it works in secret?
Objection. Objection, argumentative.
Counsel?
It goes to the issue that was raised on cross-examination, which is my work was peer-reviewed. So how do we evaluate the strength of that assertion when they refuse to hand over to us the work product of the reviewers, or even identify what their credentials are? That's relevant.
Well, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that, but the question itself was argumentative. Because we can look at the question, working in secret
Let me rephrase.
Okay, so I am going to sustain the objection. Because of the phrasing, it is inherently argumentative, and it wouldn't be a question that would be able to proceed into prelim.
Do you have an opinion on whether it is scientifically defensible to rely on a peer reviewer and not reveal that peer reviewer's work product?
I believe I understand what you're asking. However, in this case, the verifier does not have any work product to show. If you'd like to see their CV, I cannot testify to anything about the procedures of giving their information out. All I can say is that they are employed at my laboratory, are under the same scrutiny of proficiency testing, went through the same training with competency and practical exercises, so they are a trained and competent examiner.
They don't have any work product to show, but your protocol calls for, does it not, documentation of whatever it is they did?
And that is included in my case file.
Right, but not the reviewer's work product.
The reviewer's work product is a verification sheet. If you'd like, I can refer to my case notes and find that specific page number, but that would be the only work product that they would have in this case.
I see. Now, you said two things about the PCAS report on cross-examination. One was that, if I understood it, that the PCAS findings have been addressed in subsequent studies. Did I hear that correctly?
Because one of the recommendations was to further, actually, I think their recommendation was one more black box study to show the foundational validity of firearm tool mark examination. And since 2016, several have been published.
All right, let's look at that for a second. First of all, they didn't recommend, they found, did they not? Quote, PCAS finds that firearms analysis currently falls short of the criteria for foundational validity because there is only a single appropriately designed study to measure validity and estimate reliability. The scientific criteria for foundational validity requires more than one such study to demonstrate reproducibility. Isn't that what they found?
That is what their finding was, correct.
Okay. And then after that report was published, in 2017, they came out with a second report because people said, oh, the literature already exists, you missed it. And they said, no, that's not true. Isn't that right?
They concluded.
Relevance to preliminary hearing. We're now well into 702 argument.
He raised this issue on cross, Your Honor. He clearly went beyond the 2009 reference that the court allowed and opened this area up. And I don't think it's fair for him to be allowed to do that without me being able to respond to it.
Thank you. On cross-examination, that door was opened by the state, and so I will allow limited questioning on recross or redirect, however we want to label this. So you may proceed. The objection is overruled.
In 2017, they filed a second report responding to assertions by people in your profession and others that they had missed or the studies had already been done. Isn't that true?
Yes, PCAS did a 2017 addendum to their 2016 report, reiterating that they believe that the only way to properly empirically test a science is through these black box studies, and that they would not take into consideration the numerous amount of work and validation studies done over decades that the firearms community has published.
And a bunch of other studies were done, right?
Correct.
And in response to those additional studies, there have been continual criticisms of the methodologies of those studies. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And you've read, for instance, well, first of all, you attended, I see, a webinar by the group that did some of the critiques. Remember that?
Which webinar are you referring to?
You attended a webinar, I believe, in 2023.
With ICE arrest surging in the United States, border crossings at record lows, and deportations in the
webinar
hundreds.
hosted by the Center for Statistics and Applications in Forensic Evidence, 2021.
Correct, I did.
According to you. And that group has
Plattner
published
drops out of Maine
numerous
U.S.
studies
Senate
for
race.
2026, for instance. Their study in 2024 called Methodological Problems in Every Black Box Study of Forensic Firearm Comparisons, in which they concluded that the field still was not reliable despite the studies that you reference. Isn't that true?
That is the author's opinion, correct.
Right. And they're not the only ones. There have been other groups of statisticians.
When this is over, we got a lot of stuff to talk
Articles
about,
right
right?
up to 2026 saying that the studies that you referenced are unreliable. that
Yes.
their methodology of those studies is flawed and cannot be relied upon to support the science of toolmark comparison, correct?
Yes, there has been studies to say that they believe there is flaws in the black box studies and stuff, but there has also been plenty of research done to say the opposite.
And lastly, you mentioned that, or it was brought out that you have training and experience, right?
Correct, yes.
Do you agree with the conclusion stated in the section of the report, the PCAP report, that neither experience nor professional practices can substitute for foundational validity? Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
You agree with the conclusion reached in the PCAP report that a forensic science discipline that has an error rate higher than 5% is not reliable?
I don't know that I have opinion to that because I think it's a little on the broad side. I don't know what you would consider high as far as the percentage.
Well, I'm referring to the statement at page 151 where they say methods with a high false positive rate are scientifically unreliable for making important judgments in court about the source of a sample. To be considered reliable, the false positive rate should certainly be less than 5%, and it may be appropriate that it be considerably lower depending on the intended application.
I would agree with that statement.
You would agree with that. And
Copy didn't
you
help
also
at all.
lastly reference your knowledge of the study by the AFTE of that proficiency, the one proficiency test which you have taken on bullet comparisons, correct?
Correct.
And the error rate in that particular study, proficiency test, was
We are saying on top.
20.4%, correct?
Correct.
For item 2, 18.2% for item 3, and 18.9% for item 5.
I believe those were the results. However, I don't agree that proficiency tests are what are used for validation studies to show foundational validity. Proficiency.
So if the error rates are high, then they shouldn't be relied upon to show invalidity, but they should be relied upon to establish that your experience means that your science is valid? Is that what you're saying?
Foundational studies are looking at, just as PCAS said, those black box studies, different test design, all of which firearm and toolmark community has conducted. We've looked at cartridge cases, bullet, pristine samples, damaged samples, and different firearms. Proficiency test is looking at the accuracy of an examiner's results, not foundational validity.
But you would agree that an error rate of 20% is unacceptable, would establish unreliability, correct?
I would agree that those results need to be looked at to see where that error was coming from.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness?
And I saw.
And Mr. McBride, I'm going to limit you because your objection to going outside and going to 702, you opened the door, but I've got to close that door to some point. So I will give you a limited number of
Village
questions
Community
to come to a close.
I understand that. Your science has been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Continue our coverage
It's
of the
routinely
deadly
admitted
shooting
in
involving an
courts across the country, correct?
ICE officer in Houston's East
Your
End.
science has been peer-reviewed and viewed favorably by numerous publications and studies across the country and across the world, correct?
Correct, yes.
No more questions.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, Mr. Burt. Thank you, Mr. McBride. Ma'am, thank you for being here. You are excused. All right, that brings us to a close. Do either party wish the benefit of the record before we adjourn for the night?
Connor, can you just give us about 5 minutes, and then I think we can make an announcement. Can you just give us a minute to chat?
Yes, you may have that, and we'll stay in court for these 5 minutes, just because it would take longer to let everyone go and then come back in.
Oh boy. Okay. There Let me tell you, there's so much going on with ICE right now. There are cities, local news networks all over the country talking about illegals getting arrested, activists coming together. I feel like there's a big anti-ICE and also ICE movement in general happening right now. So, yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy, man. We're not just talking about Houston. We're talking about Virginia. We're talking about Washington, Seattle, Washington, Chicago. What else? New York City. There's some activists going crazy over there. Little Village. I don't even know where Little Village is. Oh, Chicago. All right. Houston. All over the place, man. I mean, we could just jump right. We need a break. We just need to chill out. How many super chats have I missed? I'm sorry, you guys. I'm over here getting the next part of the show together. Nita, thank you for the $2. Ricky, thank you for the sparkles. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Love you, fam. We are Charlie Kirk. Yes. Nita, thank you for the happy poop.
We're live. So court is back in session.
Oh my God. Evelina, thank you for the flow state.
Except for maybe one attorney. Mr. Grunender, should we wait for counsel?
Take maybe 30 seconds to wait for Mr. McBride.
All right.
Sarah Scott, thank you for the $20.
Present.
That's the other ICE. That's the other air raid.
All right.
Powers that be, thank you for the $2.
Turning to Ms. Nestor.
Sub Buff, thank you for the $2. The challenge accepted. Grace, thank you for the $2.
Your Honor, we have just one more witness who would be a fairly short witness, not super long. So
yeah, that's what y'all always say.
Done tomorrow, probably by lunch, I would think. So maybe if we could plan that will be finished. We probably will not need the entire day tomorrow, is my suggestion.
Turning to the state, obviously I'm not holding you to
Nita, thank you for the happy
today,
poops.
but just for guidance, does the state anticipate and rebuttal witnesses?
Judge, we don't anticipate any rebuttal evidence that needs to be presented to this hearing. So I think the question would be is, are we going to argue the bind over tomorrow? And the state would be prepared to argue bind over tomorrow.
All right, well, I appreciate that. In regards to trying to budget time here, how much time does the state anticipate? Obviously, there's one more witness, so I'm not going to.
If it's a short witness, Judge, I don't think it should take us the entire morning. But we would be prepared to argue tomorrow morning at the close of evidence or first thing in the afternoon.
And how much time do you anticipate that argument being? Again, a rough estimate. I'm not holding you to the exact number. I'm just trying to see how close are we to the 5 o'clock, because I'm going to ask the defense the same question as well.
It wouldn't come close to the 5 o'clock hour, Judge.
For just you or for both?
For argument?
Yes.
Both of us.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll turn it. Thank you, Mr.
If we have to argue 2 hours apiece for bind over, there's a problem.
All right. Thank you.
I would say that. Thank you.
There's a problem.
Defense. I'm just getting an estimate. I'm not holding you. I'm not going to time you to this, but just trying to see as it relates to 5 o'clock and for argument for bind over tomorrow afternoon.
Understood, Your Honor. Our request, the defense request, is that we be allowed to submit briefing. There are some legal issues that we would like to brief for the court prior to the decision on the bind over. We're open to briefing, page limits, time limits, all of that, but we would like that opportunity because there are some legal complexities involved here.
All right, and if and I'm going to ask the state, but if the state, well, I'm not going to assume anything. Thank you. So
I believe the state is going to object to that, Your Honor.
So what I hear you saying is you wish to. Well, I don't want to assume. what it seems like you're saying, and I want to be clear, is you're waiving oral argument and just doing briefing.
So generally, Your Honor, in cases with multiple counts that are pretty complex issues of law, I have asked for briefing and the opportunity for an argument. We can set time limits on that as well prior to bind over. I've done this in multiple other cases before courts in Utah.
Be right back. I need my hat.
Preference to make sure we get the law right.
And so how much time, if you're asking for argument, that in addition to briefing, I'm trying to get the total universe of what's in front of me.
So I anticipate that I agree with Mr. Grunander that I don't think an argument would take more than a half day. Should take less than that, particularly if we're briefing issues beforehand. So I don't know, 2 hours for argument total.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Visser. Turning back to the states, what is, you've heard from the defense.
Again, Judge, the state would prefer to argue tomorrow. We think the court has all the evidence before it and could make a bind-over decision after oral argument tomorrow. If the court decides that briefing is necessary, I believe the court reporter could have a transcript available as early as Monday of next week at an expedited on an expedited request. With that said, each side would need 2 weeks to. We're the moving party. We would prepare a motion in support of bind over. There would be a response and then a reply. So we're probably 6 weeks out before we can actually argue before bind over. We would rather not wait 6 weeks to argue bind over. That's why we would like to do it tomorrow. But that's the timeline we're probably looking at, is about 6 weeks and then 2 to 3 hours of argument.
So are you requesting to move forward with oral argument tomorrow and in addition to briefing? Or again, I'm just trying to see the whole universe that's before me.
Good question, Judge. If the court wants briefing, I don't believe we would argue tomorrow. We would save that argument until the briefing is finished.
All right. Thank you. And to defense, would you agree on the time frame for briefing as been proposed by Mr. Grunander to allow each side the appropriate time, taking into consideration a transcript which may or may not be needed by the parties?
We are also okay with simultaneous briefing on this if the state prefers that. That wouldn't take 6 weeks if that's the concern, but we have no objection to the 6 weeks.
All right. And does your client waive any speedy trial rights that may result as this request? I just want to make sure I'm addressing constitutional rights. Also going to be addressing from the victim representative. This goes squarely into the victim's rights to speedy disposition. So again, I'm just trying to take it, and I know we're late. I just want to cover all these bases.
Yes, our client will waive his speedy trial rights so that we can properly brief the preliminary hearing issues.
All right. To the state.
Oh, what?
If the court wants briefing, we would not like to do simultaneous briefing. We would like to start it out as the moving party. The defense would then respond. We would then have the opportunity to reply before oral argument.
All right. And I'll invite Ms. Kirk's attorney, if you wish to be heard. This goes squarely into the victim's rights as recognized in the Utah Constitution as well as Utah statute as it's what's before us.
Your Honor, obviously we want swift justice for Charlie here. I think we obviously know the court needs to make sure they're balancing all interests here, but I think as soon as the matter could be bound over and this matter could be set for trial, that's what the Kirk family would like.
But do you want to weigh in regards to briefing? Because it sounds like it's...
Your Honor, I'm hesitant to weigh in on briefing. I feel as if that is a decision which the court should decide whether or not it's necessary, and we're going to take no position on briefing. We asked for speed. This has been 10 months coming. We've heard a lot of evidence. To me, it seems rather overwhelming, but that's my opinion. Obviously, it doesn't matter. But so we just asked for it to move quickly.
Thank you. All right. Right, having heard from the parties, I will go ahead and allow, I'm granting the request for briefing as it relates to probable cause to allow both parties to file the briefs. With defense, as you are the moving party requesting briefing, when would you like to submit your brief? Or
Christmas?
Judge, because we have the burden, I believe it's appropriate for us to initiate the briefing.
Okay.
Because we're moving for the bind over, and then we would have an opportunity to reply.
And that's, okay, so let's start. Mr. Grunander, when can you have your brief filed?
Just a moment, Judge.
Thank you. And in going to defense, well, I'll follow up with you as well.
Thank you.
Hanukkah? This judge, like, this is a clown show. Oh. Yo, they are pumping out videos left and right about this ICE shooting. When I tell you they were trying as hard as they can to rile up the public for protests.
Logistics so we can move this along.
It's crazy, man.
Mr. Grunander, turning to you.
Judge, if we were able to collect the transcript Monday, if we had 2 weeks from Tuesday, we could have our motion in. I believe that's the 28th of July.
Oh, fuck.
So state's brief by the 28th of July, assuming that they can get the transcript.
Can y'all explain to me what a brief is?
Okay, Ms. Visser.
We need 2 weeks after that, so August 11th, I believe, is 2 weeks.
Oh, August.
All right. And to the state, if you wish to file a reply, when
it would be 7 days after that, Judge.
So,
fuck.
The 18th.
We'll be worried about the next presidential election by the time they're getting this thing going.
All right. And for oral argument, what I can set is September 1st in the morning. Let me take a quick glance here at the calendar.
Summary, an overview of what they want to present.
So we can move this along for all reasons previously stated. And we can start at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. on September 1st. How does that look for the parties?
That works for the state.
September 1st. This is still about probable
Your Honor,
cause,
I'm
though?
gonna be in trial that week, and I'd really like to be here for this argument. Is there any way we could just do it the next week?
Well, the problem is, I'm happy to look, but it is getting it would be very tricky. This is a fortunate opening.
Got it. All right.
Otherwise,
we'll take it then.
Okay. I appreciate you accommodating the court schedule. September 1st, in person. I see the defense nodding yes.
Yes.
Yes, please.
All right. September 1st at 10 a.m. And it sounds like up to 2 hours per side. And we can take it from there. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, page limits. We spoke as a team, and our preference would be to limit at least the initial briefs on both sides to 30 pages, no longer than 30.
Defense stipulates to that?
I'd like to counter with 40.
Okay. Well, this is not an auction, but any final thoughts?
We'll submit it, Judge. And then we would ask for half of whatever Your Honor grants for the final reply.
We will set it at 35 pages, and then we will go half of that, which is an odd number, 17. We'll go 17 pages for the reply. Parties agree?
I was going to offer to round up to 18, but
I know.
We'll take the 18, Judge.
All right, we will go with 18. So 35 pages for the initial filings, 18 response, and September 1st at 10 a.m. Anything further for this evening?
Yes, Judge, I believe the Kirk family, there's a ruling that was reserved by the court with respect to publication of an exhibit that probably needs to be addressed.
Yes. And now my understanding is what's being requested is the portion that had been altered, which I believe is about 1 minute.
Your Honor, I believe it was enhanced in that it was like zooming in and circles that were put on it. We would ask for the entirety of that exhibit to be displayed in court. So I believe it was about 8 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Don't hold me on the time.
All right. Any final input on that? Thank you for reminding me from defense. Any final inputs? All right. What we can do is at the conclusion of defense's presentation of whatever witnesses they're going to do, we can address that. So the concern I heard was that the victim representative wanted to see what the court would consider before bind-over decision is made, and that allots for that. So whether it happens right now, which the hour is late, or by right after the conclusion of evidence, that's going to help well before I consider bind-over. So in the interest of justice and balancing that, I don't want to take away time. It sounds like we're going to be okay, but I always want to be cautious. But I will grant that request, and that will be played in open court, and we will watch the totality of, I believe it is State's Exhibit 12.1, which is 8, give or take, 2 minutes.
Your Honor, and just to clarify, it will not be televised, correct? It's only for people in the courtroom.
That is correct. Because the request was made by the victim representative who is present in court,
right.
I will grant that request, and it will be played in the courtroom for all present to see, but not to be broadcast on TV.
And we just would like a continuing objection for all the reasons we raised before, Your Honor.
Thank you. I appreciate you making that record. I note the standing objection. That objection as it relates to this request is overruled, and that will be played at the conclusion of defense's presentation of evidence and before the state, if they do have a rebuttal witness. Please remind me so that I can address it, and that is taken care of. Thank you to the parties. I'm hesitant to ask this. Anything further? All right.
Nothing further from the state.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate your hard work today, and that concludes court. We are in recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
Oh boy. Oh my God. So what? What did he say real quick?
All right.
Nothing further from the state.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate your hard work today, and that concludes court. We are in recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
There's still court going on tomorrow, right? So we're still going to have our preliminary hearing, and then what? I guess they get their summaries together. They bring them forth. What? Like a month later, 2 weeks later, something like that, and then the defense comes out 2 weeks after that, and then what is it, another 2 weeks after that, or maybe around that time, that's when the judge will decide if we're going to have a trial or not. I think that's how it's going to go. Ooh, man. Well, $6:30, y'all. 6:30. Oh man. Let's see. Where are we at? We got. Hold on. Let me get. See here. Got 43 minutes on the super chat goal, 15 out of 50. All right, we've been live for what? Fuck, 4 hours? No, we've been live for about 6 hours now. Because I went live at 1:30. Okay, 5 hours. We've been at it for 5 hours, y'all. Let's get here. Because I know show ain't over yet. Now it's time to wake up. Now it's time to lock in. Buckle up. That out of here. Change the name of the stream. Why is that so small? Huh. My two screens are not working together. Weird. The 5 hours now I gotta poop. Oh. That's 3 super chats per hour, Arturo. Yeah. It's all good. Because now we're about to talk about a lot of ice stuff. Oh, yeah. That's that out of there. Get that out of there. Let's see. What do we talk about first? Look at all these stories I got for y'all, man. Let's talk about the Houston stuff first. They use the same thumbnail?
Of a deadly shooting involving an ICE agent in the East End. Lorenzo.
Pursuit for answers in that deadly ICE operation in East Houston. Thank you for joining.
You see what I mean? Like they're churning out videos. They said, let's make this video.
We begin with a pursuit for answers in that deadly ICE operation in East Houston. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ron Trevino.
They did one video and then they came back like 30 minutes later, said, let's do another video, y'all. We need to crank them out. We need to crank them out. We got to put we got to turn the propaganda machine to 12 today. All right. We got to crank them out. Breaking news. Oh, yes. Get my timer set up. We just got to run through it. Hopefully by the end of this, MDG Gaming will go live out there. As a matter of fact, let me see. Let me check on that. Oh, no. Whoops. Okay, we're good. I got that Houston Grizzy. Oh, really? So Houston Grizzy is over here on Facebook, right? She's like, breaking news. Harris County Medical Examiner rules death of Lorenzo Salgado a homicide. Yeah, duh. Yeah, no shit. I mean, that's kind of what happens when, oh, geez. What? Oh. I thought she was focused on just this story. I guess she's Grizzy News, y'all. She's giving you all the dirt. All right. Let's get into it. Oops. So we got some developments regarding the shooting of an illegal alien here in Houston, Texas. Turns out the ICE agents were not even wearing body cameras, and this person that was shot wasn't even the target that they were going after. So let's get into it.
Tonight, the immigrants' rights group LULAC is offering a $5,000 reward to anyone with information about the fatal shooting of Lorenzo Salgado.
The organization is offering the money to anyone with information, cell phone video, or dash cam footage related to the ICE-involved shooting of Salgado. Leaders from LULAC say they hope the reward will lead to the arrest, indictment, or exoneration of anyone involved. There is also a petition.
Wow, they are hungry to arrest an illegal immigrant. Arrest an ICE agent. They are ravenous about arresting an ICE agent. They're putting a bounty out, a reward. Somebody give me some information that'll lead to an arrest. No, sorry. There is no video out there. There is no magical video. You're not going to be able to do anything. You guys are not going to be able to do anything. You can get 136,000 signatures, probably all fraudulent. Probably having some homeless people on Skid Row sign those. Yeah, you guys are not going to do anything. I'm sorry.
Posted by LULAC today, demanding a transparent investigation into the shooting. Last check, over 134,000 signatures.
You can't get Lorenzo back, but that there's accountability.
If you have any information or evidence in the investigation, you can submit it to lulac.org. The Department of Homeland Security this evening confirmed ICE agents were not wearing body cameras at the time of the shooting, claiming the government shutdown caused the delay in getting them fully deployed.
Also this evening, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia.
So wait a minute. The Democratic shutdown holding DHS hostage so that they can get what they want. And then they didn't even get what they want anyways, is the reason why they don't have body cam footage? Stop it, bro. The Democrats did this to themselves? Oh, I love it. I love it.
His office tells KHOU 11 Lorenzo Salgado was not the intended target of the ICE operation. Her staff saying that is according to the acting director of the agency. We've also reached out to ICE for comment. Katira Winfrey spoke with the Congresswoman. She shares more this afternoon. Katira?
Well, Lynn and Mia Garcia says just as she struggles to get answers, so does Lorenzo Salgado's family. She says there's no reason ICE should have released Salgado's name before notifying the family. Now, the family is still looking for answers. Garcia, along with other members of Congress, is using their power to write letters and appeal to different committees within the federal government to act, hoping to get an independent investigation into what happened and more transparency.
Nope. No. Sorry, try again.
She says the narrative that Salgado weaponized his vehicle and attempted to hit ICE agents fall into a, quote, playbook, saying the same language was used in another deadly shooting involving.
And hear me out here. Maybe it could be that is what illegal aliens are doing all over the country. Hell, we even have Americans doing that with Renee Good trying to run over an ICE agent. I'm sorry, it's not ICE's fault that you guys keep using your vehicles to try to run them over. It's not their fault. We've seen countless videos of illegal aliens doing anything they can to get away. Hell, we got video of this guy driving erratically in the neighborhood to try to get away. And you want to convince me that that's just their cover story? No, it's what's happening. It's reality. It's the truth.
ICE. She hopes eyewitness testimony from the 3 detained men who were with Salgado will provide insight.
This family is grieving. Houston is grieving. People are afraid. Am I going to be next? So the letter says we want.
Well, if you try to run over an ICE agent, the answer is yes. Yes, you will be next if you try to run over an ICE agent.
Answers. We want a full independent investigation.
Look, they put the music over her voice, can't even hear her.
We want answers to our questions, and the questions are everything from, was there the body cam? Was it preserved?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Nobody wants to hear that. Even the news station don't want to hear that.
I mean, just a series of questions.
And we hope that it happens because
terrible editing.
We'll see where our state stands on this situation. And this man was clearly a Texan living here for 35 years. He
been here in the country illegally for 35 years. What?
Loved this state, loved our community.
Look at him.
And again, local leaders are calling for Texas Rangers to investigate and say conducting an investigation
Almost run over a kid right
their
there.
scope of expertise. They investigated an ICE shooting last year in South Padre. Now, Congresswoman Garcia says she's scheduled to speak with the ICE director today, hopeful they'll be able to shed more light on the investigation. Back to you.
Appreciate the updates.
Oh, that's too damn bad. Now, we do have some new video footage that just came out. Let's check it out.
We begin with a pursuit for answers in that deadly ICE operation in East Houston. Thank you for joining us. I'm Ron Trevino.
And I'm Brianna Berry. Lorenzo Salgado was shot by an ICE agent Tuesday morning near Canal Street and Highway 90. Surveillance video of the moments leading up to the shooting are now surfacing, but still no footage of the shooting itself has been released.
The incident is being investigated by multiple federal agencies. Local elected leaders are calling for an independent investigation. The Harris County District Attorney says he is launching one, while Houston police say it's out of their jurisdiction.
From the latest in the investigation to the outcry in the East End, we are covering it all.
And we begin with investigative reporter Jeremy Rogowski with two new videos just into the newsroom. Jeremy, walk us through what the
new videos. Let's get it.
Yeah, Ron and Brianna, we're getting a clearer picture of the vehicle pursuit by ICE agents and their driving behavior in attempting to pull Lorenzo Salgado's construction van over.
From a gas station at Canal Street and Wayside Drive, security
How fast
video
he's
shows
going.
a white van making a sharp left turn and hitting a curb with an unmarked SUV driven by ICE trailing closely behind. Here's a closer look, slowed down, of it hopping the curb. A few doors to the east, a homeowner's video picks up the pursuit. The unmarked ICE vehicle, driving on the wrong side of the road, catches up to the van. Here it is again. A construction zone has narrowed Canal Street down to 2 lanes. In video we obtained earlier from a nearby medical clinic, the ICE SUV with no visible emergency lights appears to cut the van off. Both vehicles turn around and head back west on Canal. And back to the gas station video, Salgado's van comes back into frame. Zooming in, you can see ICE agents removing someone from the passenger side and taking them to the ground.
And Salgado's family and public officials.
Yeah, all I saw was him breaking the law. I saw him evading arrest, driving erratically, going crazy, driving over the curb, almost causing car wrecks. That's what I saw. I saw them just thwarting a threat. That's what I saw. But we got congressmen coming out here saying we need an investigation.
We are staying on top of a deadly shooting involving an ICE agent in the East End. Lorenzo Salgado was shot and killed Tuesday, and 3 other men were detained.
They're being held at an ICE processing center up in Conroe, according to Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia. But she says her office has been iced out and is struggling to get any answers.
Katira Wentry explains how she and other legislators are ramping up the pressure. Katira.
Well, guys, the message from many legislators: don't let up on the pressure. And collaboration at both the local and state level is necessary, saying that ICE should not investigate itself.
The people have
spoken. That's just too damn bad.
To the streets in droves, condemning the ICE shooting of Lorenzo Salgado. And federal, state, and local leaders are listening.
That ICE has removed all the agents that were here involved in that incident.
You see what I mean? Look, they keep on saying this like these are fresh videos, okay? Like what they're doing right now is just churning out a bunch of videos from the same news networks, the same news anchors. They're just churning them out because they want people to come in here and get crazy. They want people to flood to Houston and protest against ICE. They're trying to rile everyone up again.
Weaponizing a vehicle sounds familiar. State Representative Christina
because
Morales
y'all do it all
and
the
State
time.
Senator Carol Alvarado echo that.
The public is not trusting ICE and the federal government because
no, y'all aren't. Y'all aren't. Not the public, just y'all, crazy, insane liberal people and people that are married to illegal immigrants and having kids with them.
Their track record. And there just has to be a third party, another set of eyes conducting this investigation.
The pair are calling on the Texas Rangers to investigate.
I fully trust
while
ICE.
They may not have
Get
the
it
power
done.
to prosecute. They do have the power to collect evidence.
Listen, they could refuse, and if they do, then the state of Texas is telling us on record whose side they are on.
Yeah, they're on ICE's side. Cry harder. I'm sorry. This is Texas. This isn't California. This isn't Minneapolis or Minnesota or New York or Oregon. This is Texas, baby. Let's get it. Y'all can cry as hard as y'all want. You ain't gonna get what you want.
He needs some milk. This request, she says, falls under their scope of abilities. The agency investigated a similar case in South Padre just last year, and that's no hard ask considering what the Salgado family has lost.
You know, he found his American dream right here on Texas soil and
illegally. In the country illegally for 35 years. What are we talking about?
So there is no reason that Texas should not investigate this situation.
And I've reached out to the Texas Rangers to ask if they plan to pursue an independent investigation, and I am waiting to hear back. Garcia.
Yeah, the answer is going to be no. Nope, nope, nope. But we'll see. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more protests come out of Houston.
Says DHS holds the power to hold a committee on this as early as next week if the Republican-led committee agrees to do it. Back to you.
Why would they do that?
Tara, thank you for that. Well, for the first time, Houston's police chief addressed the shooting and the investigation. Chief Diaz telling KHOU 11 hours ago that his department can't investigate the deadly incident.
There's absolutely nothing that we can do with it other than communication with both DHS, OIG, who is working the shooting component of the investigation, and the Bureau, who's working the crime scene. It is absolutely their responsibility, their prerogative. There's federal rules that prohibit us, and this office will not put anybody in jeopardy for an obstruction of justice charge.
So why local law experts say the department can do more. Plus, we also have some new details about local investigations underway. That's coming up at 5. And you can follow our coverage of.
Well, that's just too bad. And hopefully we're going to see a lot more action here in Houston. I showed you guys the ICE detention center. I think it looks like a fantastic battleground because it's got one big street in front of it. There's no cars coming through. There's no traffic. It's just a street and a parking lot. Plenty of room for ICE to come up and down if they need to. Lots of distance between the street and where ICE comes in and out of. So the liberals will just be at the mercy of all this distance. They can yell and scream all they want. No one's going to hear it. ICE is going to be able to come in and go just fine. And then when they start getting crazy, they're going to have all this distance to be throwing tear gas and pepper bullets and all that stuff from a safe distance. And it's going to be beautiful if that even happens. Now, the left is obviously trying to get that going. They want to launch a massive protest. They were out here in droves last night. I mean, they had thousands of people out here, apparently.
Off. Marcelino Benito, live with community reaction and the growing memorial in the East End. Marcelino.
Yeah, we don't need to hear all that. I just want to show you the numbers. If you missed it last night, it was hold on, there's got to be a better one. Here we go.
The family of a.
Oh, no. The MS Now. Come on. But you see all these videos about this. Non-stop videos being churned out. Here we go.
Now, this is an emotionally and politically charged story. The father described as a family man chasing the American.
Police seem to be leading the crowd as well.
Let's go and do this. How about this? 10,000 people. Yeah, more like 10,000 arrests. Give me 1 second, guys. And by the way, if you haven't already, please hit that like button and support the stream. We've been live for 5-something hours, almost 6 hours. All right, you guys already know we're going to be doing a good show. We got protests lined up for tonight. We still got a lot of stories to cover. So please, if you can, guys, fund and support the show. Hit that super chat goal if we can. Yeah, they're trying to make this guy the new George Floyd. They really want him to be the Renee Good. You know, that's why they're throwing it everywhere. ICE shot a man. Deadly ICE shooting. Deadly ICE, ICE, ICE. They're doing what they can, get people riled up. Anyways, in the wake of this shooting happening here in Houston, people are showing up in droves to protest. Last night, they had hundreds of people out here to do a vigil, and I predict that there's going to be a lot of protests unfolding in the very near future.
Now, this is an emotionally and politically charged story. The father, described as a family man chasing the American dream, who had 3 sons in the United States and sent them to college. Those who know him says he was in the process of applying for a legal work permit and say they don't believe he'd harm anyone. But ICE claims he refused to stop during what they called a targeted enforcement operation yesterday in East Houston, and that he rammed an agent's vehicle with his van, even trying to run one over before an agent shot him in what ICE called an act of self-defense. So far, no video has surfaced, at least publicly, that supports that claim. And if it exists, the family and those who participated in tonight's march say they would like to see it. ABC 13's Luke Jones.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. It's not coming. There is no video, no magic video that's going to pop up and show you guys the footage of ICE just dragging him out of the van, throwing him on the floor and just shooting him. It's not going to happen, y'all.
Is live in Magnolia Park, one of the heartbeats of Houston's Mexican community. And Luke, what's the overall feeling out there tonight?
Well, if you had asked me a few minutes ago, I'd have said outrage, I'd have said frustration, all those emotions you typically feel at those large-scale demonstrations. But now the crowds of a few minutes ago have given way to a quiet vigil. We see just about a dozen people over here with candles at the spot where the shooting took place. Things kicked off here around 6:30 with a rally, and at its height, there were probably more than 1,000 people here who, after that rally concluded, began marching on Canal Street. So you can hear the voices. Like I said, about 1,000 people strong. They took off down Canal Street and walked all the way to Hidalgo Park, where they held another mini rally. A couple of speakers there speaking to the crowd, then began walking back, arriving here around 9 o'clock. We do want to note a heavy police presence here. We saw police officers on foot. We saw them on horseback. We saw state troopers here too. Houston police seem to be leading the crowd as well. We saw police.
This was a good test run for them, because what it showed last night is that Texas isn't playing around. Okay, there was, like you just said, there were sheriffs out here. There were state troopers out here. It's not like Portland, where the police just don't even exist, or Minneapolis, or Delaney Hall, right, where the police are just like avoiding the area at all costs. Oh, no. The police and the state troopers, the state law enforcement was out here showing them, like, yeah, we're watching your movement. If y'all want to get crazy like y'all did in Virginia, or New Jersey, or Minneapolis and stuff like that, we're going to teach y'all a lesson. That does not play. We do not play down here with that stuff.
Police vehicle in front, so this was very controlled. They knew where everyone was going.
And what's the point of that? Did anyone figure that out?
Route. And in fact, people remained out here for quite a while after arriving back at 9 o'clock. They had taken over the entire city.
Hey, y'all are frozen.
9:30, police pushed everyone back onto the sidewalks. Eric?
We don't really know what happened. They're saying one story, but from what I know, I don't think he would do that, you know?
Do you think all the public pressure helps?
Definitely, man. When we unite, we can make a difference.
I would like to see any footage.
Where's MTG Gaming?
At this point, since this ICE crackdown.
Look at his shirt. That's my neighbor.
Started. They've been shown many times to just be lying.
I don't know you.
Way to work, just decided to throw his life away.
Y'all are crazy, man.
What do you want to see happen with this case?
I want to see local and state officials back up an independent investigation of the ICE agent who shot Lorenzo. I want no more money of our tax dollars to go to fund any more ICE.
Well, how about this? I don't want my tax dollars going to all sorts of things. Food stamps, transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants. Well, that's only in California. Maybe not so much that, but daycare funding? What's it called? Child care services or whatever for the single mamas to have somebody watch their baby at a daycare center, costing us millions of tax dollars. Yeah, I tell you what, I want all my tax dollars going to ICE.
Votes on funding to ICE, and I'm here today to say, not another dime, not another dime.
Yeah, boy, you can keep preaching that. That ain't gonna happen.
Independent review. We know the FBI and Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General are looking into this. Houston police will not, because the federal government is the lead. But tonight, the Harris County DA's office says it's doing a review. What can you tell us about that one?
A review of what?
It was kind of a surprise to us because it was our initial understanding from we heard from Sean Tier earlier today, and it sounded like neither Houston Police nor the District Attorney's Office would be getting involved in this case. So we were all here around 4 o'clock. But suddenly we see these guys come up. They appear to be investigators. They have cameras. They're taking pictures of some of the businesses here. And when we walk up, we see their name tags. They're from the Harris County District Attorney's Office. So tonight, the District Attorney's Office confirms they are doing something of an investigation, exploring all investigative avenues available to them. But they emphasize they don't have access to key pieces of evidence, those in the hands of federal investigators, things like body camera video, if it even exists. ICE hasn't told us whether any of the...
No, you know, I do feel bad for them. They lost their father, but it's like, bro, you're playing with fire. When you're in this country illegally and you're hiding from ICE and the police for decades on it, you guys know what you're doing. You know you're illegal. You know you're not even trying to get citizenship. You're just hoping that you never get caught. You know, and y'all can't be serious. Like, you can't be crying after breaking the law for 35 years. And then you just like, oh, it's Trump's fault. It's the white man's fault. It doesn't make sense to me how people think that way.
Agents yesterday were wearing body cameras. It's our understanding some ICE agents do, some do not. That's probably going to be the best piece of video that would come out of this. We've been canvassing the area since yesterday and have yet to locate any piece of footage showing the moments of the shooting, which is going to be very key to this case, given the account that ICE gave yesterday about the shooting victim attacking an ICE officer trying to run him over, and all of the pushback we have from people here in the community, including local elected officials.
I saw my dad's van, but no sign of him. I frantically called family, friends, loved ones to see if they can find any information. I saw a video posted on Facebook that he had been...
They never think about their children, right? And what their children are going to have to go through. Now his sons are political pawns. Now the Democrats are going to be treating them like marketing tools to fight against ICE and Donald Trump. We're gonna put you everywhere. You're gonna be on press conferences. We're gonna give you the good hair. We're gonna give you the good makeup. You know, we're gonna make sure to plaster you all over the place. It's crazy. They allowed your father to be in this situation that he's in, where he's now dead. You're over here on the side of the people that allowed that to even happen in the first place. Because look, he could have just been detained and then he could have just be shipped out of the country. At the very least, he'd still be alive. At the very least, there would still be if he would have self-deported, he could have been able to come back legally and he could have collected $1,000. But he wanted to hide He wanted to run. He wanted to be a man on the run. And now, with the police finally caught up to him, he didn't pull over. He tried to evade the police, law enforcement, ICE. He tried to evade them and run and flee. He ended up getting caught. And then he tried to run over an ICE agent and got shot. How can I possibly defend this guy? How can I possibly defend illegal immigrants? How on earth can anybody defend or even be a Democrat? It just doesn't make any logical sense.
Shot. I recognize him immediately. Not from his appearance, but from his voice, crying for help.
You should be thanking Donald Trump for giving him a safe way to get out. Self-deportation, $1,000, and the opportunity to come back. Listen, it's a get out of jail free card, isn't it? A self-deportation. Imagine that. That's too lenient. We are too lenient, to be honest with you. We're giving them the opportunity to get out of jail free while getting paid. You get paid to be forgiven for crossing into the border, crossing into the country illegally, and you get the opportunity to try to come back the right way. And y'all didn't want to take it. Now look at you. Now look at your son. It's terrible, man.
He lay on the street, bleeding out.
And we're supposed to feel sorry for him.
Heard there from Lorenzo Soldago's son speaking at a press conference held earlier this morning, organized by LULAC, a number of elected leaders there, several members of Congress. We saw the Harris County District Attorney there as well. And in fact, we saw his son here briefly at tonight's march. We were told initially he wouldn't be at the rally, didn't see him there. But once the crowd got marching, we did see him with some family friends. So that's just adding really to the pain of the community. You can see it right there in his son's voice. And that's what a lot of folks here are feeling. They are from this area, the east end of Houston. A lot of them know each other. The friend was telling me, we played together.
I don't care about none of this. Why are we even listening to this guy? I don't care. Luke Jones, I don't care. He had his opportunity to get out of here the right way. He didn't want to take it. And now look at him. I'm sorry, you can't look at him. You have to go to a morgue for that, unfortunately. He had the opportunity. He didn't want to take it. So, sorry. What a day. What a time we live in, huh? But ICE is not done there, guys. ICE is not done at all. Where was this other video? Let's do this one. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit more. We'll do about another 30 minutes. Then I'm going to take a break for a little while. I'm going to run my wife to the store. And then we're going to come back. And I'll go live again with you guys. Hopefully, MDG Gaming is actually at a protest. He's actually at the Gulf of America right now. He's live at the Gulf of America right now. And the protest will be going on later tonight. Let me address these super chats. Dude Ski, thank you for the Eagle. Polari, thank you for the $10. He said 3 college graduate kids couldn't help him get legal. 35 years running like a criminal. And we're supposed to feel bad for him? Nope. Alpine Retreat, thank you for the $2 on Rumble. Notice the anchor said no videos had surfaced that supports that claim. Likewise, no videos have surfaced that refutes that claim. He could have said that. Yeah, exactly. But we know what the narrative is. They're trying to convince us that ICE is lying and that this guy's innocent, and they're hunting ICE. The narrative itself is hunting ICE. Wounds are Us, thank you for the 5. He said, The View told Marjorie Taylor Greene they will not have her on anymore. That's... She wanted to be a traitor. Guess what? The other side said, oh, you getting out of line? Get out of here. They taught her a lesson real quick, huh? Bill, thank you for the $2. We need to add more ICE agents. Get the job done.
Look at my African American over
Lisa,
there.
thank you for the gold coin.
Are you the greatest?
And
you know what I'm
thumbs up.
talking about? Okay. So we have
Donda, thank you for the $10. Oh, yeah. We are just getting started. All right. So again, like I said, we're going to cover a little bit more because we got Chicago, we got Seattle, and we also got green card holders. Green card holders. I wonder what's going on with that. That's going to be interesting. Okay. So Houston again.
As the investigation.
Seattle. Let's go to Chicago first. Chicago.
And the neighbors here that brought a heavy law enforcement presence to the Spring neighborhood this morning.
In Spring neighborhood, that's in Houston. So that's kind of like where we're at. ICE is everywhere right now, y'all. So let's get to it.
With ICE.
So ICE is all over the country. I mean, just targeting everybody. They are sprawling all over these sanctuary cities right now, and their numbers are increasing. Well, I don't like that intro. Now I got to do it all over again. ICE is going hard in the paint right now. They are all over the country arresting thousands of illegals. Let's check it out because all the local news stations are putting out hit pieces on them. And in Chicago, they're all in panic mode.
Kids from our area are concerned about what they describe as more ICE activity on the city's southwest side. Casey Cronus is live in back of the yards with what we know. Hey, Casey.
Hi, Brett. While the Department of Homeland Security hasn't released official arrest numbers, local activists say they have seen an uptick across neighborhoods like Back of the Yards, Gage Park, and Brighton Park in recent weeks. This afternoon, immigration advocates from various organizations came together at the corner of 47th and Damon, where they are calling attention to what they describe as a surge in recent ICE activity. They report that at least 36 locals have been taken into ICE custody over the last several weeks, but did not provide details on specific incidents or arrests.
36? Oh, that's some weak numbers. Y'all complaining about that? You should be more worried about why there are 36 illegals in your neighborhood.
Organized by the Illinois Latino Agenda, immigration advocates say community members on the southwest side are hesitant to spend time outdoors this summer.
Even though the height of Midway Blitz was months ago, our communities are still emotionally, financially, and psychologically scarred. Families remain afraid to seek medical care, attend school events, shop local businesses, or simply live their everyday lives.
Translation, illegal families are scared.
Our outreach has doubled. From 900 to over 1,700 inquiries have come through our legal services providers allies.
Yeah, you should be locked up for aiding and abetting. That's all I hear.
Also this afternoon, the son of a Texas man killed by ICE agents earlier this week is speaking out. Lorenzo Salgado Araujo's son say he was working toward legal status and was on his way to a construction job at the time of the incident.
He was working on getting his legal status, because out of all these videos we've watched, that's the first time I've heard of that.
Department of Homeland Security.
I mean, I'm sorry. He 35 years and now all of a sudden he's working to get his legal status. I'm sure he is.
He says
I'm sure he is.
During a targeted traffic stop in Houston when Araujo allegedly attempted to evade agents. The family is now
allegedly
calling for an independent investigation into the incident. Salgado Araujo was 52 years old. Reporting live in Back of the Yards.
Well, while we are over here bringing down the hammer with ICE, there's actually another story going on that other countries are also following suit. They are ramping up their deportations. They are locking up their borders. They saw what Trump is doing and they're saying, that's not too bad. Why don't we do that?
With ICE arrests surging in the United States, border crossings at record lows, and deportations in the hundreds of thousands since President Trump took office, all working to make good on his campaign promise.
We will not be conquered.
Some countries around the world may be following suit, moving to ramp up deportations of their own.
We've seen a worldwide shift toward more aggressive deportation policies.
In the United Kingdom, deportations jumped 21% last year, according to the UK Home Office, to the highest level in 8 years. Part of a growing right-wing movement against migration there, with rhetoric that mirrors Trump's.
British people are genuinely scared. Women are frightened to go into their towns alone.
The European Union also just enacted a controversial set of migration policies last month, overhauling its asylum system, echoing some restrictions seen in the U.S. One of the
Hey, that's what we need to do. As a matter of fact, we should just abolish the asylum system altogether. If we want to do asylum, which a lot of countries do, they need to be a lot more stricter on who they allow to claim asylum. Because under Joe Biden, they had the borders wide open. They said, you want asylum? Yeah, okay. Let me get you a court date. You can come into the country and then we can go into the court and we can figure out if you require asylum or not. And if you fail, then we're going to deport you. And what do we have? We have 3.5 million asylum cases happening. So it's all clogged up in the judicial system. All these people are just roaming around the country doing whatever the hell they want. Half of them don't even show up to their court date. So it's like, we just gave them the keys to the country. Just here you go. Come on in. And they were trying to flood Texas, right? But Greg Abbott said, no, we ain't doing that. Put them on buses, shipped them to the asylum cities. Because the way they were doing it is they were saying, all right, here's your paperwork. Go show up in that city over there. And here you go, right? Just to be trusted. Like they were just let into the country and they were trusted to show up in court. Man, are you kidding me? Ridiculous.
Key EU provision speeds up departures for rejected asylum seekers by automatically issuing return orders when their applications are denied. The European Parliament also greenlighting plans for overseas detention centers that the 27 member states need to formally approve. All of it drawing criticism from human rights activists.
The dehumanization of migrants and refugees, including in the UK, US, and many EU countries, is appalling.
You know, these activists, bro, like they are so brain dead. You start actually drilling into their ideology and start asking them certain questions and everything just dismantles because on the surface, it sounds good. Yeah, I want everyone to have human rights. Okay, what does that mean exactly? Because everyone has rights, but what are you talking about? Anybody should be able to come into the country. So we should just have wide open borders. Yeah. Okay, so do you want a bunch of ISIS terrorists to come into the country illegally? Yeah, they should have the right to do that. Or sometimes they'll be like, no, we shouldn't let them in. Okay, so who decides who is supposed to be allowed in and who's not? Well, so you mean we need border patrol. So you mean we need a border. We need somewhere to stop them from coming in. We need to make sure that we vet the people coming in. Yeah. Okay, so we just keep on doing what we're doing? Well, no, but like you start talking to these people and they just crumble when you start hitting them with just a little bit of logic.
In Australia, the government inked a deal with a tiny Pacific island, agreeing to pay Nauru more than $1 billion over 3 decades to house deportees who can't return to their home countries. And in the world's most populated country, an immigrant fight heating up as human rights groups accuse India of forcibly expelling mostly Muslim, ethnically Bengali residents.
Well, you know why we shouldn't have to worry about this? Because I don't think there's a single American fleeing to other countries illegally. Nope. We're the ones taking them all in. unfortunately. Well, we were under Biden and previous Democrats, but we don't have Americans fleeing. Oh, let me go illegally cross the border in India. Oh, damn, now I'm getting shipped back to the United States. I'm going to have regular air conditioning again, and everything's not going to be cooked out on the street in a bunch of dirty bowls. Damn it.
To its neighbor, Bangladesh, without due process.
If they are here illegally, including from Bangladesh, we have laws to deal with them, and they'll be accordingly dealt with.
Even our neighbors to the north, who've been some of the most vocal critics of the Trump administration.
In a time of rising walls and thickening borders, we can demonstrate how a country can be both open and secure.
Sir, what is in your mouth?
Are you gay?
Sir, what did you just get done doing? Carney? I know you're trying to get woke. I know you're trying to please the woke voter base, but you're going to have to explain something, sir. Okay? Maybe you're getting a little too comfortable with the LGBTQ crowd over there. I don't know, Carney. You're going to have to explain yourself, sir.
Welcoming and strong.
Canada nearly tripling deportations between 2022 and 2025.
Ooh.
Part of the trend, forced displacement now at historic highs across the globe, according to the UN.
There's the tradition.
Listen, Canada, you want to become the 51st state? We can quadruple them numbers. That's all I'm saying. We can quadruple them numbers. You just become the 51st state. We'll figure this out, buddy. We'll figure this out together.
Reasons for why people are migrating: war, persecution, and
Look at
there
this.
are the new factors like the climate crisis, which frankly isn't going to get better. It's actually going to get worse.
Are other countries inspired by America's immigration policies, or is it simply that American immigration policies are part of a global phenomenon?
I certainly believe that there is some causation as well as a correlation. The U.S. has always been a global humanitarian leader, and when the U.S. steps up, other countries respond, and when the U.S. steps back, other countries use it as an excuse.
But with
It's because they see the benefits of what we're doing. Restoring law and order, getting rid of people that abuse our tax system, you know, the Democrats abusing us to stealing our money, giving it to these illegal immigrants, even though they say, oh, no illegal immigrant takes any taxes. All they do is simply pay into it, right? That's what they claim they do. That's nonsense. When an illegal goes to a hospital, goes to the emergency room, and then gets billed, right? They never pay that bill. So who covers that care that they just got? Who covers that? We do. Taxpayers. And in places like California, they have specific programs like Medi-Cal to actually cover those expenses by illegal immigrants so that they don't have to pay the bill. It's crazy. It's funny, like Americans want universal, well, socialists want universal health care. Unfortunately, the only ones that are getting that are illegal immigrants. They have the dream that you want. That's crazy, isn't it? And yet you want ICE to be out here. See, look, we could probably give universal or free health care to people making $60,000 or under if we didn't have all that money going towards illegal aliens. We could probably work that out. If we didn't have this huge flock of illegal aliens, not only would that free up a ton of jobs, okay, free up tons of jobs for everybody. On top of that, there's so much money that we could spend, and we can kind of compromise on this socialist ideology. We can lower taxes if we wanted to. Like, if we just got rid of all these illegals, we could do so much in this country with all the money that we generate. But you know what the Democrats are going to do? They're going to say, oh, we made some revenue. Let's go ahead and put this money in an NGO, or put this money towards some groups that are doing, you know, saving the cacti in Africa. Let's go put the money towards that. Can we just be smart about our damn money? No, of course not. We're never smart about our money. The Democrats look at our money and they're just say, how fast can we spend it? How fast can we spend it? What more can we add to the budget that's already bloated? Since we made a little bit of revenue, that means we can spend more, right? And then one year we dip in revenue, and then it's like, shit, we're not going to cut anything, but we're going to go ahead and increase the budget. We're going to steal more money from you guys. We're going to increase taxes, tax the rich. And then the next year, it's going to get bloated again. And then inflation's going to hit and everything's going to be more expensive. And then what do they got to do? They got to raise taxes some more. It's not about cutting. It's not about being smart with the money. It's about spending as much as you can and stealing as much as you can while you're doing it, which is just phenomenal. And y'all still are out here holding these stupid signs, ICE out now, and you're begging to be taken advantage of. These people in these streets right here are begging to be taken advantage of. Steal my money. Why don't they just say that? Steal my money. Ruin my future. Give me more debt. Increase my taxes. Take my home. This is the America we live in. But, you know, at least we're woke. Well, at least we have woken up and we see the play. So we're just going to vote red and keep it going. Vote red or else you'll be dead. Put that on a t-shirt. Let's shift over here to Seattle, man. Let's shift to Seattle. Have y'all hit that like button yet? Have y'all hit that super chat goal yet? We got 500 people in here. Man, let's get it. Still got more ICE news to talk about. MTG Gaming is out there in Houston, right? And we're going to take a short break in a little bit because we've been live for about what? We've been live for about 6.5 hours now. I am going to take a break, make sure my wife gets taken care of. Come back, and we're going to continue the show tonight. All right, we putting in the work, man. I'm going to need y'all to help me out over here, all right? Windsor Us, thank you for the 5. You said kids in Chicago are not afraid. They're the ones taking over the streets violently. Yeah, facts. They just meant illegal alien children, I guess. Rejected pupil, thank you for the 100. Did I just say that? Oh, whatever. Thank you for the 100. What? Oh my goodness. Don't be simping out over here. It's crazy. I have to wake y'all up because that trial was boring. Love you, Charlie Kirk, but that trial was boring. We're still going to be here, though. We're still going to do our thing. Anyways.
Told us today that they knew ICE was here around in the area, especially along Aurora Avenue, but they were still shocked to see it happen yesterday morning at this intersection right in front of their homes. And the arrests are ramping up amid new arrest quotas that have been set by the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, yes.
It's the whistles in this video that caught Leslie Lord's attention.
All of a sudden, I heard a whistle, and I'm like, wait a second. I know what that means.
From her office less than 20 feet away, Lord saw masked agents in unmarked cars and covered up license plates arrest two men from this landscaping truck.
2 guys just going to work, wanting to support their family. You know, their lunches were in the back seat.
Who came into the country illegally. We're gonna forget that part, ignore that whole part.
My bedroom's right in the front of my house, and I kept hearing this whistle.
Oh my God, what is it? What is it?
So,
by the time Jasmine Joshua came down, neighbors were mobilizing.
Who were able to take video and take pictures and get the license plates and the make and model of the car.
Others drove through the neighborhood warning people
to see if there were any other gardeners. There's a lot of construction around here, and just to do a check to make sure that people in the area knew that ICE was around.
In the beginning of 2026,
Yeah, so you're an Antifa terrorist. Long story short, just to get to the point, yeah, you're an Antifa terrorist. You're chasing around federal agents to protect criminals. Got it.
Puget Sound region saw 2 to 3 arrests per day. Now that has increased to up to 10 per day. According to the New York Times, ICE has a new daily quota of 2,000 arrests a day nationwide, and 80% of all officers are on arrest operations, with many working 7 days a week.
By the time my boss got here, the truck was gone.
Back at Leslie Lord's real
ICE is
estate
out here
office,
hustling, putting the work in.
Whistle nearby.
Have 2 of them here.
Hoping she won't have to use it.
Love your neighbor. We're all the same. We're all trying to support our family.
So if a murderer, just an example here, if some serial killer moved in, you knew this guy broke the law, he moved in, are you still going to love him? He moved into your next door, the house next door to you. You love thy neighbor, right? It doesn't matter what he did. Just love him.
Families, we're all trying to make a living.
Yeah, he's just trying to make a living.
That arrest from yesterday was
why he
one
works
of
at the
6
Toys R Us.
documented in our region. Today, there have been more, at least 4 documented in the region today. Joyce.
Republican lawmakers, they've praised the new leader of the Department of Homeland Security related to the change in tactics by the department, right?
Yeah, Mark Wayne Mullen has publicly said that he's going to be taking a quieter route where he's directing ICE agents to make arrests without much fanfare. This is very different from the tactic that former DHS head Kristi Noem had, where she was not afraid to show off the arrests and the operations. Joyce?
All right, Sharon, thank you.
That's right. That's why everyone loved her, though. That's why we loved Kristi Noem.
Very crucial time.
She wasn't afraid to put the fear in y'all. She's here to tell y'all, we're getting mass deportations going, and y'all are going to have to deal with it. Plain and simple. Now, this is in Seattle, okay? Katie Wilson is an absolute disaster. An absolute disaster, okay? And it's only getting worse. If y'all think Katie Wilson's going to do anything for y'all other than destroy your city, yeah, keep hoping, wishing, and dreaming. Shit in one hand and wish for Katie Wilson to fix your city and protect you from ICE. See which one fills up faster.
Very crucial time.
Business owners in Seattle's CID neighborhood, including Little Saigon, uniting in a cry for help.
And now we are surrounded by fencing, by barbed wire, by shuttered and closed storefronts, boarded storefronts, graffiti. And we want this neighborhood to return back to how it used to be.
Late last year, 5 people near 12th and Jackson were stabbed by one person in a single day. One of the incidents captured on surveillance camera. On New Year's Eve, another so-called unprovoked attack.
It was just like, okay, this is just ridiculous that I can't walk down to the supermarket, walk to the deli to get food, walk anywhere in the neighborhood to just like how I used to be able to.
The crime in Seattle is just so out of control right now. It's like you are a prisoner in your city, right? This is why y'all need ICE. This is why y'all need law enforcement. Y'all need the FBI. This is why you need federal sources to be here. But your mayor, Katie Wilson, will make damn sure that there will be no federal cooperation here. Nope. They're going to rely on the police, which is heavily stripped, heavily gutted, overworked, underpaid, understaffed. You guys are just, y'all keep voting these liberals in, and all you're doing is giving criminals, gang members, pimps, you're just giving them more access to traffic your daughters, which is what's happening in mass right now in Seattle. All right. Like, there's so much human trafficking going on in these poor little towns. It's absolutely insane.
Nina Dang runs her family's accounting firm and says the change they've seen since the attacks is not enough. The city has facilitated street cleaning 3 times a day. Today, the sidewalks were cleared. We also spotted several King County Sheriff's vehicles parked in plain sight. Though the change to reduce crime has brought some unintended consequences. King County Metro closed several bus stops in the Chinatown International District earlier this month due to, quote, frequent illegal activity near 12th and Jackson.
You can't imagine how inconvenient it is to try to take the bus, especially at night. especially for people who can't walk.
We're thinking long-term.
Business owners, alongside the former council member, want a task force formed and are circling a petition to make it happen.
We'll still be there, but we need to figure out a way to make it safe for our clients, make it safe for us to come to work every day, and make it so that, you know, the neighborhood is vibrant enough that people come.
The Seattle Police Department says it's been conducting emphasis patrols in the area, one in particular focused on narcotics that happened last month. They say they arrested more than a dozen people in a single day.
Yeah, and you know why they did that? Simply because the World Cup was being hosted over here. And now that the World Cup is gone, it's free game now. Now it's just let the criminals do what they want to do. You know, get back to work. Get back to work, y'all. That's all it is. It's crazy.
And Sebastian, the mayor's been pretty outspoken about making the CID safer. What's he saying now about this?
Well, in a statement late this afternoon to King 5, the mayor's office maintains all available resources are with the CID, specifically the newly formed downtown activation plan, which combines on-the-ground resources, things like cleaning, safety, all of the above into one. They say it's been successful. It's been on the ground since September. They're predicting a 27% reduction in violent crime. Joyce?
Sebastian, thank you.
It's crazy, right? You have all this crime over here, but what are y'all focused on? You're not focused on coming together to fight back against these criminals. Oh, no. We are gathering and coming together to protest ICE. It's phenomenal. Instead of actually working hard to protect your community, you will destroy your community. Hell, you will give the criminals a free pass and go attack the law enforcement. You'll come together to rile up and riot against the law enforcement, but when it comes to the criminals, nah. You want to scream defund the police until it's your daughter on that corner being pimped out. And guess what? Because you advocated for and you fought so hard to defund the police in these liberal cities, guess what? When you call the police saying, hey, my daughter is on the street over there, I haven't seen her in 8 months, and now they're pimping her out, what can we do about it? Sorry. Ain't nothing we could do about it. We are defunded. Sorry. Call Trump. Maybe he can do something for you. But there's nothing they can do. These people got their priorities completely messed up, man. The more they advocate for these liberal ideologies, the more they just honestly ask for their decline in their communities, in their own homes, and their families. Going the left is just a bad route. I'm not saying the right is perfect. I'm not saying being Republican makes you perfect or anything like that. I know there's a lot of Republicans with skeletons in their closets and they do some rough stuff too. But it's clear as day that the left is just like asking to be you're just asking for your life to be in shambles if you go the left route. If you go towards right, if you go to the right, if you go on the path of the right, at the very least, you'll have the ability to keep you and your family and yourself safe and go for a better future. But people aren't going to listen. They're just going to see Trump and go the other way. It's all Trump. And even if Trump does something good for them, you know, they're still going to try to twist it in some way to make it a bad thing. So good luck, Seattle. Good luck with y'all's new mayor. But anyways. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about an hour. All right, guys. I'm going to go ahead and turn the live stream off. If there's nothing going on, if MDG is not doing anything and nobody is doing anything tonight, then I'm just going to go to bed. I'm just going to go to bed early. All right. So if there is something exciting happening, I will be back with you guys as soon as we get back from the store. And we're going to get it going. As a matter of fact, I'll send you guys to MDG Gaming right now. What's he doing?
What? Maybe it's his daughter. Daughter.
Well, you know what? Maybe not. I don't know. Anyways, all right, you guys. We'll be back in a little bit. If not, then that means there's just nothing going on. And tomorrow we'll resume the show. All right. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I actually enjoyed doing the live stream here in the office. That's pretty nice. Might have to do it more often now. All right. I love you guys, man. I'll see you guys in a little bit or tomorrow. One of the two. Just be on the lookout. All right.